creatures, but they cough on you. It's the weirdest thing. I'm just kidding. No, but they're very docile. They're from all I can tell, very sweet.
And also, but as far as like what Darcy's saying, I think the reason why it was like a dog eat dog, Old West kind of world. I mean, if you look at 2020, really, in retrospect, like we were under assault of the senses. Like it's
been a horrible year, yeah.
It was just brutal because you had so much going on. Like, first of all, we have this new virus, and we have death tolls on the screen like something out of a movie.
Constantly.
It took a while for people to digest, and some people never did, that it was the old and the infirm that were predominantly dying of this disease, and that for other people it was a bad flu. And I think we just wrote that off because a lot of people knew somebody old and infirm that got stuck in a fucking nursing home that died. And it hit people home, a lot of people. Like what is it now? 3 million or 2 million or 1 million? No,
worldwide.
In this country, it's what is it now?
600, 700,000.
Okay, so I mean, and then it's all over the media because that's the story, right? I mean, everybody's dying in the street. They're showing footage from other countries. If you have a family, you're gonna be like, fuck. I gotta hunker down here, and I gotta take care of my own. And then on top of it, you had the population centers were under assault with fires and assaults and whatnot, cops and shit. And then you also had the biggest election of our lifetime. Like Trump can't win. And then the Democratic primaries, and then, okay, well, Joe's the guy.
It was a packed year, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll say, to Darcy's point, I will have one caveat in there, and again, this may just be my recollection, but March, mid-March is when stuff really started hitting the fan as far as it was always being talked about. I mean, if you were following it, I was reading about this in December. So
February 15th, around February 15th is when I bought all the masks.
Okay.
Because I had already, remember, I was in South Korea and, I'd seen all that stuff and the way people were reacting. And I was like, okay, well, and I remember thinking, man, I can't wait until I get back home. This won't be a problem there.
It's gonna be, yeah. But
it's funny,
Mike, I remember too when if you watch cable news at all, one of the things every day was like the Trump press conferences, whether it was on the tarmac
early on, yeah.
And they would take snippets. I don't care what network you watch, they would give you 30 seconds of him being an asshole. And it was COVID every day. But
I would say to the point of
that was February. That was February at least.
Maybe. It started. But it really ramped up by March. Is when people companies were closing and people were laid off.
Right.
But I would say my memory of the beginning, and I would say March 20th through April, everybody, it was after 9/11, everybody was yeah, man, wear a mask, 6 feet.
I didn't say I was right about anything until it was the NBA.
But I'm saying right at the very beginning. I think people were cool at the very beginning because people were, as a people and people in general, were pretty trusting. And when it's holy shit, this horrible thing's happening, here's what you need to do. People are okay, fuck it, put on the mask, out of work. People will fall in line very quickly. But sustaining that, when people started noticing who's an essential worker and why is my company shut down but grocery stores are open? Or I'm an independent business person that has a store, I can't have anyone in there, but Costco is open. When
that one bothers me a lot
started appearing, that's when shit started going sideways.
Well, Mike, remember it was supposed to be 15 days to flatten the
curve, right?
Here's the thing about that I find so troubling. Me, yeah, I'm an essential worker. That's my job. It's not a big head thing, but I'm trained in medicine. Granted, I'm a psych nurse, but still, I know the language, and that's a huge part of doing this is just knowing the language. When somebody says, certain terms, I can pick it up pretty quickly. Like erythrocytes or, different things. You can take the suffixes and the prefixes and put them together and you know what you're talking about. That's red blood cells. But the thing is but you got people that are making $8 an hour in a grocery store, no training whatsoever, no understanding of the real importance of washing your hands and all that. Honestly, washing your hands was the biggest thing.
Not doing this with the mask all day.
But we didn't know that. I mean,
no, but my point being is the concept of essential worker was just what was ever made it was most convenient for society. I mean, really, supermarket workers probably shouldn't have been. It should have been skeleton crews. You know what I mean? I mean, they put up the shields, but now the shields are coming down. I think. I told Mike from Go that, like right when it first started, I kept saying this thing, because they were saying, oh, it spreads super fast and it's really deadly. And I was telling Mike, like day one when we would started talking about it, that it's one or the other. It cannot be both. Because at the end of the day, what are we at, 500,000 right now?
6 to 7.
6 to 7 out of 330 million people. It's not the worst numbers you could have.
No.
The Spanish flu, we've said this before, ate up like a third of the world. By today's numbers, that'd be like 60 million. I think Mike and I were trying to figure it out.
It's still a lot of people, though, man.
It is, and I'm not being dismissive about it. But what I'm saying,
let's say no one died, but let's say, I don't know, 10% are down for 3 weeks. That killed me, man. That's
it breaks my heart that people died from it. But we have to. The science of this is an important thing to remember, that in the grand scheme of things, this was
and also I really don't think we ever had what I consider a shutdown, because
look at newspaper articles from the Spanish flu. They were wearing masks
because right in April, Rebecca's parents had videoed people. There were like all these kids on the beach. I was like, I bet you most of those kids are from Florida. They're going to take that right back to all those flat places where I was speaking about and out west, where it shouldn't get to. I was like, if we took this seriously, it wouldn't get to those small mom and pop places like way out. It just wouldn't get there.
Dude, there was definitely a shutdown. There's a lot of businesses in my neighborhood that never came back.
No. I agree. I agree with that. But they're shutdowns and then they're shutdowns.
It wasn't like the Chinese.
So it's
like, okay, they weren't like kidnapping people.
If I follow,
they didn't have guns at your door.
And the guys next door around me or whatever, they don't.
I'm just saying, at the beginning, everybody was in it. I remember in my neighborhood, there was this whole thing of like, put a teddy bear in your window so that when kids take a walk around the neighborhood, they can see, and everyone had teddy bears in their window. What I made fucking squirrel picnic tables. I mean, everyone was just doing, there was all kinds of crazy stuff going on. And people have patience, and people will act as a group initially for a short period of time. But when they aren't shown the facts and like the truth and like everything starts spiraling out of control. When things start appearing to be arbitrary, that's when you lose people.
Well, also,
like, fuck it. They don't trust you anymore.
Also, the lockdown lifted in the summer, if you recall, and we can talk about that being commerce and tax dollars, because I believe that. I really do.
Yeah.
So,
and then also the numbers were coming out, and it was becoming apparent that the people that died from this were very specific. I mean, they were coming out in like April, May.
Mm-hmm.
And then less people were dying from it. Hospitalizations dropped drastically because people weren't freaking out about it.
The level of trauma that people, I mean, there are people who had their parents die, they couldn't go to a funeral.
Mike, I said that. I said that like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, I got sick because of a funeral.
Oh, really? Is that where you think you got it? Or
no. So I didn't go to the funeral, and it was because Rebecca's oldest daughter lost her boyfriend. He unfortunately he drowned in a tub. Fell asleep in a tub, drowned.
Holy shit!
Right.
So they went out to Illinois to go to his funeral, and Rebecca or one of her daughters brought it back.
Jeez, man.
So look at this thing behind me. I'll get out of the way for a second, but this is 1918.
Yeah, man. Spanish flu.
Health Commission issues proclamation ordering.
Did you say Spanish fly?
What?
It was Spanish fly. It was the Spanish fly flu. It was super fun at the beginning, and then it just went out of control.
Do I make you Randy? No, but I mean, we've done this before. We've done this before. We've been through this before. This was worse. This was far worse.
I think there were, I think, and this is just my own,
only 100 years ago.
This is my own feeling. I think at first, things were done altruistically and people tried to make the right decisions. But then it became very apparent that this was something that was very easy to exploit for whatever other reason.
Commerce, man. If you buy a mask that's got Redskins on it, you know what? The people that make those masks pay for their lawmakers and all
Dan
that.
Snyder, he's behind everything, man.
No, I'm not even saying that, but I'm saying it kind of trickles up. You know what I mean? It'd be foolish to think that the masses, that the people that make the money have the control. We know this. The lobbyists, you know, I mean, I'm not saying that the guy that makes Redskins masks, but what I'm saying is it became
it's opportunistic.
Well,
it's not a big conspiracy. It's something happens and there's people around that are like that can take advantage of it. It's
like
not
cicadas.
Thought ahead of time.
Fucking cicadas.
They did it. They got all the money.
I don't tell you.
Okay,
I don't believe. Listen, I don't believe the 600,000 number. No, I think that's going to be the next shoe to drop. So this one you're kind of exposing the origins of COVID. I think the next shoe to drop, and it may not come to like 5 or 10 years down the road when it's politically safe for people to start even discussing the numbers, were they correct or not. But I think these numbers are way off. When you have all of a sudden cancer deaths drop, heart disease deaths drop, pneumonia and flu deaths drop almost to nothing for those ones.
Which is ridiculous.
And then all of a sudden COVID is spiking up. Then there's something, because those people still must have been dying from those things as they always were.
Yeah, but they like to nail the COVID on it because hospitals get a certain amount of money for.
So these numbers need to be revised at some point down the road. Somebody needs to come back and correct the math here, because I think we're way off.
Yeah, the dying with versus dying from.
Yeah.
Right. Well, again, the flu, the year before COVID-19 hit us, now this isn't the same amount, but it killed 85,000 people the year before. That's a frightening number. But again, as much as it sucks, it's a certain portion of our population. You know what this is? This is a world telling us that we need to lose some fucking weight and stop eating so many carbs. Because honestly, healthy people...
It's the elderly.
The
elderly are normally the ones dying from the flu. And you can't tell them to get in shape. Or
the Zeus, you remember Avi, don't you?
Yeah.
The guy, his diet, it's like 95% carbs. And that guy's cut up.
But he's healthy. I'm saying you have to be healthy. Take your vitamin D. Vitamin D is crucial. And just be as healthy as you can. If you're diabetic, take your meds. If you've got heart problems, take,
be healthy.
What?
Jack is smoking while you're talking about being healthy.
As we can.
Hold it.
Yeah.
Right.
The abuse.
But yeah,
Perfect timing, Jack.
Do the things that make you as how do I put it? You want to be as immuno strong as you possibly can. You know, you want to not be susceptible to those things.
Yeah.
Rope-a-dope it though. You know.
I mean, I manage. I think it comes down to. I'm what's Jason Alexander on Seinfeld?
Costanza.
Yeah, I'm George Costanza. I'm the guy that would eat the eclair out of the top of the trash if nobody was. That's probably saved me from coronavirus.
I'll tell you one thing I'm going to miss about COVID is not having a cold. Like, I have not had a cold.
That's interesting.
No, that was the cool thing. Yeah, that was the longest I went without a cold.
Yes, but you had a life-threatening virus.
I'm just saying.
Because people are washing their hands, and the mask obviously, and then the washing the hands, I think, was a big deal. People were not washing that much.
I still had those damn allergies though.
Yeah, so did I. They even said that it doesn't stay on surfaces really that well either.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I said, honestly, it cannot be. This is back to what I was talking to Mike about. Is it just can't be super? What's the word I'm looking for? It can't be super virulent.
No.
It can be super deadly. It's I think
one or the other.
Very virulent.
Ebola is
both.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's questions as to whether they didn't just go into the jungle and burn down villages when they got it because it's that bad.
But one thing, and just to jump back to the topic du jour real quick, and then before I forget, because it was like another point, just getting back to there are certain people that are really trying to commit, acts of journalism out there that get various levels of support. Some used to work for major news companies that were then let go, like Cheryl Atkinson. I mean, whether you agree with her or not, she, Glenn Greenwald, Matt Tiavi,
Alex Berenson,
from New York Times, Matt Tiavi with Rolling Stone. I mean, 15 years ago, I would read Matt Tiavi articles. I was like, man, this guy's a freaking douchebag. And now I'm like, he gets it. Like you don't have to agree with somebody to agree with like their integrity. But I look at this, the way certain things are getting manifest. This guy, Nicholas Wade, retired. He saw a need. No one's reporting on this. He was curious himself. He was like, I needed to know. Like, that's his training. That's what he did. And then who was it in our thread that posted the link to the Abigail Schreier video?
Is that the one Jason. She was talking about the social credit?
That was Jason.
Oh, okay.
So I looked her up because I thought that was a fascinating talk. Yeah. And she had the same thing. She was an investigative reporter.
That was
the story
about transgender thing. Yeah, that was really fascinating.
Found her. Like, the people came to her and were like, look, we're trying to get to the bottom of it. And she was like, hey, okay, I'll pass it along. And then she was like, no one's doing it, so I'll do it. Like, that's how some of this stuff is getting so bad that, like, people are like, yeah, man, this is a hugely important topic, and no one's really doing any research into it.
The thing I loved about that.
But also, Mike, in her case, she has the daughter that transitioned. And
I didn't know that. Her daughter did?
Her daughter did, and then regretted it. Or no, her daughter either was an athlete, I think.
I did not know that.
I think I heard that, yeah. I remember that.
I thought it was like someone came to her whose daughter was transitioning.
No, they all came after. They all, like, the people that regretted it.
Gotcha.
I like how she delivered herself, and it's kind of like what I like when we're on and we're not bickering with each other. How she wasn't trying to like inspire you to see things her way. She was just trying to deliver information and express what her experiences were. And I also like the fact that, I mean, I've been thinking that for a really long time, is that this influx of information, these kids are getting the wrong information about how
to feel,
to live. Yeah. Like, kids have homosexual thoughts and they don't end up being homosexual. It's It's like an experimental phase. Not everybody, but people do. You know, it's
not uncommon.
It's not uncommon. But now we got if I talked about this, so I don't want to belabor it, but you know, they can now go online, and somebody who did not make a good decision, and maybe had other issues going on that led them to that decision that may have forced them to do something that they would have changed their mind about. Now they're putting something on a blog, and then this other kid that's confused sees it, and they say, oh, well, they know how I feel, so I'll do what they did. And I'm not diminishing, you know, non-binary, all these things. What I'm saying is I think they were always there, but now the zeitgeist is that you do what everybody else is doing, and
right.
There's just not even just the media, just in general, there's so much misinformation out there.
Well, I thought her point about social.
Wait a minute. It's one thing for the kids to fall for this zeitgeist.
Yeah.
It's the parents too.
Well, the parents that are like, I'm gonna use the pronouns, and I'm not saying they shouldn't.
No, no. The pronouns I'm okay with. If you want to do that with your kid, that's your business. I may not agree with it, but okay. But I'm talking about the hormones.
Well, you know that the kids can get the hormones under 18 without parental consent in a lot of places. That's the part
that's kind of effed up.
That's wrong, dude. Yeah.
And they can have young girls can have their breasts removed without parental consent in certain places.
And that's the sort of thing, again, where stuff starts getting real is when you have the school system, government, whatever, inserting themselves in between children and parents, and,
you know, I'd be
that's what gets people freaked out. I'm sorry.
Here's what I'd like to find out, and we should look into this. So there was a time where children who were homosexual, there was a large suicide rate. So one would think that if they're now, some of those children are now able to change their sex because they feel like that's what they want to do, one would think that the suicide rate amongst them would drop, wouldn't you think? I'd be interested in seeing if now that they supposedly have a solution.
No, I would think that
it's the opposite. It's the opposite.
I know. This is what I'm getting at. What I'm saying is, it would be interesting to see the numbers, because I'll bet they're the same. I'll bet the suicide rate is exactly the same.
I think it's worse. It's like 42%.
If they're more accepted, you would think that the numbers would go down.
That's the thing. They do it, and then they feel bad about the decision. That's where a lot of the suicides come from now. But still, I'd be interested to see if there was any wavering of it, or because it's really a very recent phenomenon. Like, I'd say maybe 2015 to now is when it's really ramped up. Just this whole pansexual, non-binary, all that stuff. It's really become part of the common talk.
There was a study recently that said that when they compared the numbers of it was girls that think they might be gay has dropped like drastically, and now the number of girls that think that they're boys has gone up drastically.
It's just swapped.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the one
that scares me, and I feel bad for them. I really don't have an ugly thing to say about them. I just want them to do I want them to make the healthiest choices for themselves.
Right.
And I think they're being led down a path, and maybe not even with ill intent, but just with poor information from people that may not be the best be making the best decisions in their lives.
You know, like certain Miss Page. Now, Mr.
She seems to be doing it pretty healthy, honestly.
As a middle-aged white guy, here's my opinion about young ladies who are trying to be transgender, right? Like, I've got an opinion on it. But the thing that Schreier said that I thought was amazing, and I'd never thought about before, was the social contagion aspect of this, and comparing it to the spread of bulimia and anorexia among young ladies.
They're very similar. They're very similar.
Where you have the social. I'd never even heard that term before. I was like, wow, that's pretty. And it rings. I'm not saying it's true. It rings true to me from my own experience.
What's the term, Mike?
Social contagion, in that you have certain psychological issues that can be transferred socially, and it's been already studied and shown, like bulimia and anorexia can spread through a high school population of girls. If one or two may have it and got it, or dealing with this issue, and then other people find out and they kind of
so now I'm not.
Those are all that's body dysmorphia, right?
Yeah, but now they're using a term for the non-binary kids. They're calling it gender dysmorphia. And yeah, body dysmorphia is fascinating. I've been thinking that that's what anorexia. I'm not, obviously I'm not a psychiatrist, but I did stay at Holiday Inn Express. But I do have strong feelings about this, and I do feel like, because they see themselves different, like
right. When you look like that and you think you're overweight, there's a problem.
And
there's a huge problem.
There's people that have like cut off their legs. This is just another virus of it.
So the second thing that Schreier said, in addition to the social contagion, which I thought was pretty, and I've read up on this too, and it seems to be accurate, is that the general instructions that these pediatricians and doctors that treat this, they've gone from being like approaching it from a skeptical scientific standpoint to a supportive standpoint. So if little Susie goes in to see her doctor and says, I think I'm a guy, there's no critical examination. Right. It's like, okay, well, I better support you in this and off to the races. So
the thing that I found fascinating was she said
they call that assertive treatment.
Yes.
Assertive treatment. Like a lot of doctors are only doing that now.
Well, here's the thing. Do you remember when she said that there in I think it was like 2015, like kind of
affirmative
treatment. Yeah, affirmative treatment.
Which saying yes to everything isn't great. But remember, she also said that like I want to say like 2015, like at the beginning of her story, that there was only like one or two gender transition clinics in the United States. Yeah. And now there's like 300. Yeah, that's in 6 years. That you know what that says? That says it's being monetized too. It's money. It's money. And don't you can tell me all day long that this is trying to keep kids safe and don't want them to kill themselves and all that, but that's too rapid of a growth. I do not believe 300 clinics are all being altruistic, and it's just to do the right thing.
I think there's also, this is my own personal opinion, whatever, I think there's also a lot of like Munchausen by proxy going on with these parents.
Absolutely. My kid's interesting because they think they're, you know what I mean?
And it gives you something to talk about in your little coffee clutch or whatever. Like, Susie Q is, it's like fashionable. I mean, look, it's hard to believe people are like that until you've met them. And when you meet them, it's
frightening.
It's very disturbing, but they do exist.
I've been around. Oh, you mean the Munchausen? But yeah, I see.
When you meet them, like I was like, man, that's like crazy. And then like I start, and I'm like, that's really sad. Like
we constantly have somebody come in, and then their parents come to visit them, and we're like, we need to get you a room. Mm-hmm. Like they're like
giddy about their kids.
Look at the athletes like Todd Marinovich. Remember his story? So I mean, it's nothing.
No, new. What story? What's up?
Todd Marinovich. So the father wanted to be an athlete and a quarterback, but he wasn't that good. So he pushed his son really hard to be a quarterback, and he was like pushed him too hard, really. And the kid just burned out, and it was a disaster. He did get drafted by the Raiders, of course, but
of course the Raiders, right?
Well, wait a minute, Tom. Was he one of the Brady Six?
I I don't know.
Is he one of the
Might have
what?
been before that.
Okay. The Brady six, the 6 quarterbacks that were drafted in front of Tom Brady.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
By the way, I just have to say, Tom has the best background ever. Like, is that a video
Borealis
loop, or is it playing? Is like, are you actually in front of the Aurora Borealis right now? Like,
No, that's floating coronavirus behind me. It's just loose.
So what do you guys think? Do you think that I think we're getting past it. Like, I think actually, even if they didn't vaccinate anybody else, you're going to have people that are naturally resistant. And then we've got a lot of people now that have been. I think people are still going to wear masks. Not everybody.
Dude, I'm vaccinated. I can drive 100 miles an hour in the Beltway now. Like, there's no repercussions for anything I do. I'm totally cool.
I cough in people's faces and just go, it's cool, man.
Yeah. I can juggle chainsaws. Like, I'm golden.
You're like Superman now.
Yeah, man.
You're all about that.
That's great. This was a good one. I'm glad we went down this road. So here I got a question. Does anybody know when we're supposed to find out all the alien news?
I thought it was today.
I thought it was June 24th.
Really?
Oh,
what alien news?
So there's
alien journalists, man. Like, come on.
So
that's what they're focused on.
The government's supposed
to coronavirus. They're focusing on UFOs.
Yeah. So apparently the government is going to release a bunch of information about, what do they call them, UAPs now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So all those videos that you guys were showing me like a couple months ago.
Yeah. I saw your video, Doug.
I saw it was debunked by a guy on the internet.
And it's my favorite guy, Thunderfoot. I love him.
Thunderfoot.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Tic Tac is debunked?
The Tic Tac's debunked?
Is that what you're saying?
Are you sure?
Darcy said it's regular.
Did you watch the video? Did you
did.
watch the video?
I watch everything, man.
Right. What's his name?
That thing seems to be moving way
Thunderfoot. I love that guy. He said, let me see, I think it was like 3 years ago, something like that. He did a video about Elon Musk and his Hyperloop, and he was like, yeah, that's not a thing, you know. He was explaining why, and it makes total sense.
Yeah, you love Thunderfoot, all right, because you hate Elon Musk.
I don't hate him.
I like him.
You should stay in your lane. Yeah, he's a liar.
He just dislikes him a lot.
Right,
but
I will say, Darcy, the video of the lady beekeeper was very good.
Yeah, you know, it's sad though, but I've known a lot of people that have killed whole colonies of bees, thinking that, you know, something's going on, you know, and they're just trying to find a home.
A little known fact: in addition to running a BBS for a while, I also kept bees for a while when I was in college for like a year. And when I started out, I had like the whole freaking outfit with the
yeah.
But then within, because you know, there's always like the cool dude that's like, man, you don't need that shit. So like after a year, I was out there in shorts and flip flops, like no hat on, nothing. I got stung one time in a year.
Nature. Hey Zeus, remember that time when we were kids? We were walking over that bridge, and I got stung by like 3 or 4 bees, and I was like, "Run, Zeus, run!
Get out while you can!"
Actually, I set you up, Darcy.
Yeah, it turns into the ending of that movie, My Girl. Yeah. Where are his glasses? Where are Darcy's glasses? He forgot his glasses.
My favorite Darcy story was us skateboarding when it was the thing.
What the what?
And we went to my aunt's wedding, which was on October 31st. It was on Halloween, and they let us have a few beers, and then they let us have a few more beers, and then we got home we were on our skateboards. And Darcy just, I'm looking, he's going really fast, and then all I see is feet up in the air, and he landed right on his tailbone.
Oh.
And he goes, whoops.
Were these like the fat boards or like the little?
Yeah. The nice boards. $200 skateboards.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. But that was pretty funny. But I'm intrigued. So who's got next week, by the way, Mike?
Me.
Okay.
Tom.
What do you think we're gonna do? Give us a little
No,
idea.
don't put him on the spot.
Yeah, you don't gotta.
Okay, fair enough.
Top
fair enough.
secret.
So
Top
my
secret.
alternate, I have an idea.
Next
And,
week, Tom talks a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want Tom. I want to hear Tom for the whole. I'm not even gonna say anything the whole time.
I mean,
But I will say,
We'll just mute ourselves.
I think,
you have the floor.
I think we should come up with, even though we're gonna keep. I like this round robin thing. I think we should come up with a little set list of general topics. So if someone can't think of one, we can just like jump to it. Because the ones where we have no idea what we're doing, they're not charting as well. Like we're getting word from corporate, they're not performing up to standards. We need to have topical things.
I love that you
But
guys.
we're all going to lose our jobs, and I
I
don't
love
want
that
to.
you guys are on top of that. Somebody needs to be.
You're fired.
The original topic.
Hey, I'm waiting.
The original topic until I
He
read
wants
this
to be
article.
fired.
It was going to be fatherhood. I thought that would be a good topic.
Oh boy.
We could still do that. Father's Day's when?
Week after next.
Okay. I mean, mine aren't here, so I'll just be crying as you guys.
So I'm just saying, as we like all aspects, like grandfathers, fathers, so like the whole paradigm. I think it's fascinating, but I'm kind of new to the game, so
I got some good dad stories. For
How
my
old are your kids? How old are your kids?
I have one, and she's just
One.
turned 6,
Okay.
and I'm
My boy just turned. He
years
just
old.
turned 5. He just turned 5.
Cool.
I was there when she was conceived.
Great. That's nice, huh?
So say the words, Jack.
Yeah, boys, we've been on for a while now. I think it's time we should wrap it up.
All right.
Yeah.
Have a good night, fellas.
Good night, guys. Don't go anywhere,
Take it
though.
easy.
Bye, Dios.
All right, so we're gonna start off this time by mentioning to everybody to go ahead and click like on Facebook and subscribe on YouTube. That means you guys as well, because it's ridiculous that we don't have at least 5 or 6 on each of these.
Hit like on YouTube also,
Yeah.
and make a comment like how much one of us sucks.
Who's that?
I don't know, me. I don't care.
Okay. I'll say it right now. You suck.
Thank you.
Just got that out of the way.
All right, good.
So Tom is going to be running the show today. I got a little hint of what it's about behind me.
All right.
But Tom, why don't you go ahead and get into
All
it?
right, guys. Can you guys hear me okay, or do I need to be closer to the mic?
Loud and clear.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Good.
So I had an idea for a topic I thought would be good for us for tonight. This came up recently, and you hear about these things in the news all the time, these tech mergers, Google buys YouTube, and you're like, oh, okay. And, AOL, Verizon buys AOL, okay. And this last one, for some reason, the last one that came across was Amazon buys MGM. So now Amazon owns James Bond. And it kind of hit me this time. And I'm like, wow, this is happening a lot. Like more and more of these companies, especially the tech companies, are kind of consolidating and merging. And the market for the consumers is dwindling and all of this stuff. And I started to look into it a little bit, and I realized I wasn't really the only person that felt this way. So apparently there's even legislation from the U.S. House of Representatives that they're working on to fight these platform monopolies. So I want to kind of get into this. And this is a big kind of sprawling topic. So I want to kind of stay organized as best I can. And I invite you guys to jump in and interject. Feel free to interrupt me if you think.
Sorry, you said to interrupt.
Okay.
Or
But okay, so what I'm going to do, if you just bear with me, I'll just take like 2 minutes to kind of lay this out. I want to kind of go through the history of antitrust, and then we'll talk about this legislation that's come up, and then we'll go through some examples of things that are kind of unfair practices that are happening out there, and then we'll talk about some of the other companies. And then by the end, I think I want to get into something that I call monopoly of thought, which is where some of these companies are really trying to dictate what people think and believe, and they're excluding certain people. And we kind of know what that's about. We'll get into that towards the end. But if you guys are ready, I'm going to start off by going through a little history lesson on antitrust. This will be quick, but so if you recall, like way back, Teddy Roosevelt was one of the first ones to kick this off back in 1906 when they did the trust buster, Teddy Roosevelt with the like Standard Oil. And they took Standard Oil and they busted it up and broke it up into a bunch of smaller oil companies. And that, in the long term, that turned out to be a benefit because all these smaller companies, when you have like more companies, the development and the innovation is better, and they move things along better, and they compete for prices, so it's better for the consumer. So that turned out to be a good thing. Then by the 50s and 60s, it started to shift a little bit where they were against monopolies and antitrust, but it was more because of what Hitler did in World War II, where you had in Germany, they were looking at it like, okay, they had just a few, like a handful of companies that owned all the stuff in Germany, and those companies supported Hitler, and they think that that's what helped the fascists. So they took that and they looked at it and said, okay, well, monopolies are definitely bad then. We don't want that to happen here because monopolies could lead to fascism or communism. So that's how it was kind of developing. And then by the 1970s, that's, if you remember, the big breakup in the 70s was AT&T. So they took AT&T, which was huge. They broke that up into all these little the baby bells, I think they called them. So you had like Southwest Bell and just all over the country because AT&T was just too big. And what happened was, so when Reagan came in, right on the tail of that, when that was happening, Reagan came in 1980, and he was a conservative. And so they started to back off of the monopolies and the antitrust stuff because Reagan thought that the government was getting too involved in the businesses, right? Because he's conservative. So for a while there, everything kind of went away and you didn't hear too much about it. And then in the 90s, when Microsoft, then this is when the techs kind of brought it back, because Microsoft was the first one in the 90s. If you remember, like way back, Microsoft was actually giving money to Apple so that the Apple Macintosh, they were kind of propping it up so that Apple could stay in business because because Microsoft didn't want to be a monopoly. So they were like purposely trying to keep their competitor afloat. Which is kind of insane when you think about it. But that was happening in the 90s. Oh, there's Reagan. So that brings us to today. So today, like I said, there's all these mergers that are happening. So Google, for example, owns YouTube. Google owns Fitbit and Nest. Twitter owns Periscope. Verizon owns AOL and Yahoo.
Hey, Periscope. Isn't there something strange about Periscope? What's their gig?
Well,
they stick up out of the water and show you what's on the horizon.
It's good if you're in a submarine.
There is no horizon because the Earth is flat.
Isn't that the video that supposedly goes away?
No, that's Snapchat. Periscope.
Yeah, that's something else.
Periscope, but isn't there something weird about them?
It's a you can broadcast things yourself, like worldwide on video. Okay. And no, it gets saved. It's not temporary like Snapchat.
Okay.
So the evil thing that Twitter did with Periscope, so think about this. So there was a company called Meerkat that was on Twitter. They were doing what Periscope does, which is you can broadcast these videos, live videos. So Twitter buys Periscope, and then they put that on Twitter, And then they go to Meerkat and they say, okay, you're off. And they only gave them like 2 hours notice. They say you got 2 hours to either change your business or you're off because we got Periscope and we're going with them. So they basically just ran Meerkat off of their platform. That's the power that they had. So that's what some of these companies are doing. Google, for example, Google has gotten into a lot of trouble for pushing their own products and services. So we talk about Nest and Fitbit and YouTube videos or Google Health and all these things. If you search those phrases, Google puts their own products and services at the top of the search results. Now, for a long time, for many years, that was kind of suspected but people, they thought, okay, people are just complaining, but they actually found out that this is true. So there was a government, is that a meerkat? Thanks for keeping up with us, Mr. Jobs, from behind the grave. So for many years, a lot of people thought that it was just kind of a suspicion.
He's adorable.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But there was a House panel that looked into this, and they concluded that no, it was definitely true. When they looked at all the evidence and everything, Google was definitely pushing their own search results, their own products to the top of their own search results. So they were using their own platform to promote their own services. So when things like this are happening, where there's this unfair advantage is being created, this is where the legislation now comes in. And this is, it's supposedly a bipartisan legislation. And it seems that way on the surface. I'm on the surface. I'm not sure who at the end of the day is going to really support it or if it's going to be passed.
Is this the one, Tom, is this the one in the House with Buck?
Yeah, Republican from Colorado, Buck, he's on it. Gooden, the Republican from Texas, is in there. Cicilline, the Democrat from Rhode Island, and Jayapal, the Democrat from Washington. Those are the big four.
Right.
So it's Democrats and Republicans are in there, and they're all kind of throwing in their own pieces. I think Democrats have certain things that they're looking to get out of it, and Republicans are more concerned with the censorship and those sorts of things that are happening. So they've each got their pet, goals as part of the legislation. But so what the legislation is trying to do, so they want to, number one, they want to keep the companies, the platforms from being able to prioritize their own products. So like I just explained, Google is doing this a lot. Amazon does this. Amazon's really evil with the way they do it because Amazon has what they call preferred customer status.
Yeah.
So if you're selling on Amazon, you have to promise Amazon that you'll give them your lowest price. So you can't sell somewhere else for a lower price than what you sell on Amazon. So this is kind of unfair because then the companies can't really leave and go anywhere else. And the worst thing that Amazon does, because they've got all the sales data and all the customer data, they know what products sell, they know what works. So then they'll come in and they'll create their own company and their own products and then sell them on Amazon, competing with their own sellers.
Right.
So they'll come in and sell the same product because they know what sells and how much they can make off of it. And they'll run their regular sellers, off and put them out of business because Amazon can sell it cheaper because they don't have to pay the fees and whatnot that go along with it.
And that gets Amazon's choice, right? Like that's the first shit that comes up with.
Amazon Basics, I think is what they call it.
Yeah.
With the Amazon, I don't mind it so much because quite frankly, a lot of those companies were gouging with the prices anyway. I mean, Amazon's done a lot. I mean, whatever you think about Bezos, who cares? I mean, he's done a lot of good stuff. I mean, now you can literally order anything and have it shipped for free. If you have a what I consider a very good deal, you get all these movies and books and with Prime. And
you get a lot.
Did we mention? Wait,
what you're paying for.
Did we mention that Zeus just started a new job with Amazon last week in their marketing department? I didn't. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that.
Don't get me wrong, Bezos, he's an asshole, but I mean, I use it all the time. I don't know about you guys, but I use it.
I do as well. I mean, I'm guilty of it.
It's changed the way the mail is working.
The Amazon delivery guy, one of them, he was like, I never pass this house without having to stop, because I just use it for like everything. It's like, oh yeah, I need that. Oh yeah, I need that. Oh yeah, I got to go in and get $35 worth of stuff, so then I don't have to pay the $2.99 rush.
But you don't even have to do $35 worth of stuff. You don't even have to.
Do that. Oh, because if you want stuff to come the same day or the next day,
right,
you have to buy $35 worth of stuff.
And you get if you're a Prime customer, if you're a Prime customer, then you get it already.
Yeah, you get
it free with Prime customer. No, if you want it to be the same day or next day, right? And it's not a special shipment, meaning like it's something that would normally they can ship it to you in a day, right? You have to pay a $2.99 fee, unless it's $35. It's got to be $35 or more, and then it's totally free, and you can get it the same day.
You guys remember when Amazon started, like a long time ago?
Books, yeah, it was the CDs, the DVDs.
They were trying to sell like books, yeah. Probably books.
Oh yeah, that's right. They did books.
Now AOL was the CDs.
No. They were you would mail in. What wasn't it? Oh, that was Netflix. Sorry, that was Netflix.
AOL had the discs that you would get the minutes on.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the worst.
Used them as coasters.
It'd be like 17 million minutes on this disc. It's like, all right,
whatever.
Amazon struggled for a long time.
Oh yeah, they were made fun of. They had no revenue. Yeah.
They were Barnes and Noble was a major competitor of theirs for a while.
They played the long game and just gobbled up market share. That's all Bezos did. He had enough deep pockets.
Yeah,
and investors.
I mean, the pockets are really deep today, and that's the problem. Like what Darcy's saying, they're so entrenched now and they're so big and so powerful. It's kind of a problem, especially when they start making their own products and putting it on that same platform and competing with the other sellers. And some of the evil stuff that Amazon does, like where they'll use like the US Post Office to deliver their stuff, and it's cheaper than having them deliver it than having Amazon deliver it themselves. So they'll like run the algorithms and then figure out which items to send through the USPS.
I don't know. I'm kind of. It makes things easier for me. I guess I'm just part of the machine. I don't have a problem with Amazon so much. It solves a lot of issues. Think about how much money you save a year now not paying shipping. But everything you used to buy that you had shipped was like.
Oh, and it took 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
I would say about probably about half the things I wanted, I didn't purchase because as soon as I see that 4 to 6 weeks, I'm like, I might not want it in 4 to 6 weeks. Why do I want this thing showing up?
Can Amazon do a good job of doing that without like being the spawn of hell with how they do their business?
But tell me, how are they the spawn of hell? I mean, you're.
Well, what I'm saying is it's a race. It's basically a race to the bottom, right? They're selling themselves as a platform to do business on, and they're making deals with these companies, and then they're going around and basically shoving them out. I mean, they're both the platform and the product.
Well, I mean, if you know that that's going to happen, you know, at what point is it your fault, and at what point is it their fault?
Well, that's where the legislation comes in. Right. I mean, no one's going to argue the value that they've provided in terms of shipping and convenience, but they're engaging in anti-competitive behavior that is driving out other options that may result in cheaper prices for other products. I mean, there are actions that are explicitly designed to.
I mean, isn't that the same thing that's happening with like Walmart when they open up shop, you know, and then all these small businesses go out of business.
Had a problem with that.
And I've even seen areas where the Walmart does all that. All the small businesses are gone, and then they, for whatever reason, they decide, oh, we're shutting this Walmart down.
Yeah, the profits went down 0.3%, so we're out of here.
But did you see how Amazon is opening up brick and mortar stores now?
I did not know.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. Yeah. Oh, and in their stores, they don't have any workers in there. It's all automated or whatever.
Right.
And, but to Zeus's point, though, Zeus, okay, so play this out to its logical end. Where does it end up? If in other words, if a platform can also give its own subsidiary companies beneficial treatment, play that out so basically you end up with one manufacturer of everything. And do you think the deals are still going to be super awesome then? Right. Yeah. Do you think they're going to be
it's like the restaurant wars or whatever? Taco Bell.
Well, no, but here's what it may do. It may hold these other organizations to task. I mean, for instance, when you buy something and you're not satisfied with it on Amazon, you send it back. They don't charge you anymore. You just send it back. There used to be restocking fees, things like that. So what I'm getting at is this is a healthy competition. It just happens to be a Goliath. There will be a David. There will be somebody that comes back and does, creates the new widget. We're always going through these changes. It's not like Amazon's been around for 5 years. They've been doing this for going on what, 20?
But the thing about this legislation, the reason why, and again, I mean, it's just funny, I'm laughing, arguing the side of it, but basically the benefit, there has to be a benefit for the people, right? Which is innovation, competition. Once a monopoly, and that was the issue, with AT&T or, the Bell companies.
They killed Kennedy.
Well, what I'm saying is innovation, once the monopoly takes over the space, the innovation and the savings, it starts to crash because there's not the motive. It's the competition that gives the public, us, the best products at the lowest prices we can get. I mean, I'm not saying that's the question is when do you jump in, but that's the reason this legislation exists.
It should be regulated. I agree to a degree.
Okay, Zeus. It's the platform that's the problem. And let's put it in context. Let's compare it to what Apple is doing. I mean, the service that Amazon provides is great. And that platform for the sellers is great. But it's when they start selling their own stuff and competing with those sellers, that's where it gets unfair. So let's put that in context with what Apple is doing.
Well,
so Apple has a good platform with the App Store, right? All these businesses can come in, sell their apps. That's great. They're providing that platform. So one of those is Spotify. So Spotify comes in, they're selling the music, songs and albums or whatever. And they're doing that on the App Store. They're using Apple's platform. But when Apple provides their own music store and they don't have to pay the extra charges and fees, that's where it gets to be unfair because they're competing against the third-party businesses that want to be on that platform. You see how it's different, and you see how it gets to be unfair.
But see,
but they started off with that. There was Apple was selling media before Spotify existed. I mean, it's kind of like I don't know. I look at some of the services like that Google offers. And that like Apple offers, it's kind of like a steering wheel on a car. And it's the same analogy that Microsoft used for like having the browser built into Windows. Remember Netscape and, there were a bunch of them.
Oh yeah, Netscape. Yeah.
Netscape, yeah. Netscape complained about this very issue because of that.
So
right, but what good is what good was a Windows PC without a browser? People, and back then it was hard. Like, you know, I was in IT, and I'll tell you, it was hard. It was hard to, you know, set up a system, get Windows working properly, and then figure a way to get a browser onto your machine without already having a browser. You know, you had to know how to use like Punter and Gopher and all these other things in order to grab something. So that was a value add, having that built in. You know, maybe it needed to be crippled or something. So
what did it do to Netscape? Where are they at now?
Crushed them.
Right. So
well, wait, didn't Netscape just turn into Firefox? I thought.
No. So Firefox is a oh man,
Mozilla.
it's kind of but it's like it's a community kind of thing.
Yeah.
What do they call that?
Netscape was like
open source.
What's that?
Open
right.
source?
It's like it's kind of like open source, right?
Well, it wasn't always.
Well, so here's my thing, though, in answer to what you were saying, Tom. I actually I'm going to flip it on you and say that I think Apple is far more predatory than Amazon. I mean, for instance, you can't get a car on Amazon yet. Probably you will be able to one day. But anyway, I'm saying it doesn't own all the things that can be sold. You can't buy a house there. There's lots of things. You can't buy a kidney. But Apple, the thing I don't like about Apple is they're very proprietary. Like I have Apple stuff. I don't mind it. It's not affecting me. Not that I at least have a sense of, but with Apple, you can't use your Apple Watch with a Galaxy phone. I mean, maybe that's changed, but I'm pretty sure that that's still the case. There's certain things you cannot do with Apple because they're proprietary. You can't use other products with them, and I find that to be kind of unethical.
Right.
But
that's
then
why
again,
Google owns Fitbit now. They acquired Fitbit so they can make their own smartwatch.
But then again, you know, they're entitled to a certain degree. We also have to say, hey, they built this shit. They are entitled to a certain degree to do what they want with it. But when it becomes unethical, that's when it, you know, that's where it bothers me. When it affects the general public's lives.
Let me give you an example. This might help you put it in perspective. So let's think of like a shopping mall as a platform. So all those stores in the shopping mall, they pay rent to the shopping mall, right? So they're on that platform. So let's say there's a Babbage's in there, and there's a Fredericks of Hollywood in the mall.
Orange Julius.
And Orange Julius. There's a little newsstand that sells magazines and books. So all these stores are paying rent to the shopping mall. Now, let's say the shopping mall goes out and starts doing mergers and acquisitions, and they buy GameStop. Then they put a GameStop in the mall. The GameStop doesn't have to pay rent because the mall owns GameStop. So that's unfair now because the Babbage's still has to pay rent. So they're not going to be able to compete with the prices of the video games with GameStop. And let's say the mall goes out and buys Victoria's Secrets, puts that in there. So that now you've got them competing with the Fredericks of Hollywood, but the Victoria's Secret doesn't have to pay rent.
I like this analogy.
So you see how this works now?
Yeah,
So
but
platform, you can't compete against your own platform customers. It's unfair.
I agree to a certain point, but you know,
it stifles innovation. It doesn't matter if it's fair or unfair. It stifles innovation. That's why we have laws.
That as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but I'm saying it is a net over. It's good, and then at a certain point, it starts being bad. And the conflict is what is that point? Like, are we past it? Are we still 10 years away from it? And
I'm not oblivious to what you're talking about. I've got a monopoly sign behind me. Okay, I mean, I know what we're talking about, and I do not believe there should be monopolies, but you have to have that Goliath out there to inspire somebody to come and take them down. It's happened before. Blockbuster We used to, that's where you got your movies. How many mom and pops did they close down? You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot.
A ton of them. I remember Errol's Video. Some of you guys lived here.
Yeah.
Remember
Well,
Errol?
before Blockbuster, I knew
It was before Blockbuster, yeah.
3 people
then,
that owned video stores.
And then there were other ones before that, just your neighborhood one with the curtain and you went behind it and that's where the good stuff was.
Yeah, but they just beat them. It wasn't using some sort of underhanded backdoor.
Sure it was. They did it for less prices or they gave memberships.
Straight. That's not what Tom's been talking about. Really, I mean, it's you could, if you're talking about just straight ruthless business is business, yeah, you could put it underneath that umbrella and say it's all the same. But it's definitely, it's not, the intent isn't to provide better service or prices or product. The intent is to drive out competition. They're trying to get their competitors out.
Yeah, and Tom talked about the fact that it was sort of a big deal when antitrust started, because it does sort of fly in the face of don't let the government get involved in the free market. But there was a reason to do it. You know what I mean? Like a couple of times, especially as World War II happened, and they were just like, we can't let this happen again.
So
not on our watch. And you know, there is some validity to that.
And I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is we have to look at this from a different perspective as well. For instance, those Errol's did, maybe it wasn't with malice, Blockbuster, maybe this wasn't trying to drive out competition, but I mean, come on, competition costs you money. So yes, they were. And this is just an evolution of that. Something is going to come along or some company is going to come along and do the same thing.
It would be unfair if Blockbuster, let's say Blockbuster started acquiring MGM and Paramount, if they owned all the movie companies that were producing the movies, and then they said, okay, you can only be in Blockbuster, you can't have these movies and Errol's, then that would start to get unfair if they started.
Blockbuster didn't carry some movies though. Blockbuster did ban certain movies. So what's that say?
But it's not. They weren't like wholesale banning stuff. It was probably just like censoring.
Here's what I'm getting at. I'm not saying you're wrong, but what I'm saying is this is a natural course for things. Yes, we should regulate. We should do all that, but this is inspiring change. And the other thing, we've discussed this before, is that everything now is coming at such a rapid pace. It feels like an onslaught, but it's really just the pace of everything now. Everything is fast.
What about all of them teaming up together?
How about the ownership buying the media companies, and so you never see any stories about what Tom's talking about?
Yeah. So Amazon owns Washington Post. Verizon owns Huffington Post. There's some other ones. These companies are like gobbling up the news media. You talk about NBC, all these companies, Universal, NBC,
those ones I'm far more worried about.
Paramount, Disney owns ABC, so on and so forth.
I'm far more worried about the legacy media companies than print. Print is kind of,
how often do you see negative press about AT&T? I mean, seriously.
Or Disney?
Almost never. I mean, I'm just saying but what I'm saying, look, from an ethical standpoint, business is business, whatever you want to say. But if you're selling yourself a certain way and you're behaving another way,
yeah, I agree.
Calling out that bullshit is totally valid. It's not like, oh, well, I mean, that's a totally valid point. They just don't want anyone thinking about that.
You talk about the natural course of the business. Okay, Zeus. But remember like the movie, The Blob?
Mm-hmm.
But the natural course, it would keep like gobbling things up. It would keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. If nobody jumped in and did anything, it would just get so big, it would take over the entire world, right? That's what these companies are doing. Yeah, the natural course, they'll get bigger and bigger and bigger. But that's not good. like Mike is saying, for competition and for innovation, it's not good to have fewer and fewer companies and controlling everything.
Yeah, I just think that, Facebook is going to want a piece of Amazon, so they're going to do things to stunt them. That'll bring Amazon down. I think that these things will weed themselves out. I don't even use some of the products that you're talking about, some of the services.
I don't have an Apple.
I don't use Instagram. I don't use Twitter. I don't use Tumblr. I don't use a lot of them.
But you do use Grindr a lot.
I use Grindr daily.
We're not the target audience.
But Facebook also owns WhatsApp. So if you're using one of those, though, if you're using Facebook, they'll either get you with Facebook or Instagram or WhatsApp. Somewhere in there, you're going to
have both of those.
One of their products.
I use Facebook and WhatsApp.
As long as they have your info,
and
they can transfer that info to Instagram. Same thing with Google. They got your info and your data somewhere in that pipeline, so they can extract that, mine it, sell it, and use it to create.
I've got some heartbreaking news for everyone. We are not the target demographic. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Speak for yourself.
Actually, I think everybody is the target demographic. I
would agree. But most purchasing is done by much younger people, and it's more
still true.
I believe so. I mean, I don't have the latest, but
it was mostly women, right? That was the thing.
Don't be sexist, Tom.
Women would do most of the. Well, that's the way it was in the old days. They would cater the advertising to women because they did most of the.
There are no women anymore.
Okay, there you go.
Amazon bought them all. Now you can get your Amazon Basics women.
Speaking of gender fluid, so let's talk about Disney.
If they're over 35.
So Disney owns like ABC, right? They own ESPN, and then they bought Pixar, and then they bought Star Wars, and then they bought Marvel. And then they bought something else. I got to look at my notes.
Muppets.
Oh, Fox was the last one. But did they buy the Muppets?
They bought Jim Henson, yeah.
Oh, Jim Henson. So then they bought Fox Entertainment, not Fox News. So they own the Simpsons now.
Wait, yeah. Didn't they also browbeat Sony out of Spider-Man?
No, they both owned it was like a proprietary thing. There was a contract. They could have it for so long. But that also, there's Fox, Disney, and
Pixar and Star Wars and Marvel.
Right. He just
ESPN.
Tom and I were talking about this earlier. He doesn't like some of the stuff that Disney's doing, and I'm loving the Marvel.
Okay. Show of hands. Who's happy with what Disney's doing with the Marvel shows? The new shows.
It's mixed. My feelings are mixed.
I like WandaVision. I like
the WandaVision.
Yeah, Falcon and the Winter Soldier is amazing.
WandaVision, no.
You were entitled to your opinion.
I like it. Did you watch the whole thing? You watched the whole thing?
Yeah, the end with the witch.
Maybe the end was a little weak.
Versus the good witch. It was corny.
The end was a little weak, but the overall show was pretty damn good.
Yeah, but guys, you got to realize Marvel's dealing with B-listers this whole phase now. You already got rid of Thor, the Hulk, Captain America, Iron Man. Like, you're dealing with Wanda and the Vision.
Yeah, but it was good. It was really good.
But it is what it is. It is what it is.
And I would hardly, if we want to get comic nerdy here, Vision and Scarlet Witch were not B-list characters.
Oh,
yeah, they were.
Yeah, they
what?
were. Yeah,
nonsense.
I beg to differ.
I disagree completely.
Those are not household names.
They had their own.
No. Of course, they're not household names, but in the comics, they were huge. A standard. I mean,
look, I've got
especially Vision. When I was a little kid reading the Avengers, I thought he was the Avengers. He was like he was one of the most permanent fixture.
How about Scarlet Witch was a member of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. Her brother's Quicksilver. Their dad's Magneto.
I know. Yeah. Hello.
She's not a weak character.
I know. Okay. Whatever. I beg to differ. I'm with Tom.
And now, if you were to say Falcon and the Winter Soldier were B-listers, yeah, but that show freaking rocks.
Guys, we're all waiting for the X-Men and the Fantastic Four. Let's be real.
I never gonna like a Fantastic Four movie. They're dumb. One of the guys is stretchy, the other one's a rock.
Okay, well, the X-Men.
But why were they not in the end game? Like you had these whole Fantastic Four and X-Men, like they didn't.
Quick, we need somebody that can stretch really far.
Hey, you know what? You know what? It'll be crucial at some point.
The best thing about the Fantastic Four was Doctor Doom.
Yes, they're going to bring him back too, obviously.
That one I could get into, but
they need to make the Secret Wars.
Wait, we should
make a movie.
We should put Tom back on the tracks here. I mean, I don't know.
Yes. Let's get back to Monopoly.
Okay. So the point is with Disney, and if you look at what they did with Star Wars and Bad Batch, sorry, Darcy, I'm not a fan of Bad Batch either.
Bad Batch is very good.
It's bad. Come on.
Nope.
Even like children are not happy with it. So the point is, so if you look at what they did, so the problem with Disney now, this is where they get in trouble for me, is with this hive mind. And when they fired Gina Carano, and for no justifiable reason, no good reason really, it was just more of a cancel culture sort of thing. When they did that, I mean, that kind of showed me that you can't have everybody that works for such a large company and all these components of Disney that we just mentioned and laid out. They can't all have the same opinion about everything. And you can't fire people just because they don't have the hive mind opinion.
That I can get
in charge.
The business side of it, I can get into. The shaping the zeitgeist part, not so cool on. I don't like them being able to. The cancel culture, Me Too, woke, all this stuff, and I'm just over it.
Do you guys remember on South Park when Randy Marsh went to China with Mickey Mouse and all the Avengers?
Didn't watch that one.
You got to look up an episode called Made in China.
Oh, that's everything.
You have to.
I mean, there's something.
You have to.
Comedy Central, I mean, they've maintained their integrity. They still show South Park and those guys fuck against the system completely.
They're the only show that can still do what they do, and now they're not even doing it. They put out like one special every like 6-7 months on HBO Max.
They're not doing new ones?
No, and also HBO Max, when they got South Park, they banned like 5 episodes.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And NBC is doing the same thing. So NBC bought WWE Network. I don't know if you guys are wrestling fans like me. So all of those old videos and matches that were on the WWE Network, now you have to go on to NBC Peacock to watch those. But what they're doing is they're going through all of these years and years of wrestling matches, and they're pulling out things that they think are questionable to them for their taste.
Wow.
Yeah, so things like the Roddy Piper, remember that Roddy Piper match against Bad News Brown, where he had like the half black and half white face?
Yeah.
No? Or like the ref, one thing that the woke people are always upset about is in wrestling, they used to always like refer to the Pearl Harbor. Oh, he Pearl Harbored that guy, which is when you like attack somebody from behind, like before the match starts. So they always thought that was anti-Asian, which it wasn't really. I mean, it was a historical. Pearl Harbor was attacking somebody before the war actually started.
Oh, they could have come up with something way more offensive than Pearl Harbor.
There probably was, but just things like that. I mean, NBC is now, they're combing through the entire catalog that they purchased for like $1 billion, and they're taking out all this stuff that's in there from years and years ago. So this is happening across different platforms. It's not just Disney.
Well, that happened with CNN too.
What did CNN do?
I don't know. I think it's Hulu or somebody had like all the old episodes of the Larry King Show.
Yeah. What was offensive in Larry King?
No, there was an episode where, and they screwed up because they actually like went back and changed the numbers. There was an episode. Do you remember the chick Tara Reid who accused Joe Biden of doing something?
I don't know about that, but I know who Tara Reid is.
Yeah, no, not that Tara Reid.
She's an actress.
Oh,
okay. No, this was like an intern or a staff aide. Mike knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And she accused him of like groping her on in the Capitol, and like they had politicians on Larry King Live talking about sexual harassment, and the woman's mother from California called up.
Oh yeah.
And they actually
in the time it happened, like 94,
right, like the day after, and they removed the episode from their archives, and they actually shifted the number of episodes so that one doesn't exist.
Oof.
But somebody had like a copy of it, and I remember somebody on TV like showed it, and it was pretty effed up. But the fact that somebody went back in the archives and like got rid of it, and then altered the numbers, like it's
recently the you know that image of the Chinese guy standing in front of the tank.
Oh yeah,
so they were saying if you tried to like look that up, it wasn't showing up in the search results
on the anniversary.
Yeah, people were accusing them of so that, I mean,
in the US, not just in China. It's never available in China.
Wait, what? Google?
Bing.
Oh, Bing. I don't know what
Disney is actively removes scenes with black people in order to appeal to the Chinese audiences.
Well, they also add more Chinese people supposedly to scenes too.
How does that appeal? Because Chinese loves like the NBA.
Well, it has something to do with just the
interaction.
There aren't that many black people in China, so I don't know. They do it. They've done it in huge blockbuster films.
It's weird. I didn't know about that. But how because the NBA has a big relationship with China. So how are they like putting that on? Are they like editing out like all like 99% of the
Chinese government maybe, but I don't know, maybe not what the people find appealing. I don't know.
So when they watch it on Chinese television, it's just Yao Ming basically playing one-on-one.
Right.
So Yao Ming. Everyone's
no. It's Yao Ming and that kid who used to play for the Knicks, whatever the hell his name is.
Jason Williams.
No, there was
Lee.
The Lynn.
Yeah.
Lynn Sanity.
Yeah, Lynn Sanity. Right. Okay. Good call.
You guys are talking basketball. I got nothing.
Yeah. Oh, there he is, Tiananmen Square. Look at that.
Remember that when the tank would like jig to the left and he would like jig to the left?
A badass motherfucker.
He's holding his grocery bags.
Yeah, I love that he's like carrying a shopping bag with him.
He's got his like milk and bread.
No, you get out of my way.
Yeah, what about Jason? What about pictures of what was going on in Hong Kong last year? Like, do we have anything of that, or has that been banned too? People getting shot in the street.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen. No,
nothing's going on in Hong Kong.
You guys remember that one guy in Hong Kong? He was like, "Donald Trump, don't trust China. China is asshole."
Well, let's move that.
China is asshole.
Somebody made like a whole music video about that with the Gangnam Style or something.
Yeah, Gundam Style. Yeah.
I bet you that's gone too. There's no way you can find it.
Gundam Style? Why not?
No, I mean
the parody.
I mean the one with the parody with the China is asshole.
I gotta find that. I don't know.
But also, Tom, wasn't there like a wannabe Twitter that got shut down by all of them?
Parler.
Like Parler?
Parler, yeah.
Parler.
Yeah, they were on AWS.
Parler, they were on Amazon servers. So Amazon not only has their own platform, but they have the servers and they're holding other companies on these on their servers.
They were in the Google App Store or whatever they call it, the Play Store on my app.
They took them off the App Store and then they took them off their servers.
Right.
Under the guise that's where all the stuff that happened on January 6th was organized, when anyone with 2 brain cells knows it was like probably 95% on Facebook and Twitter, but they didn't shut those guys.
Or text.
Or
I'm just saying it wasn't on Parler, man. I mean, Parler is a friend.
Parler was kicked off of that stuff before January 6th.
I thought so too.
Yeah. Oh, was it before?
Yeah, it was before. They were kicked off of that stuff before, and they were looking for their own, like some other server or service or something like that. And I can't remember if they got something up or not.
They're back up now. I mean,
yeah, they're back up now because they, there's a lot of heat. What about 4chan? Is that a real thing? I always hear about that.
4chan is
4chan's a whole. That's like our gateway to the dark net.
Yeah.
That's like you want something taboo that goes against.
I thought it was like Reddit. Only like more.
No. It's like I couldn't.
One of the best quotes from this show was Jack. We were talking about the dark web, and he said, "Isn't the dark web just stuff that nobody can watch, like us?"
All right.
Just a point. Well, hold on.
We are the dark web.
Right.
Parler was pulled off after January 6th.
After January 6th.
It went offline after Amazon withdrew its support in the wake of the deadly U.S. Capitol riot last week.
So there is a interesting story behind 4chan.
One rioter died. Nothing, forget it.
So 4chan is like basically where you can go and get anything that you couldn't get. Remember a website called Consumption Junction?
No.
Or Smoking Gun.
Is that a part of the Silk Road
Smoking
thing?
Gun, yeah.
Is that the Silk Road?
I remember.
Just basically where if you wanted to see like like an execution or something, you would go to 4chan and you're gonna find it somewhere there. If you wanted to see, some bizarre scat porn or whatever, that's where you would go.
That's where you go.
You sound like an expert on this.
No, because there's an interesting story about it. So the kid that created it, he's handicapped. He's got like this weird disease where he's like his bones turn to mush. He's like Mr. Glass from the Unbreakable.
Yeah.
And he created it because he wanted to have a platform that wasn't regulated and did all that. And it's still doing it, but now there's like 8chan and 6chan. There's all these other ones, but basically he feels horrible for having created it because it's become a very bad thing. I mean, you can go right to it, but I guarantee you're going to get Patriot Acted on that one because it's a little bit squirrely. If you're going there, you're usually not going there for good things.
Yeah, but don't go to any dark web services unless you're ready to be really looked at. Yeah. I wouldn't go anywhere near it.
Right.
You notice we got our second wrist slap with our last episode?
No.
If you pull up our last episode, there's a thing on there that says, okay, click here. This is a big banner. I'll go here to read the CDC's explanation about the origin of COVID.
Yeah, that is.
Wow.
That's our second.
So we got.
Are you kidding me?
Honestly, that's what we need. We need one of those to hit, but not be.
How ironic is that, man?
Yeah, well,
they're paying attention to us.
Yeah, but Tom, they didn't pull it off YouTube yet, as far as we know, so we're okay.
It was still there, but it's a powerful platform. If we get kicked off of YouTube, we can try Rumble, but it's just not the same.
Well, we should be trying Rumble anyway. We need to be really getting more exposure, but that's not a big deal. Like I said, there's no such thing as bad publicity. We just have to maintain some.
Well,
it's not publicity. They remove you.
Yeah, it's the opposite of publicity. It's the opposite of publicity.
But this didn't piss us off. So
no. Well, like I said last week, I remember even saying I thought that the controversial thumbnail might do it, and it didn't. And so
I think it's just the title of the episode.
Yeah,
put COVID in there.
Can I just say something? How fucking chilling it is that we're even having this conversation. Is that fucked up? that we're just 6 dudes doing this podcast and some algorithm or whatever slapped a fucking warning on there?
Yeah,
I mean, isn't that fucked up?
No,
I'm sorry for cursing, but I mean,
No, is it a warning or is it just
man.
like a redirect to find out more information about it?
Whatever. It sucks.
It's a redirect, but we also got one for Flat Earth.
I know. I know. I'm just saying. It's, I don't know.
The damn Chinese are out to get us.
So that puts our story about the Wuhan lab origin in the same context as flat Earth. They kind of bunch it together.
Oh yes,
Well, this is all bullshit.
How about
Here's
a
the real
social
story.
experiment? We
Hey,
start up a conspiracy theory channel and see how long it lasts.
No, I think that we should shoot for more of these label stamps on our videos. I'm all
Let's see how many we can get.
I'm all for it. I think, and then also as far as exposure, Zeus, thanks to you in large part, like when I post this stuff on Facebook, you know, at least there's more people that are forced to see that we've made another video. You know, whereas YouTube, it's me and maybe 2 other of you.
Yeah.
I've been watching them on
Well, we'll talk about it after the show, but there's some news as far as that network and all. We're gonna roll with that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean,
I hope it's good news.
back to the topic at hand. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of monopolies. I'm also not a big fan of yellow journalism. You know, everything is kind of swirly. We're in a very weird place in the world right now. I'm terrified for the kids. I mean, they don't even know how to go outside from sunrise to sunset. You know, they would not know what to do with themselves if you kicked them out the door and told them don't come back till it starts getting dark.
We talked about this. They don't know how to be bored either.
Yeah, they fucking lose their shit.
Yeah.
There's some problems I have. Some of the solutions that they're proposing with this legislation. Okay, some things are good. You know, you can prevent the unfair practices and things like that. One of the things they're also proposing, and this I don't understand, they want to have a big, like a giant fee for any of the tech companies that want to merge with another tech company. But think about this. So how does that, so if Google wants to buy Fitbit or whatever, so they pay a giant fee, but who can afford to pay the giant fees? Obviously, the giant company, like Amazon can pay your fees, Google can pay whatever fee. They don't care. But what about the little guys? So if Mike and Tom Technologies wants to merge with Jack and Darcy Technologies, and we got to pay a giant fee, then we're not going to be able to do it. So we're not going to be able to grow to compete with Google or Amazon.
I thought those big fees were just for large companies.
Well, I don't know. I think it's for.
It's not. I don't think they were for mom and pop shops.
See, okay, here's
and all the work that has to be done to decide whether or not that company is a monopoly, that takes man hours. You know, it's
right.
It's
justification. It's basically just bringing in revenue for the government. And the other way they want to do that is they want to have an app tax. So every app that sells, and think about it, who is this going to affect?
Of course they want that.
That's just bringing in more revenue. But, you know, Bernie Sanders is always talking about the rich people.
I already paid taxes on my apps. All my app purchases, I have never purchased an app on the App Store that I didn't pay taxes on. It shows it right on my purchase.
Well, they're going to increase that.
Well, look, here's another thing to consider when we look at this as trying to drive out the competition. If I was trying to drive out the competition, say I made Xbox controllers.
Right.
If I wanted to like maliciously, you know, go at them, I would buy a company that has a part that they require that they can't get anywhere else. A semiconductor, like look at the Xbox Series X that's out right now. That's what's going on with them, is there's these semiconductors that they can't get enough of. And it's halting the manufacturing. So that's where I'm not forgiving of these big companies kind of pushing the other ones out, but they're also not. They're not. Amazon isn't buying the acid that they use to make batteries so that nobody else can make batteries and only them. What they're probably doing is buying one of these battery manufacturers and relabeling it.
Yeah.
I don't know that I get. I mean, it's could go both ways, but I don't know that I necessarily hate that.
It works for you.
It works.
But it doesn't work for the other companies that are trying to sell on that platform. But it works for you. Okay,
they're not buying
short term.
Several battery manufacturers or several mask manufacturers. How do we know that they're not boosting people's business, giving them the ability to provide jobs?
Because we know historically that monopolies are bad. They don't, in the long term, once a monopoly happens, then the innovation slows down and the development slows down.
Right, because right now the innovation seems to be just buying other companies. Right. So that's not innovation.
You're making money. Right. That's not an innovation.
Right.
I mean, it's not even like we manufacture anything here in the U.S. anymore. Our biggest business is importing. You know what I mean?
That's a big danger. I mean, what happens if China declares war on us and they just stop sending us all these products? Yeah, we get everything from China. How are we going to
like shooting the guy that owes you money?
Well, we don't want to educate anyone here. Costs too much. We'd rather people come here, get educated, and they go back to their countries.
Okay, well that one I don't know. That one.
It costs $200,000 to get the proper education to work in a semiconductor factory. We're just not doing it, and the average worker cannot afford to send their kids to that type of school. Can't afford it, right?
Well, I hear the college,
and then we have a large part of the country. A large part of the country thinks that if you're born into a wealthy family, that's the way you get a good education. You weren't born, your dad couldn't afford it. Oh, you're screwed. So, oh well. And that's where we are. So right now, all those people that are doing that work, they're not Americans. No. Right. And we don't. And if
we're importing that as well.
If I could snap my finger right now and have 6 factories here in the U.S., you would not be able to fill those jobs. Not with Americans.
Yeah. That's right.
True. Way to go, Darcy.
You're depressing.
Well, this is the stuff that I've been bitching about for years.
So are you saying that American education is not good? Is this what you're saying?
No, our education is awesome. It's just we can't afford it. We can't afford it. That's because we need the state to help pay for that, right? Yeah. The average person cannot afford that.
I will say that on my unit.
Well, see the thing, and the thing is that the people that are being paid to teach that, what do you want them to do? Okay, so if you get someone that can teach that, that's got to be a person that's from that industry. So you've got to pay them on that level. You can't, you've got to pay somewhere, or you just don't get good people teaching. Then you don't have the students going there to get that education because it's not a good education.
Yeah, see, I'm insulated here. My kid's getting a great education, but I live in Fairfax. It's like one of the best school systems in the US.
But he's not learning how to make semiconductors.
No.
Good.
No, but he can play Fortnite like a beast.
Hey, Darcy, where are you?
Oh, right now I'm at one of my clients in Bethesda.
Is it a dentist?
Yep.
Okay. Every time you bend down or something,
I see orthodontics.
He's an orthodontist, right? He's an orthodontist.
Okay. All right. I thought you were getting some work done.
No.
All right, good.
Well, I am getting some work done, but
Yeah, you better change that. You're billing right now.
So that's basically what I got for tonight. So any final thoughts from anybody?
No, I mean, I don't.
I think
Me
it's
myself.
worrisome.
Go ahead, Jack. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, I think it's worrisome. I think that you're onto something here that's dangerous, and I don't really trust the government to do a whole lot about it. I really don't. I don't see the bills going anywhere. I know there's one in the Senate too, right? With
Klobuchar is in charge over in the Senate.
I thought it was Senator. I thought it was Senator Hawley.
Why do you think it won't go anywhere? Where?
I could be
because Facebook helped the Democrats win the election. Twitter helped the Democrats win the election. Why would they slap their hands right now?
It's not going anywhere because there's too much money in our political system, right? So you're going to get all we're supposed to get are people that are going to give lip service to what people want, and they're going to do what large corporations want.
Honestly, I mean, we're hitting that time, man. All great empires crumble at some point, and it sure feels like there's going to be some kind of revolution. It probably won't be a bloody one. It'll probably be information, and
it'll be on 4chan.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, the point being is that we're right around that area of, we've been around for what, 17 years? We're going on 300 years.
250.
How long was Rome? About 300 years. So.
Oh yeah, but the government changed. The government changed every time they got a new leader or a new group of leaders. It changed.
That's not happening now.
The government changed every time.
It's changing.
No,
now?
we still have the same constitution. The same operating, the base document. Even though sometimes we just don't follow it, we just go kind of ignore it, or whatever, or ignore it for a group of people. So.
Yeah, we do that a lot.
But things do change. Patriot Act is, I mean, if you really want to break it down, that is a unconstitutional.
Well, wait a minute. Also, on the subject of what Tom's talking about tonight, Zeus, I mean, the fact is, with all these like specific companies buying up all social media, we're freedom of speech is kind of going
exactly
bye.
So yeah, Darcy, we are at that point. We're not following the Constitution, not as it was intended. About the only one, and I know it's weird that I'll say this because I like guns, but that's the only one that's ever bothered me is when it was written, the guns that they had shot one bullet in a minute, and now we've got them that will destroy you with 300 bullets in a minute. That I find a little bothersome. But I'm also, you do have to have the weapons to rise up against an unjust leadership. So, I'm torn. But yeah, and Patriot Act doesn't really resemble anything that I think is constitutional. The freedom of speech, like you said, cancel culture was the death of free speech. Honestly, woke and all this other stuff where you can't say something, you're not allowed to be wrong. And who's judging who's wrong? You know what I mean?
You were wrong about the 1 shot per minute thing.
Oh, shut your fat trap. What do you mean? Okay, so 3 bullets a minute, whatever.
No, there were multiple round weapons. There was the earliest design for the Gatling gun was in that.
Yeah, can you carry it around, doofus?
Yes. At the Philadelphia Convention, there was a gun seller who had a prototype weapon that he wanted to sell that was essentially an automatic firing weapon.
Also, we don't want mandatory buybacks either, Zeus. I mean, come on.
No, I'm not seeing any of that. I'm torn on the guns thing. I'm just saying that when it was created, the power of the weapons at that time versus what we're able to do now was not.
They had cannons and explosives.
Yeah. They had things that were not going to just devastate you. You had to have 300 guys with a gun to get 300 bullets out in a minute.
Yeah, and the whole point of the Second Amendment was so that you would have a way to protect against losing the First Amendment.
And that's why I'm like,
Well, also as far as the woke movement, as far as I know, there's no constitutional amendment that guarantees the right to not be offended.
Right.
Yeah, that's dumb.
It just
But
doesn't exist.
but when they can pull your quote unquote platform, and for a lot of businesses, there's a lot of people that's how they make their money. I mean, I agree. It's just, they can't.
Look at me. I mean, if we have anything that's questionable, I hate doing this, but like if I say something and I'm like, maybe we better take that off, I hate it.
It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful.
Because
it's ridiculous.
Even if I say something insensitive, it's a joke. It's I don't mean harm to others.
Who's deciding this stuff?
Them.
That's
the ones we should.
It's ridiculous, man.
The ones we should be pointing our fingers at, not to our left and our right, but the ones that we should be pointing our fingers at, the ones with all the money and all the power.
I don't even like the label slap, because it's like when the teacher holds your hand and shows you where the bathroom is, even though you've gone like 100 times. Like, can't we give people the benefit of the doubt that they can figure out whether flat Earth is viable or not?
Right.
How about we let some of that Darwin shit happen?
Yeah.
The guy that took the rocket up to prove there was a flat Earth, and then it crashed, right? And he died.
Like that, something like that. Yeah.
That's natural selection, baby.
Yeah.
Let that shit happen, man.
Evolution, baby.
Did you ever see there's a great one of the Darwin Awards? It was a little while back where this guy, they had a dog, and they were throwing dynamite to kill fish. They were ice fishing. Yeah. And the guy throws the dynamite out, and the dog runs and fetches it and brings it back to him and blows up. His truck falls under. They all die.
Oh my God!
They were cheating. That's Darwin. We really need to just let some people die. Some people need to fail too, as just as we need to have some kind of litmus test. No Child Left Behind was ridiculous, and it's done us a lot of damage. I'll always believe that everybody is doing exactly the same. Fuck.
That's equity, Zeus.
No, it's not.
I know it's not.
No, it's just it makes me sad. We were like the last generation that might fight a little bit, and even that I think we've been beaten down.
That's depressing.
It really is.
Yeah, seriously, this is a depressing podcast.
Make sure to hit that like button and more of this.
Get more of this stuff. The like button.
Hey, no, it was thought provoking, and we do got to call it out.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm sure there's people with a bigger audience that are doing something similar. But
seriously, wake up.
Yeah. Well, we have the benefit of nobody listening to us, so we can say whatever the fuck we want.
We are the dark web.
Stuff about the origin of COVID, and
we found the loophole. If you just yell at the clouds, you're good. You can say whatever you want. Just let me have this one little spot where I can say what I want.
Any cicada update before we go?
I didn't hear him today.
I've seen a couple of them flying around.
Ever since it rained.
Not much. Not much.
Oh man, we went away this weekend to Lake Anna and came back, and it was like cicada holocaust, man. The entire front porch was covered with them. I don't know what happened. The peak is over, at least in my area. It was there's bodies. I mean, birds are just catching them out of midair now. It's like not even
big fat birds.
Not even fair. It's ridiculous, man.
I haven't seen one.
You haven't seen one?
Not one.
That's because you don't have a tree within 4 miles of you.
That's true.
It's just paved. It's just all paved.
Concrete jungle. That's funny. So we got anything else, guys? We're gonna wrap it up, or?
Well, one last thing real quick. I thought when you were posting the topic, Tom, that was going to relate more to like the movies and like, are the movies going to become more homogenized, or
And we started to get into that with the Disney and the way Disney is handling Star Wars, and well, that's where this sort of hive mind and the monopoly of thought thing comes into it. Is everything, because Disney movies, they always had this sort of specific, I mean, you knew a Disney
formula,
movie, saw one, a look and feel to it. And if they do that if Star Wars like goes under that umbrella, and Marvel and all these other movies, and they all start to kind of look like that Disney, classical Disney image, then we're in trouble.
Well,
they're gonna ban Tarantino movies soon. They're gonna be like in the black.
Oh my gosh!
I'm gonna catch something on fire if they do that. Actually, I think his next movie is his last. He said he was gonna do.
Yeah.
10. We were watching The Mandalorian today, and it was interesting because I was thinking about Star Wars, everything Star Wars, and I was like, there's never been a sex scene in any of them. Not that I need to see that, but it is kind of odd.
Well, it was made for 5-year-olds originally. That may have one thing to do with it.
Was it made for 5-year-olds?
Young children. I don't know. I think it was.
Did have Princess Leia. Remember when she was chained
just
to
getting pounded by Chewbacca?
That was Jedi.
Boom,
yeah.
Boom. Boom.
No. The closest you got to like a Lady and the Tramp scene was like Empire Strikes Back with Han Solo and Leia when they're inside the asteroid and they're in a monster's mouth and they don't realize it.
Oh yeah.
Now Luke did kiss his sister, so there is that.
Oh no, I'm talking about where she calls him a scoundrel, and like that's about as romantic schmaltzy as you get.
Yeah. And then the "I love you," I know.
Right.
Yeah.
Isn't there a little bit with Anakin and
that was
Amidala?
Yeah.
We're just talking about Star Wars movies.
Yeah, that's right.
Well played.
The Marvel stuff is great too. I mean, honestly, I don't think they're doing that bad of a job. I would like to see it a little more grown up. And like Deadpool's going to go over to him. That I have a problem with, because Deadpool was kind of racy and very racy.
They say they're not going to. Ryan Reynolds. They say they're not going to mess with the Deadpool audience, and it's going to be rated R.
Good.
So with Disney, so for example, so they did nix the idea of, because for Iron Man Part 3, the director wanted to have, he wanted to put in some of the Iron Man alcoholism, but Disney came in and said, no, we're not going to have that in there.
You guys said that, but they did have it. There's the scene at the diner.
No, he wanted to put it in like more serious. He really wanted to address it.
Yeah, but they addressed another huge.
It was so subtle. No, it wasn't.
No. But in 3, they were addressing a whole nother large storyline.
It was so subtle. I don't remember it. That's why I asked.
Remember,
it's pretty subtle. It's very subtle.
He's sitting on the sign.
It was Iron Man. It was Iron Man 2 because he thought he was gonna die and he was drinking like a fish.
Yeah,
and that was it.
How about the whole thing with, China is such a big market for these films that the demands of the CCP, things are flowing in reverse. And now, like what we're seeing is things that are approved by the CCP. You have John Cena.
Yeah, John Cena had to come out and
get on video and grovel,
had to pretend that Taiwan is not an actual country just to please China.
Yeah.
So
I mean, all these it's gotten to the point that it's creative decisions being made in these films to please. I'm not talking about to please the Chinese people. I'm talking about to please the Chinese Communist government, which is a whole different thing. And then that's what we're getting, because they're like, they got 1 billion people. You guys got 300 million. We're going with these guys. You guys can just watch whatever they're watching.
Yeah.
And
who wants to get in trouble? Okay, raise your hand if you think Taiwan is an actual country.
It is an actual country. The people have a different government.
Darcy doesn't. Darcy's staying out of it. So we're going to get slapped with our third warning for.
Well, not as long as we don't put it into the title or.
No.
Taiwan is a country.
I'm going to put it in the title.
Taiwan is a country, man.
I'm putting it in the title.
No.
Put it in the keywords. We'll get hit.
No, don't put it in the keywords. Seriously.
Why are you
afraid of
scared?
the overlords.
Oh my God.
We love China. I'm gonna put we love China.
Woohoo! Go China. Tiananmen, bitch.
But
Yeah,
again,
my laptop, so-
there's a difference if these companies were like, listen, everybody, we just gotta let you know, China's got this big market. We're gonna cater to what but they don't. It's completely underhanded, deceitful.
Oh, there's no transparency anymore. Everything's opaque. It's
Well,
like,
No, from what I
False
understand
transparency.
about those movies, though, like I had heard this a little while ago that Disney will actually shoot two versions of different scenes with different people in the shot, like background people, like scientists or whatever, to fit what China's market is. I think Tom had talked about it earlier too. And then we get the Americanized version of it.
That's
And
unnerving.
well, I mean, it just means that the directors have absolutely no say over their product.
It's product. It's not art.
Money. It comes down to money.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
platform.
It's all very depressing, fellas.
Yes, good job,
Give us that
Tom.
like.
Really great topic, Tom. Really great topic.
All right. I think we'll have something more lighter fare next week. So you're hosting next week, Zeus?
Unless
Yes, you
Jason
are.
wants to.
Unless Jason jumps back in.
Why don't we could talk about the one child policy in China? That'll be a light subject.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
There we go.
Yeah,
Let's talk about abortion.
and then we'll break down Sophie's Choice.
There we go.
She made the wrong choice.
Cinema.
All right, see you, Jack.
All right, guys.
We're gonna
All
stay
right.
on after this.
No, we've been on for a while, fellas. I think it's time to wrap it up.
Right, we got to talk though after this. Okay. All right. See you guys.
Peace out, everybody. Go China.
Yay, China!
Yay, China!
Woo-hoo!
Yay!
Made in China. Good things.
And it's Zeus.
Where is that? That's not Tatooine. Where is that?
Yes, it is. It's Jabba's palace.
That's right.
Who's talking?
Mike?
Me.
He's got his video off.
It's
Okay.
a disembodied voice.
Okay, Candy's having trouble getting on. Let me call her real quick.
Oh wow.
And Tom's got his Spider-Man shirt on or something. Is that a Spider-Man shirt?
Deadpool, bitches.
Zeus has got his Deadpool shirt on. Oh,
That's-
okay. Gotcha.
That's not Spider-Man.
I thought it was for a second, but
I got
Why'd you cover up the afro?
oh, Mickey Mouse.
We're all fucking
Why'd
nerds.
you cover up the afro? Come on.
I'm a big fan of the South Park Mickey
Yeah.
Mouse.
Look at that afro he's got.
That's okay. That's okay. We're waiting on you. You're just holding everything up. Don't worry about it.
Hey, why are we recording?
Why not?
Because I have to edit this out.
Yeah, it creates more work.
Thank you. This is Zeus on the phone. What do you guys think is Zeus's phone?
Oh, there she is. There she is.
Is this our special guest? Okay.
All right, fellas.
Oh, there she is.
Hi, Kathleen.
Hello.
Hello.
If you really want to bother her, call her Candy.
Mm.
I'm not following any of your directions.
No,
Zeus.
thank you.
Say something.
I think she's on.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Hi.
Cool.
Hi, Kathleen.
Hi.
All right, we got 5.
I don't know where Darcy is. I told him to pop in if he wants to.
He's afraid of me.
I'll be right back. 1 second. Hold on, guys.
Oh, for Lord's sake.
Michael.
Hey,
It's that prostate.
as soon as you hit record, dude,
It's already recording.
people vanish. Hey, why don't you get us started, Zeus?
So this week we're going to talk about Bitcoin and how it works, because I have no clue, but I do have $10,000 invested in it.
It's probably more than that now.
No, it's priced.
He doesn't have real Bitcoin.
No, I have.
No, he doesn't. Ripple and Ethereum,
Right.
right? And Ethereum, you bought the Ethereum at like $100.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any of it left.
What?
What? Where'd it go?
I don't know.
Did you eat it?
Maybe.
What happened to Dogecoin? Wasn't that a thing?
Yeah, Dogecoin is it's a meme.
Oh,
It's like
Jesus.
so Bitcoin, the reason Bitcoin is valuable is because there's only 21 million of them. There's a finite supply, and it's not even that is in my opinion is it's going to be toppled at some point. Doge, there's like over 100 something million, there's like almost 500 million or a couple billion of them. I don't know the exact number. So the fact that it reached 8 cents was remarkable, but people thinking it's going to go to $1 is kind of, they're just not being rational, or you know.
You might want to explain the theory, because
I know. See?
Well, wait
Okay.
a second. What,
We got to use kindergarten words for Zeusy. So,
no kidding.
so Bitcoin is important because people mine it like gold, right?
I heard that.
Okay.
Why can't Dogecoin be like silver then? It's just like a little bit less expensive.
Because there's just so many of them. Doge, anybody who's been in cryptocurrency, like from the beginning, Doge was always like the fun dream. Like, oh, well, I can buy $1 million Doge for $20. So if that ever hits $1, I'm rich. But nobody ever really believed it because there's not really a lot of use case for it. Now, there's only a few coins. It's all speculation at this point anyway. None of it.
Like gold.
Like what?
It's like the gold mining.
Right. Well, I mean, some people compare it to like the tulip thing from what was it? The tulip bulbs that blew up after the Great Depression or something, or before it. And the price of tulips kept going up because that's what people were willing to pay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but there's only a few coins that actually have real use case. So right now, everybody's
what they
just
are. Like how they're
Hi, Darcy.
and all that.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Darcy.
Oh, it's Matt. Go ahead, Zeus.
I'm asking her to explain how they're just programs, essentially.
Well,
Right.
it's like a lot of them operate differently, right?
Yeah.
So Bitcoin is like I'm trying to think of it. Some people compare it to like fungus, right? So like a fungus can spread out like spores. It can break up into little pieces, but they're all unique. So Bitcoin is it's money, just like a dollar bill is, like that barcode on a dollar bill, only digital. So but it can be verified. It's verified by people all over the world, so it's easier to move around. And
That sounds real. What's if I invested like a dime like 5 years ago, how much real money do I have?
Yeah, because you can convert it right away if you
it'd
use
probably
an
be like
exchange.
$1,000.
10
wow.
cents? Well, no, because Bitcoin at one point was a penny. So it would be worth a couple $100,000 if you bought it in the
It
beginning.
was 5 years ago.
Yeah, I've got $6 out there somewhere.
Nice.
You have $6 worth?
Yeah, okay, so back in, I want to say it was like around 2012, something like that. I had like $20 and I bought I bought
Darcy's
some
a millionaire,
sunglasses.
guys.
Anyway, so I have $6 somewhere on a hard drive. It's like $6
What hard
that I
drive?
had
Can I have
left
it?
over. I have no idea.
That's an
Well,
issue.
that
thing is.
is college for your son and a house. Let's see,
Holy
$6 and the price of Bitcoin in 2011 was probably what, like I mean, think about it. Even if it was $1 at that point, which is very likely, you have like $300,000 just sitting around.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what
you
they
sound
say.
real broke up about it, Darcy.
You can just give me your computer. I'll find it.
Yeah.
I bet
So
you would.
roughly speaking, like 5 years ago, Bitcoin was at about $1,000, and today it's like $54,000
Holy fuck.
per Bitcoin.
And
And it can only go up pretty much because it's limited because it can only be like, what is it?
There's only 21 million. Well,
right.
when they
I thought
mine
it
the
was
last
22
one.
million. Right. It's $21 million
Right.
or 21 million units.
But right now there's not 20. They mined the last one in like 50 years, I think. So when that happens, that's it. But
it's finite, so it can never increase more than that amount?
No, there can never be more. But there is something called forks. They do fork coins. What they do is they improve.
That's what she said.
Yes, they totally do. They spork them too. But no, so what they do with the coin is they fork it, they improve upon the code and make it safer or cheaper or faster. But they're different names.
Bitcoin Cash.
Bitcoin Cash is a fork of Bitcoin. Bitcoin Cash is faster.
So it's not like Berkshire Hathaway where it just, they don't split and it just keeps going up per unit.
Hey, Kilroy, point your camera down a little bit.
Well, I was trying to. I was staring at his forehead.
Yeah,
Play a movie off of it.
So Bitcoin Cash actually.
Darcy's in like the corner.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nobody puts Darcy in the corner.
No.
Nobody removes Darcy's chin from his face.
Oh, he just didn't want us to see his NASA shirt.
Yeah. Yeah.
So is this sort of like, like a half penny, or like when in the old days where they used to like break, coins in half and bits and parts off of them? Is that like the equivalent of forking a Bitcoin? Because it's just
it would be more, no, because really, sorry, really what it is.
Trying to understand.
We live in the modern age, right? So when you have a computer, right, and it slows down, and as time goes on, and the internet gets better, and like websites, you can stream and stuff. You can't use your old Commodore 64 anymore. You have to move up to something that's
point of order here. I'm running this on a Commodore 64 right now.
That is badass. For real? Do you?
No, I'm not.
that's me.
Yeah, with those floppy disks that were like paper.
Yeah. Zeus, we used to play caveman games on the Commodore 64.
They still only play caveman games on a Commodore.
See, I ran a bulletin board system on a Commodore 64.
No,
I had two 1571s and two 1541 drives. It was called Kilomad BBS. Two people could call in and post comments.
That's advanced.
Yeah. And that was back in 1988.
Wait a minute.
1987, 1988.
Is that like Vents, like the Vents thing?
The Vents.
Yeah, it was like when people played online computer games and then people could crank call them.
No, it's a bulletin board system. So so some you could have like a forum where you were a member of other bulletin board systems, so it would relay the messages. Right. So it would happen at night, like in the middle of the night. So you'd have to wait a day to get everything to what's the word I'm looking for? But anyway, for all the data to move around to all of the other member boards or whatever. So I had that also. You know, it was pretty neat stuff. Right. And then I got a PC, and that was something else. First of all, it went from having a system that cost like a couple $100 to a system that was $4,000. And that was 1987 when I got that system. That was $4,000, and then moving up from there, I say within 3 years, I was still paying on that original system, but I had upgraded. So like I didn't even have the original system. Like I want to say it was like 2 or 3 years later. I had a 70 meg hard drive moved up from a 20 meg. And then a year after that, I want to say 1990 or 1991, I had a 1 gig drive. That was $1,600.
Yeah, like 92, I bought one with 4 gig.
And people couldn't believe it. I was still running a small bulletin board system, and I would show them, and it would just show this huge number of like just empty space. It made no sense.
For 91. Yeah.
Hey, wait a second. Hey, Zeus.
G machine.
Hey, Zeus.
Yo.
I remember hanging out with you and Darcy from like 93 to 95, 96. And I don't remember him being like a cyber nerd at all.
Darcy?
Oh, he's always been a nerd.
Oh, nice.
Of some kind.
Darcy was getting calls from the FBI for hacking phone codes.
No.
Yeah, he put them on the payphones. You remember those things?
Oh yeah.
He put them on the payphones, and we just
it's called free games. It's called freaking, and I used to do that quite a bit.
I thought that was when like Miley Cyrus.
PHREAKING. I used to do that a lot.
We got to do a whole episode on this, man. I ran bulletin.
So I modified a war dialer. I modified a war dialer to call. What was that? It was a service that was on all the time.
Escort service.
That's it. CompuServe.
CompuServe.
It would call CompuServe.
I had that,
and it would use a calling card to call CompuServe, right? So I'd have the correct prefix depending, because back then there were probably about a dozen different calling card services, you know, national or international calling card services. So I'd have they all had a prefix and a suffix and a random number of 6 or 5 or 6 digits in the middle. So I would set the prefix and the suffix and then just have a random number sent out and then have it call the number. And if it successfully got a tone, where your modem did the if it was successful,
bing, bing,
it would
bing,
save
bing.
that in a sequential file or a text file. And the next morning I might wake up and have 30 good codes that I'd sell.
And then you almost started World War III. I remember that.
Thermonuclear war.
Yeah, you looked a lot like Matthew Broderick back then, though.
Oh yeah.
You look different.
Very war game. Is that why? So you've always been into computers? Is that why you had the hindsight to invest in Bitcoin in the first place in 2011?
No, well, when I bought Bitcoin, I wasn't investing. I just thought,
well, you just thought it was cool.
I saw a website that took Bitcoin, and so I bought. I can't remember. It was like one site I bought some sunglasses or something, and another site I bought like I don't know, it was some kind of USB device or something. But I spent like $14, $15. You know. So
I did the math. You have $360,000 sitting there.
Yeah, I try not to think about
You should
it.
look. Well, you should look. They say that there's millions of Bitcoin out there that people have lost or forgot about that they've bought. I mean, millions.
The wallets, the e-wallets. Do you know how to get to yours, Darcy?
No, I have no idea. I have
And you
no
gotta,
idea.
you would have to take it to a trustworthy
look, and listen
person.
to this. I saved it on a 6.4 gig hard drive that I bought back in, I want to say it was like 97 because it seemed like a good deal. It was a 6.4 gig drive. And hold it now. Listen to this. Listen to this. Okay, so I never used that hard drive. So I got it because it was a great deal. It was like $300, right? I got it because it was a great deal. And you see all that time that went by until I used it. It was like, I don't know, 14 years or something. And I pulled this thing out because it was what was that interface? It was, that was an ATA.
No.
It was an ATA interface.
Ask Jeeves what kind of.
But I used an external cable to hook it up to my system just to save that encrypted file.
Well, if you still have it, just be careful who you give it to, because
Trust me, I've been looking.
Don't
I've been looking over the years.
Yeah, that's like
the one with $300,000 in it.
A lot of people think at some. I mean, by the end of this year, it could be worth $100,000 a piece, and it is probable that by 2025 they could be $1 million a piece. But things are only what people are willing to pay, right? And at some point, it's Bitcoin's on top, but at some point, somebody's going to take the throne, right? Like that's doing very well. But most people buy these things, they have no idea what it is or what it does.
Here's a question. So for these different cryptocurrencies, there is room in the market for multiple ones to.
There's something like 10,000.
Yeah, and so it's not like it's like you have to pick the winning horse. You could pick the fifth best horse and still.
No, there's a lot. I mean, if you're talking about speculating and investing, there's so much more money and finding projects that are worthwhile. For instance, I've told my brother, XRP or Ripple, the company Ripple has a coin called XRP. And the idea behind that is to move money as fast as information. And they're one of the very few coins out there that actually are doing it. There's actual use case. For instance, if you went to England, I forgot your name, Tom, right? No, which one? Right? I've been drawing you guys' pictures.
You see the logo.
Yeah.
And I forget your name. Okay, Michael. I see it there. Okay. Yeah.
I'm Michael.
Okay.
Michael, the sage.
So if Michael goes, you're like in England, right? And you're freaking out and you want us to send you $1,000 because you have nothing. I can send you $1,000 in a matter of seconds, and you can convert it to the euro in a second, and it would cost us a penny to do with XRP.
Wow.
And that's like right now, today. So if I were to.
So Wells Fargo is out of business.
Well, you're trying to put Western Union out of business.
Western Union.
No,
Western Union. Yes.
They're trying to they work with Western Union and they work with MoneyGram. They're trying to put, what is it? Swift, is it Swift? The money guys that move the money? I think it's called Swift or.
Oh no.
I can't remember the name.
Well, when you do the wires.
Wire
when you do the wire, when you're wiring money.
Yeah, it's wiring. So they already work with MoneyGram. They work with Bank of America. They work with Chase. They work with banks already because they can move money so fast. But the problem is if everybody catches on, the banks are going to lose a lot of money. So the Ripple, the company, has been trying to do it. And I'm a rationalist. I think you cannot, like, the idea behind Bitcoin is, screw the banks, screw the government. I'm the only one who gets to make money. Like, they're the ones, and that they just want it to be a kind of a free, like, money is, it's free and it's decentralized. But that's not going to happen overnight. So things like XRP, they work with the banks, they work with the government to make it so we can get to that point where governments aren't in control of everything, and there is like a universal, means of money, where we're not all just, waiting for governments to print more and devalue it.
I noticed something at the store. I wonder if you guys noticed this. I asked Candy about this before, but has anybody noticed that when you go and swipe your card now, it's like almost instantaneous? Like before, it would take a couple minutes. Like there's always
a couple seconds.
I don't know, a couple minutes.
Yeah,
I don't know about a couple minutes, a couple seconds.
Now it's like, bam, like that. But it used to be that you were sitting there for a few minutes, like it was dialing in, and now it's just like zap zap. And I'm wondering.
Well, now first of all, everything is constantly on. So these are IoT devices. These are not devices that have to make a call. They're already connected. So that's one piece. The other thing is that they're also using the similar type of search technology like Google. I mean, you get hundreds of thousands of results in just a few seconds.
Well, so that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if the Ripple technology or Bitcoin technology, or whichever, is what's making them faster. Like,
no.
Well, no. Bitcoin is purely speculative right now. You can use it to buy things for sure, but when you use it to buy things, the fees are really high. And
that's
really,
not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual technology.
Right, he's talking about using it in the store. The reason why it's so fast
the tech is blockchain.
A lot of stuff is just buffered, right?
Yeah. All right,
so go on.
Go ahead, Darcy. Don't finish. It's buffered.
Okay, so a lot of stuff is just buffered. It's almost like the banks have their own crawler. They know what your account is at, and that's saved in some kind of memory or some kind of special database that's made to just give out that instance of the snapshot of your account right then and there. Because sometimes you'll notice that the money doesn't actually leave your account like instantly sometimes. Like, so if over a weekend, it won't leave your account because everything is shut down.
It's not real money either. It's just information. It's not even real. There's no real money transferring hands. With credit cards particularly, there's nothing really there.
Right.
We just rely on these companies, and then we pay them directly from our bank account, which is no more cash hands. So we're slowly moving into this cashless society, and that's where we're going.
So here's what I need to know. Do I take the red pill or do I take the blue pill? Because I'm fucking done with this shit.
The purple one.
Okay, good.
Oh, wait a minute.
Take them both.
Wait a minute, Kathleen. Kathleen, I got a question. So if I invest in XRP with my bank account, right? That's how I would have to do it.
Yes.
And let's say the stock rose.
It's not a stock. It's a coin. It's investing in currency rather than the stock. But
if it goes up in value in theory,
right?
And I want to convert it back to my bank account, like I want to get cash out of it,
right?
How would I do that? Do I just sell it?
You do it instantly. So there's exchanges. There's one called Coinbase, which is very trusted. You link your bank account to Coinbase, right?
Okay.
And you would buy. Now they delisted XRP, but that literally is an enormously long situation to get into. So I'm not going to. But you go, you buy something.
No, it's like GameStop. GameStop over.
Right. Well, it's not. No, the SEC. I'm going to get into conspiracy theories or anything, but before the Trump administration.
Yeah, we don't have Michael Gray today.
Right before the Trump administration left, they filed a lawsuit against XRP. They've been operating, or against Ripple. They've been operating for 13 or 9 years or something like that. And it's already, the judges are siding with them, so they're going to win. But so Coinbase had to protect themselves, so they stopped trading with XRP. So, but any other coin, you go to, there's several exchanges. They facilitate the situation. So you link your bank account to Coinbase, and you would buy whatever coin you want. And if, for instance, say you buy, they just listed one today called Storage Coin, which I had a great day. I bought him at 50 cents, and it went to $1.70 today, and I sold it.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Wow.
So,
How much did you buy?
yeah, I bought. Yes.
I've got two questions real quick. So
Okay.
is there a trusted common exchange for this virtual currency? One, and two,
Right.
what would be the effect of, we get a EMP, right? And like the internet's down. Is this all like dust at that point? Or
Well, no.
No, because
okay,
it
so
can all
there's-
rebuild from. Okay, so it's a blockchain technology, right? So
Right. It doesn't
everyone
disappear.
everyone has a copy of the last transaction that they were involved in, right?
Right,
So that
right.
has everything. So like my hard drive from 2012, that it had a snapshot of
Yeah.
everything.
And not
At
just
that
that,
time.
everybody who verified that transaction, there's like thousands of people verify it to make sure it's legit. So there is always
And if
in
I
there
understood what I was
the
doing and
verifications.
had kept my key, had kept
Yes.
a copy of my key, I
You
could
could still
get
access
that
it.
all back. It would build it all back.
But
That
without
same
the hard
file that I
drive.
had.
But if
Yeah,
we
it's
were
like-
in like a dystopian future and there was the internet was not available for 15 years, you
Oh, then
wouldn't be
that's
able to
done.
trade
But I
them.
think we would have a lot more to
Yeah,
worry
we
about.
got we
No,
have
no,
bigger
our
problems
money.
than that.
Yeah,
Asking, so it would save
Your
it.
paper money may not be worth anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So this is a
Right.
question. And then when you bought this currency today, like, so what are the exchanges? Like, where would one go to
So
purchase
there's
it?
an exchange called Coinbase, which is the most trusted.
and
Okay?
GDAX.
They're backed by the Lloyds of London. If somebody hacked Coinbase and stole all your shit, they would replace it. But there are other exchanges that are just as trustworthy. He's making notes. That's adorable. Okay, it's COINBAS. So, but there's other exchanges too. So you link your bank account to Coinbase because they're the most trusted. And say you put $100 in, right? The money I made today was because a friend of mine's son wanted to get into it. He started with $200. So I said, let's see where we can take $200. So I wanted to see where my $200 went. I'm beating the pants out of him, but he's 18. So, but so you take your money, and you can buy something called, it's a stable coin. It's like it's called USDC. It's the dollar, but you can move it back and forth to other exchanges, right? That have coins.
Is this
that
like a
you would want.
blockchain version of the dollar? Is that what
Yes,
you're saying? Okay.
very, very much so. It stays between
I'm gonna-
98 cents and $1 and a penny.
Oh,
So,
wow.
yeah.
Pretty stable.
So yes, it's very stable. So then because right now it's all speculation, right? So everybody's guessing what's going to happen. But really, there are some coins out there that are actually doing something. The one that I bought is called Storage Coin. And what they do is, you know how we store everything, our photos and everything in the cloud,
Mhm.
like through Google? So
No.
yeah. So it's called Goggle.
Get off his lawn.
Googly. Googly.
When you store everything in the cloud, if somebody hacks into Google, what happens to all your info? They get it. They get all of it, right? So if somebody hacks the cloud, basically all those, gay photos of my brother are for the whole world to see.
It's only gay if I push back.
Yeah, that's why all my secret stuff stays in Spider.
Yeah.
It's
So-
all
It's great.
encrypted. If I lose my key, it's gone. And they tell you that. They're like, if you set up an account with us, you
Right.
lose your key, you've lost all your data.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Because this
No.
has been a lot of positive Bitcoin stuff here, so I don't think we're really hearing the negative stuff. I think Bitcoin it's all bullshit as far as I'm concerned. It's
Why?
based on like an open source code that some anonymous guy wrote many years ago, right? So what's preventing
Satoshi Nakamoto. That's the thing.
supposedly nobody's ever met the guy.
It's probably a group of people, right?
So what's preventing? So if this does take off and people do start using electronic, cash, what's to stop Apple from making? Once it becomes popular, Apple can just come in and write an open source code for iCoin.
Yeah, they could start their own.
Microsoft can jump in and make an MS coin, and those because they're backed.
I mean, you don't go.
Cryptography.
Hey, you know what?
Wait.
At first we were using the
everybody
dollar.
stop.
And now,
Tom finish.
Germany has the Deutschmark.
Guys. Let
the
Tom
Deutschmark
finish.
is worth nothing because.
But those are gonna vault to the front of the line, and those are gonna become the most popular. And Bitcoin's just gonna.
Well, so Tom,
not necessarily. Not necessarily. We don't know.
Here's the thing.
Well, we do because Facebook is trying to make a coin as well called Libra coin, and you would think that. And yes, at some point, you're absolutely right, Tom, because at some point, every company is going to have their own token or their own coin, right? But that's not to say that people are, yes, no, I get what you're saying. That's not to say that everybody's going to trust that. And the idea behind Bitcoin is it's trustless, but I don't agree. I don't like Bitcoin that much either. I feel like it's overvalued. I feel like I'm not seeing any real use cases. Like Bitcoin Cash is much faster and much cheaper, so I think it's better.
What does it represent? There's nothing tangible there.
But what does a dollar represent?
It's
not backed
the
by
same
gold.
thing.
No,
except the nice thing.
It hasn't been backed by gold in a long
Bitcoin
time.
is there's anonymity.
Supposedly,
But
Bitcoin has nothing.
Candy, tell me if I'm wrong. The way because I get what Tom's saying, but Tom is.
I was the same place he was at when I first heard of it. The same thing.
The price is going up. That's just speculation. There's nothing real there.
So Kathleen, just for me and the audience, like, what are your bona fides as far as like knowing about all this stuff? Is it just experience? And because I have like zero, like I have no knowledge. Just so we can know like where your knowledge about this is coming from.
My husband bought he bought Bitcoin same as Darcy. He bought it for to buy something online.
Mm-hmm.
And we forgot about it, and then we realized our $20 was like $300, and we went, "Say, we could make money doing that."
Right.
And then we started researching, and I was the same as Tom was. I was like, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't have any value. But then I started thinking about it. The dollar doesn't have any real value either. Things only are worth what people are willing to pay. And I don't think Bitcoin's going to last forever, but really it's just been watching the whole thing unfold over time.
Engaged. You've been engaged.
Right. And watching everything, and just paying attention, like where Bitcoin is right now. I can pretty much guarantee you this time next year, everybody's going to be talking about how the bubble burst and Bitcoin is over. But it won't be. Not yet.
But what about the hacking though?
Tom,
like Russians have hacked in and like stolen like tons of Bitcoin
something
from
Tom
people.
said, because
There's no security there.
What he's been saying, I get what he's talking about, how it's all valuable like this, and you're thinking of the rarity of it, but there was probably a point in time where steel, and I'm just being hypothetical, but where steel was more rare than gold. So by its very nature, it had more value than gold.
Right.
Or tulips, like we talked about.
Lead.
Listen, I'm sorry.
Wait, hold on. So there's always going to be a front runner. Next year we could get hit by an asteroid that, let's say, doesn't destroy the planet, but we get this new element that is part of the part of our whole scheme, and
Kryptonite.
Yeah, kryptonite.
Right.
I gotta see
All of a
the
sudden,
biggest
kryptonite
thing.
could be the new base for our dollar because it's so rare and so valuable. So you can't, it's not bullshit. It is a theory, I get it, but so is money.
Right.
Money is
but
just a theory.
let me just say one thing.
It wasn't worth anything at all right now. If the whole world agreed to that, all of a sudden we've got no money.
Let me just say this one thing, and this is the thing. The thing that flipped me was years ago. USA Today and all the the Washington Post, all of them said the internet was a fad that was going to die. Okay, and
one of them is Jack.
So and that's what they think about Bitcoin too. So I personally think Bitcoin won't be the survivor, but what we're getting out of it, blockchain technology, is absolutely relevant and important. And our financial system hasn't had any real breakthroughs since the 50s when the credit card came out.
So Bitcoin,
and the other beauty of the blockchain technologies is it gives the little guy a chance to actually make money. So like we're about to set up a blockchain technology for I forget what country it is, but we're entering into this new deal to make a new blockchain for this country. That what they want to do is and why can't I think, is it the Virgin Islands?
Venezuela?
No. I can't.
Venezuela has to waive their money. It's so devalued. They use blockchain.
So what they want to do is their assistance program. They want to make that blockchain, right? Because right now they hand out these assistance dollars, right? And people can sell them, they trade them, and they're not associated with the person or whatever.
Right.
So now with the blockchain technology, they can keep it locked in on that person. So when they give Tom $1,000, they can go, Tom, okay, well, you can use $200 for your rent to go towards your rent. You can use $400 towards your food, and it's just stuck like that. And
what are they locking in with the blockchain? They're locking in either euros or dollars, right?
No. They're not
putting like Bitcoin in there.
It's their own currency. That's
whatever the currency of the country is then.
Right. So they have their own dollar.
Based on gold.
No, it's not based on anything.
It's not based on gold. No.
Just like real money isn't based on anything.
Ours isn't based on gold.
If Lex Luthor came to the planet today and took away all the gold,
like Lex
where's
Luthor.
your cash go, Tom?
So would it be safe to say that Bitcoin? Would it be safe to say that Bitcoin is the Napster of cryptocurrency?
The Napster. No, that would be
you know what? I love that.
Would be the Napster
I adore
of
that.
You're
You're
would be the Napster of
100% right.
currency.
Because just because it was first doesn't mean that it's going to be the one that survives. Yes, absolutely, because it got the ball rolling.
Napster technology is still being used. We just don't call
it P2P.
Exactly. That's the idea. P2P.
And Kathleen, you can use that, by the way.
I love that. It's brilliant. It's perfect. It is the Napster of block.
I miss the hell out of
But a lot of people get very mad at me for that because I'm kind of like I stand alone on that one. A lot of people are very diehard into Bitcoin. Same with Doge, and I think Doge is a joke.
I think
I never even heard of it.
Names.
Dogecoin.
What is Doge?
Didn't Doge plummet recently?
No, I bought Doge at 0.0003 cents. I bought I think like 20,000 of them for like $10.
Yeah, my friends did that.
And the whole idea was, honestly, I was just trying to make money off the 10th of a cent. You flip it back and forth and you can make off a 10th of a cent, you can make quite a bit of money here and there. But one night I looked and it was at 8 cents. And it was because, with the whole GameStop thing, everybody pumped it.
Yeah, I heard that.
So in cryptocurrency is right now, we're in the Wild West. Everything, it's the gold rush. Nothing is really regulated. Everything is just insane. So we're all over the place. There's a ton of money to be made, but you can lose a lot.
You have to pay it's not like capital gains. You have to pay taxes on when you sell the Bitcoin.
Yes, but they're not regulated properly. It costs
you a lot.
So it's hard to define. It's hard to define on your taxes. It's all over the place. And it's not just Bitcoin.
And really, that's only if you file taxes.
Yeah.
Right? If you don't file taxes, if you... Oh, okay.
All of us do. All of us are. We all love the IRS.
Damn straight.
I love it. I'd file twice a year just to.
Yep. Me too. I get excited. Yay. But no, I mean, like there are coins out there that are really there's, I mean, if you put in like I got my brother to invest in an XRP because I firmly believe it's very probable that will go somewhere. Whereas like there's another one called Siacoin, which is all about cloud storage, and they built, which is a very unfortunate name, it's called Skynet, and but they use like a lot of Sarah Connor jokes. But it applies to like podcasts and stuff, because you can build apps and put your podcast on the Skynet, and you pay for it using Siacoin, and there's storage for everything. So if you stored all of your podcasts on Skynet, what they do is they take all your information, all your bank anything that you have saved on your computer, and they break it off into millions and millions of pieces. So if anybody ever hacked anything, all they would get is such a small amount, they would never be able to piece it together, your information of who you are. And if there's another coin called BAT, Basic Attention Token, which uses a browser. They have their own browser called the Brave browser, and if you can disable ads, so you never
that's the
get
Lion
ads.
browser. That's the Lion browser.
It's the Brave browser.
Yeah, but it has a lion. A lion is its icon or whatever.
Have you seen it? So, but if you enable ads on it, if you allow the ads to play, they pay you in BAT. So you get BAT tokens, and then you just cash them in. You put them on the exchange, and you get dollars for it, or whatever crypto you want for it. It's because
did you hear that, guys? We can make a ton in Siacoin with this podcast.
Yeah, I'm going to invest.
You should. I mean, Siacoin's 2 cents right now. I think it's probable it goes to 10 cents in the next year, before the end of the year.
Well, I saw XRP.
I'm not investing in any of it.
Well, I mean, 2 cents. What you figure? I mean, what's 2 cents? Instead of getting that Big Mac, you buy a few Siacoin or whatever and hope. It doesn't hurt anybody as long as you're only investing what you can afford to lose. But
it's just a chair. It's an empty chair.
Oh.
I don't know what. Oh yeah, that's like Star Wars. Look at that. It's gorgeous.
Kathleen, do they still have the Bitcoin ATMs? Because they're hard to find, but there's a couple you can Mike.
Where?
Right. Oh, I see.
I would expect to see something like that in like South Korea.
No, there's one at the gas station by my house.
They had so many different types of ATMs. It was crazy, and so many options.
And they have vending machines too.
Yeah,
all those vending machines.
Can't you convert it to your own bank account or whatever you use to invest?
Yeah,
right.
you can find some
need
sucker to buy it.
You don't need an ATM, because really you can just, because you have it on Coinbase, right? So if you bought a Bitcoin right now, and so say you buy, $20 worth of Bitcoin, and it goes up $5,000, and you made $1, you could just convert it right back to cash, and then it just takes a second.
So I have a noob question here. So if Bitcoin is $54,000, do you need $54,000 to buy a Bitcoin, or you can buy a
portion?
You can buy a fraction of a Bitcoin.
Right.
You can buy any amount you want.
Okay.
Honestly, Darcy should be buying us all dinner if he finds his Bitcoin.
That's what I'm saying. I think we got to go over to Darcy's house, find this hard drive, and we can make this podcast blow up.
For real, because all you need is some advertising.
No, it's gonna be like it's gonna be like Raiders of the Lost Ark over at Darcy's with all the computer shit he's got. Never gonna find it.
Is it like a huge warehouse with crates and stuff?
The end.
You know what, Darcy? I think I see it back there. Are you using it as a coaster?
Yeah, there it is.
Doing?
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, okay,
Hard drive
So,
with
tonight, okay, so
hard
right
drive.
now I'm down in Titusville. So I had to come down to Florida because we have our office at Kennedy Space Center, right?
We pronounce it Titusville.
Huh?
We pronounce it Titusville.
Oh, Titusville.
Tis.
Okay. All right. So I'm in
It's Florida.
Titusville.
If you can add word tits or
Titusville.
poop or whatever, it always works better that way.
So I'm in Titusville right now, and I have my M1 Mac Mini that I have set up with this thing called Diva, and so I've been working on that, and I'm also in the process of setting up a what do you call it? A Minecraft Pocket Edition server on my laptop at home that I left on, so me and my son, we can play Minecraft while I'm away.
That's cool.
By the way, that's what Dogecoin is, guys. It's a Minecraft thing, isn't it, Darcy?
Oh, I never. The first time I heard of Dogecoin was when you mentioned it, and I'm sorry. I keep on looking over here. I keep on looking over here at you.
It's a dog. It's a Shiba Inu.
Yeah.
They called dogs on Minecraft Doge, right? Or DOGE?
I don't know. My son knows more about Minecraft than I do. Like I've had Minecraft in some shape or form on a system or on a phone. I want to say for the last like 7 or 8 years, and have only actually played it like over the last week.
My kids
I got so bored.
I swear to God, it's been around for like 20 years.
Yeah, so I've been getting my butt kicked. So I'm trying to set up a world where at least I'm strong enough so that I can get us to survive through a night. So far, the best I can do is I can get through like about maybe 3 or 4 days, but eventually I end up getting killed.
Zombies.
It's the zombies. And it's those guys with the freaking arrows. And I always get in trouble. Like, okay, I can't tell like the two, how there's spruce wood, there's oak, and it just gets all kind of confusing.
It's a grinding game.
Yeah.
And one thing I figured out is I can dig down into the ground and I can kind of cover up during the night. I can seal everything off.
I never made it that far.
I just have to wait,
The guy's name is Steve.
Steve. Yeah, Steve.
Yeah.
Right. It's Steve.
Every time I played, I just made dicks out of everything.
Oh, wow.
And then got bored.
No, that's you. Hey, Zeus. No, Kathleen, listen. On YouTube, there's a documentary about the guy who invented Minecraft and the creation of it. And he was so sad when he saw like what people were making.
Really? Why?
I don't know. There's some sick stuff.
Oh, see, I would just make like giant, like, or make a bit, not like in a gross way, just in more of a funny, playful way.
What impressed me was a guy made a grandfather clock with all the moving parts, the gears, everything. He used a Visual Basic.
Dude, what are you doing?
Haven't some people made like the Simpsons, like Springfield in Minecraft?
Oh, really? I saw a Millennium Falcon on it one time.
I helped my son make a TV in Minecraft. So we basically just made like a box, and we trapped 2 zombies inside.
Nice.
Kind of enclosed it, and then the zombies would like move back and forth. So it was like a TV where you could watch them.
Awesome.
Minecraft.
That's kind of abusive, though.
I know. That's why I thought of the evil things that we've done.
Appropriating zombies. I mean, really appropriating zombies.
The real value in Minecraft is if you don't clean your room, you're not playing Minecraft for a week.
Yeah, tell me about it. Yes.
You're so stiff.
Yes.
So
really?
that is one thing I love, because I've got this thing called Netgear Orbi. So I've got 2 things going on. So I've got my what is it? It's this thing called Fortinet. Have you ever heard of Fortinet? Anyone heard of Fortinet?
Fortnite.
Fortinet. FORTINET. So
Fortnite.
But anyway, forget all that. Anyway, I've got this thing called Orbi by Netgear, and I show my son. I'm like, hey, this is your iPad right here. That's your iPad, and look at this. See how it turned red? That means it doesn't get to the internet anymore. So you can't look at any videos. So whenever he does something bad, I don't even say anything. I just get up, turn around, and start walking. It's like, no.
It's fun to make kids cry.
Yes, it is.
I now understand my parents so much more.
Our parents were horrible.
I used some of Dad's old ones.
Well, because they had to work at it. They had to work
I'm going to strip you down naked and
now
throw
all I
you
have to do is
outside.
hit a button. I just go.
That's all I hear.
Our parents like Darcy more than us, so.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's us too.
Yeah.
Mom did. Darcy thought Dad thought he was questionable at best.
Oh man.
So hey, let's get on back.
You got me good, Jack. That's
back
funny.
to the I did want to discuss. Tom brought this up, and I think there's a lot of validity to this too. You want to talk about a gold standard going behind all these cryptos. When Elon Musk bought $1 billion worth of it, he validated it. Huge.
I don't think so.
You know what he did is he pumped it. He pumped it to make a bunch of money. I hate that guy.
He bought it.
Manipulating the market.
It was 44,000 when he bought it. It went up
Elon Musk. Anything outside of electrical automobile technology, he's just a piece of shit.
Yeah. He's
How about
an
Mars?
enormous piece of shit.
He's a little crazy.
SpaceX?
The future, I'm telling you.
SpaceX?
Dude, we were landing rockets on pads like 25 years ago. That's
not like
he's doing
is.
things that we were already doing.
This
it's
guy's
great.
got so much ridiculous money he sent
but look,
into space.
It's not a net benefit. The way we had it before, when we had NASA, where we were pumping money into it, where the little man could, because it was all open technology. It was all what's the word I'm looking for? Public domain.
Yeah.
The technology we discovered. This is all bullshit now. America is fucked, and we fucked ourselves. Because the other countries, they're letting it be public domain. The actual countries are doing this, so the technology that's developed is public domain.
Yeah, but we're fucked anyway. We're fucked anyway.
But
right.
Look,
but back
I
to
love the shuttle program, but the shuttle program was a complete waste of time.
It wasn't.
Up into space.
We never left the Earth orbit. We never went out anywhere. I mean, he's pushing the boundaries.
It wasn't made to do that. It wasn't made to do that.
But why since Apollo? Why haven't we not?
Because we did
further than
the
Apollo?
bullshit that we
Drago
did.
beat him to shit.
He's doing less and less and less. That's what we did. And you're
how we
complaining
evolved.
only adds to it. It's more of the do less and less and less.
I don't think the U.S. government was going to Mars anytime soon.
I mean, it's how we evolve as a society, though, right? I mean, when they sent people to the moon, it was what, 2 megabytes is what NASA used?
That was done in a movie studio in.
Okay.
Oh yes, I forgot.
I'm not going to be your friend anymore.
Florida.
I'm not going to be your friend.
But space exploration is the only way we can start to evolve as a society. We need to start moving, away. Also,
I agree.
When all the wealthy people destroy the planet, they gotta go somewhere. Us poor shits get to inherit the earth.
Yeah.
So about Elon,
all the cryptocurrency we want.
Yes.
Let me tell you some suspicious things about Elon. So when one of his rockets exploded, when he was trying to test the rocket, he was so sure that like a sniper had shot it like from off in the distance. He had like the FBI looking into it because he just couldn't accept that.
He thought it was like what was the movie
I don't
with,
think anybody will
what's her
deny
face
that
where-
Elon Musk.
is a
where they get the technology
What?
to go to
I deny that.
universe.
Right.
And not only
But
that,
it gets
then
blown up.
he's
How-
had a
look,
series of like
How does
flaws.
Elon Musk failing hurt anybody? He's using private money,
doesn't.
private
What
capital.
Zeus
More
is saying
power
is that
to
when
him.
Elon Musk invests in the Bitcoin, that means it must be good. But I'm trying to say Elon has made a lot of mistakes over
Of
the years.
course.
You look at his
And
track
he-
record.
Who
He
has
made
messed
a
up a bunch
massive
of
amount. Do
But you know what?
guys know?
But you know what? If it was the U.S. government making those mistakes, right? The little guy would benefit from, because all of those mistakes. There are hundreds of
Launching
other
pad.
possible technologies that are developed from all those mistakes. Mistakes are not just mistakes. Mistakes are
lessons.
finding new things.
science?
But
The
do you
US
guys-
government can keep doing what NASA can do whatever they want. I mean, it's not like, this push to Mars, which is happening, whether we like it or not, through private money, government money,
Right.
multinational, that it's happening now. Like, we were treading water for 20 years. I mean, the Constellation program got canceled under Bush.
Right.
We weren't doing anything. So the
The
people that are
bloated
stepping
military
forward,
budget.
like Bezos, I mean, I'm not a fan of Bezos and all
Yeah.
these other guys.
Sucks.
How can you say, like, that's so horrible? At least they're trying. Like, do we lose if Elon Musk fails
Yes, we
in this Mars
lose.
thing? How do we
Yes.
lose? How?
Um,
We lose.
How?
Because it's
I'll-
because
I'll-
it's private technology that's developed. We're
Right.
in this whole Mickey Mouse, I own this shit kind of thing. So you only have the big guys that are able to do anything. There are lots of
Okay.
small guys with great ideas that could branch out to other things that we haven't even thought of.
But when there's
And
guys
so
like-
it's a loss of the democratization of technology.
I don't
The
think
U.S.
And
government
that's
had
what
a
our
chance
country has
to do
done.
this. They had the whole playing field to themselves for our entire lives, and they didn't do it. So
No.
when were they going to do it? When were they
But
going to
there's-
do it?
Technology. Who
There's
has the
guys.
technology?
Allow me to
What
say
are you
something.
saying?
But when were
Mike?
they going to do it? They
Who?
didn't do it.
Who?
It's the private industry that's doing it.
No.
When was the
no,
U.S.
no,
government
I'm-
going to
I'm-
get us to Mars? When were
I'm
they going to
sorry.
do it?
What
They
I
weren't
want,
because
what
they
I
never
want
are
is I
willing
want-
to
I want-
appropriate
I
funds
want
for things
space
that matter.
technology to be owned by the U.S. government. Our movement into space, I want that to be wholly, or at least mostly, owned by the U.S. government. So any technologies that are developed from that
I disagree,
are
Darcy.
public domain.
I would
Hold
kind
on.
of agree
Wait.
because
I
what
mean,
I'm
we're
afraid of.
using something right now that came from space technology. We're using the internet, which came from the ARPANET.
If it's
come on.
done on the private sector, then what's to prevent like Iran from coming in and say, hey, Elon, we're going to buy your technology from you. And then all of a sudden Iran's got all of this, missile technology that they shouldn't have, or they, I don't think
Who
they should have
developed
it.
the COVID vaccine? Was it the government or was it the private sector?
Private sector.
I don't have it. See, I personally like with as far as Elon
Spearheaded
goes,
by the
Rest my case. Rest my case.
but as far as Elon goes,
It
I
needs
don't
to be
care if
controlled
when
by-
the private sector goes to advance.
Hold it. The
our-
RNA
Wait, let her
platform
talk,
for
was
fuck's
100%
One at a
private.
time, guys. One at a
The-
time.
Mike,
when the private when
the
Elon
one-
Musk
the RNA platform, do you know this? That the RNA platform is 100% private.
No, I don't know that, but I know
Okay.
that. the
Well, why don't
private
you look that
sector-
up first and then
Okay.
tell us about it?
But I know that the private sector is the what
We don't get
developed it.
mad.
It wasn't the U.S. Congress, and it wasn't
Right.
NASA, and it wasn't a government agency.
I don't expect Congress to do it. I expect people that are actually scientists to do it. And most
Right.
of them are working in the US government as little bots or whatever, people that don't have much power to do anything, but they have a
So
lot
should we
of
not
stuff
have the
that can do
COVID
it.
vaccine now? Do you not take the COVID vaccine because it was a private industry that developed it?
there
No, I
has
st-
to
I
be
still
a
take
push
it. I'm
and
not
pull between
stupid.
private
I'm
and
not-
public.
I'm not
It's not going to hurt.
Well, the
if
US
Iran
can go to
buys it.
Mars.
Whatever
Guys.
Trump says.
I don't know.
All right.
I mean, I want to go to Mars. I don't care.
I
who
wanna,
goes there.
can I say one
Wait,
thing
wait,
about
no.
Elon
I've
Musk?
been waiting to talk for like 10 minutes here.
Uh-oh.
Here's what you have to consider. A couple of things. First of all, Ford. Was that owned by the government, Darcy?
No.
Okay. Crushes your point right there. We need to have private industry. We need to have government.
The
That doesn't
internet,
crush my
as
point.
much as we want it, eminent domain is getting ready to be taken away from
How's
us.
that crush anything?
Yes, it does.
I'm
because
sorry. We're a
does.
very
That-
litigious.
that we can't-
We're a litigious
Hold on.
society,
If I'm
so
getting
we
this
need to
question-
have some kind of entity that is
Okay.
free from lawsuits
General
and
Mills,
stuff like
General
that.
Electric.
If we had, if
Bell
there was a
Telephone.
private company trying to go to space during the '60s, it just would have never happened. We would have never.
No,
gotten
that's
there.
not. No, absolutely.
Vagina
not.
boob.
Not the case. Man.
What?
Huh?
Vagina boob.
Hey, wait
When
until
you're around a
something
bunch
that
of men,
Elon
if you
Musk
want to change the
does
subject, you
kills
start
someone.
talking about vaginas and
And
boobs, right?
then you're gonna see,
Yes.
you know, what happens, you know, with
We'll
a
see who
private
gets
company.
to Mars first, whether it's the
Listen, you
U.S.
know what?
government
We've been
with
doing a
their
lot of-
amazing bureaucracy, or whether it's Elon Musk.
I promise you I'm right down the middle, but
Elon Musk is just another bureaucracy, except we don't get the benefits of the technology developed from it.
Who cares?
I see people
Why do I
driving
deserve?
Who cares? I
to-
care.
every day.
You're asking me who cares? I care. I
Okay.
care. Who
Who gets
cares?
the benefits of Tesla? We all do, right?
We all
Yeah.
do.
No.
Because my only problem with Elon Musk is that
Technically,
I don't care about
we do.
the technocracy. Like,
Elon Musk gave up a lot of his
So-
Can't hear.
So you
I
trust?
can't
a lot
You
of
hear.
his
trust?
rights.
You trust Joe Biden more than Elon Musk to
What are you
do our
talking
space
about? Joe
program?
Biden isn't
No.
developing shit.
He's
It's
the head of the
other people.
government. He's
So,
the-
so you're just saying stuff at this point.
No, I'm not just saying
All
so.
right.
He's
Yes, you
the head of the
are.
government.
And it's
I'm
just
out.
like
Wake
this
up,
shit
Jack.
from the other day. Come on.
Let's not
I don't know.
You're just saying
Personally, okay, I'm going to finish this time. So my biggest problem with Elon Musk is he's just another rich mouthpiece trying to manipulate the stock market and the crypto
He does
market.
that. He does
I don't
that.
care about the
Yeah.
yes, I think private sector is extremely important when it comes to furthering our humanity as a whole,
That's
to
true.
evolve, to gain technology, and we also need government oversight so that these
Yes.
Sure.
rich pricks don't run amok and destroy our planet trying to make the almighty dollar.
Well, wait
So
a minute.
Nobody can tell me. I'm sorry, Jack. One quick thought, and then Jack speaks. Nobody can tell me that as soon as the first Tesla came out, that some rich motherfucker inventor didn't break that thing down into 1,000,000 pieces and backwards. What do you call it?
Reverse engineer.
Reverse engineer it immediately. We're talking
Right, and that's why
days
Ford
out.
has an amazing Mustang right
It
now.
wasn't the first electric vehicle.
Darcy.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, you're
The
right.
first electric vehicle was over 100 years ago.
Yeah.
But here's the
Yeah.
thing, Darcy. I get you. And I do believe in oversight. Our whole conversation about weed was all about
course.
oversight. But the point is that this shit, somebody's always out there trying to steal the idea from the other guy. Tesla, we'll call Tesla the first successful electric car, easily.
Yeah.
And I guarantee 20 years from now, his is going to look like a fucking VW Bug.
My main thing is to not have the little guy locked out of it.
You know what?
Right.
The little guy has to step up. I'm the little guy.
And it's just like, look at something as simple as media. If you want to put up a YouTube, whatever, and use the 10 or 15 seconds of borrowed media, right? If you're a little guy that does this, the chances that you're sued, even though you're doing it legally, where you're, I don't know, showing something from the NFL or something like that, is great. But if you're NBC and you're doing that, NFL will not sue you because you have lawyers ready. Like, hey,
Right.
we're waiting for you to come in.
Well, NBC is the NFL's customer.
Well, wait a
that's
minute.
the other reason.
But to circle back around, that's what cryptocurrency is all about, so that the little guy has more control over the financial.
But that's just
system.
one aspect. I want
Right,
you know, like a lot of things, not just one thing, right?
right.
So,
But it has to start somewhere.
Wait, isn't Jack going to say something? What was
yeah,
that?
Jack, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, to the point of the rich basically fucking the poor. We already talked about what happened to GameStop investors, and we already talked about how some of these websites that deal with cryptocurrency will put a cap on whatever you want to invest.
Robin Hood.
But yeah, great name. But what I don't understand is you guys are talking about the wealthy Musks of the world instead of spearheading technology with their wealth, leaving it to the U.S. government, which can't deliver the mail, and then also, and then also, well, my point is this though: if you and I can invest in XRP tonight with like $5, right? What's to stop the wealthy Goldman Sachs, vulture capitalists, Elon Musk, from buying 100,000 worth, and then nobody can buy it anymore?
That's what they're trying to do.
I know. They already fucked up YouTube.
They've been trying. Can I tell you that it's starting to pick up steam? But when Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in general becomes a household name, when your grandma knows about it, it's too late. And that's why in my opinion, it's really important that people like us start putting a little bit aside so that they can't do that.
Oh yeah.
But it started a while ago, and there's people like us investing in it where they can never really gain. You're talking about like the 51% control of an asset kind of situation. That can't happen now.
That's because this is like owning puzzle pieces. Like I've got $4,000 worth of the puzzle pieces. The value change because somebody has 51% of all of it.
Well, no, but if somebody invests in all the stock and it dries out the market, why wouldn't it plummet?
You can't think of it like stock.
Right, it's not like stock. It's like money.
21 million Ripple, right? I own $4,000 worth of it. I have all those pieces of the puzzle that nobody can ever own unless they mine it or I sell it. It's like having puzzle pieces. Their value is in that all of them are sold.
Like Minecraft.
Right.
I guess. I mean,
it's essentially like if the instead of every time the government needed more money, they printed more. If they were only ever really allowed to print this much money, and that's it, and that money's always going to change hands, and it's going to go back.
Right. Because your dollar, your $1 today, if there were only the numbers of dollars that were circulated back, and let's say we have the cutoff date, let's say it was 1920.
Right.
You know, your $1 bill today would be worth, I don't know,
millions.
like $3,000 or something like that.
Right. We joke that they keep printing more money, but we're not joking. They're actually making more dollar bills.
They do.
Well, they're really making a lot of virtual dollars. So most of the money isn't even printed. Most of the money doesn't even.
Right. It's just a number on a computer.
I mean, every time they quote unquote print more money, which isn't really printed, it's just devaluing what's in your pocket.
Right.
It is.
Yes.
And that's what they want, though. I think there are people that want that to happen.
Right. Because it's a game, and it's a game against. It's really a game against people that don't know or don't have the means to move their money to keep it that velocity of money, right? So what ends up happening is the bank is your biggest thief, because they get you through interest and devaluation of the money.
They make money off your money too.
Right, and they make money off the fact that your money is worth less.
Every
day. As time goes on, the dollars that you're paying are worth less.
Right.
You know, and they've built up all this interest. That's why at the end, you got all this, it's mostly interest that you're paying on your loan.
Once we went off the gold standard and everyone thought that was a joke, but I mean, that's really. But
actually, it's actually a good thing in a way, because it stops your economy from being limited by some
capital
physical thing, right? Because but then it's probably like a double-edged sword.
There's a price. There's a price to pay.
So I can't, but I do know it's not a good thing to be limited by a physical thing.
Well, we're spending
at any time someone could come. Let's say we develop some new technology, and let's say it's really quick, right? Let's say it's a 10-year thing from going out into space to going to other planets or being able to bring things back. The first time that someone brings back some kind of asteroid that's mostly gold, that shit is
It changes
gone.
the
That boat
calculus.
is sailed. It's gone.
That's
You
right.
know, and actually, it would be a good thing because gold is great for electrics and stuff like that. So you know, we'll have better computers.
Don't use big words, Dixie.
Electrics.
But that's the whole idea behind Bitcoin. Bitcoin is if like
Sorry,
if Bitcoin
Woodford
Cash
is doing some of the talking.
Woodford is a lot.
Apple juice.
Yeah, it's grown up apple juice.
It's a little late for apple juice. You're gonna pee the bed.
It's bit juice.
But
what do you think,
I'm
Kathleen?
sorry.
Just because you know 1,000 times more about this than I do. What do you think the saturation is in our society with people that really understand? I'm a total novice. Like I've learned more right now than I knew before, as far as cryptocurrencies is concerned. But what do you think the saturation level is in the general society of people that really understand the ins and outs of this, in your estimation? If you had to guess,
I would say, I ask people all the time if they even know what it is. And 5 years ago, when I started, I would ask people, and I would say maybe 10% of the people I've seen, 10% of the people would even know what Bitcoin is. Whereas now I'd say maybe like 40%. So we're nearing the mainstream. And the idea is you kind of, it's like Netflix and Amazon, right? You want to get in before everybody knows what it is.
Who was it that before the Great Depression, who was it who was getting his shoes signed and his shoes shined and he pulled out because he was getting his shoes shined, and the shoe shiner was talking about how he had been investing in the stock market. So then he was like, I need to pull all my money out.
Yeah, it's exactly it. It's like
It's like my husband. Joe Pesci and Goodfellas.
It was like one of the Rockefellers or something like that. He was like, I knew then. I was like, I got to pull all my money out of this.
That's what my husband did when we invested in real estate, and our next door neighbor was a car guy, and he was buying houses, and my husband looks at me and he goes, when the car guy is buying houses, I don't want real estate right now. Yeah. So it's very much that. When everybody's in, like right now.
It's when the posers get in, the posers.
And that's what's going on with the stock market. But I think Bitcoin and not Bitcoin so much. I think cryptocurrency is a way for, us little guys to maybe like put our kids through college or something if we're smart about it. Just be happy with the profit you made and be done with it. Like I told
honestly, I could give a fuck about crypto. I just want to make some loot and then fucking bail.
Right. I told you, it's a long-term thing. If you're not willing to do the daily work, you just buy it and you're gonna wait. Probably by the end of this year, I'm gonna tell my brother to sell all his stuff, because he'll be probably double. Huh? Yeah, I am.
Bossing me.
Yeah.
But they're thinking it'll go up to like 300,000 per Bitcoin.
I think 100,000 is realistic, but it probably will, because there's too many wealthy people out there making money off of it. Apple's buying Bitcoin now.
Yeah, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit out there. Like, my daughter's a little young right now, but I've thought in a couple years when she's close to like 10, 11, where she has some understanding of money and things like that, of being like, hey, here's $20, here's $40. Like, let's figure out a way to invest this in something. I mean, not necessarily like a lemonade stand or something like that, but let's figure out a way, like, how can we take this money and make it grow, and kind of like teaching that whole thing, even if it's just 5%, 10%, whatever. Right. But and educating people, there's so it's like the micro investors.
No.
People that like make micro loans.
Mike, back in I want to say it was 95. There was a guy that I read about. He would use his beer money. So every week he had an expense of like around $70, and he would just buy the stocks of some penny stock. Just buy it and sit on it. and that guy ended up making I think it was like $22 million off of it was something like ridiculous, almost nothing.
Because you only got to hit once. You only got to hit once.
Right.
You don't have beer.
And people say, oh, it's playing the lottery, but I'm like, I don't look at it like that. When
great risk equals great reward.
When you're actually investing in a company, you're investing in a bunch of people that are trying to work towards something. I think that's a little different than watching a little marble go around a circle and happen to land in a spot. I don't,
and also the whole idea of like teaching kids, like, you don't have to hit a grand slam home run. Like you can hit a single and steal second, but I mean, in other words, it's just taking a little bit amount and figuring out how to increase that. I think that's a skill. It's a skill. It really is a skill.
We did the same thing with Eve. We got her. She had I think it was like she made like $50 off her report card because we pay her for A's. And she put her $50 into XRP, and she lucked out because it doubled in like 3 weeks time, and she pulled it out. So she got her $100 instead of her 50, but we told her it could have gone the other way.
Right.
Her $50 could have been 20.
Right.
So, but like,
hey, you want to hear real loser mistakes?
Yeah, tell us, Darcy.
Listen to my story. Listen to my
story.
Guys,
hang on a second. Hey, Zeus, I gotta go because we've been on for a while, but you might want to pause it and then start another one because we can put 2 parts. You know what I mean?
I don't think we're gonna go much longer. It's pretty late.
I don't have much more time myself. So
all right. Well, I'm gonna
wrap it up.
I'm gonna jet. Darcy, I'll watch your story later, and I'm gonna write down everything Kathleen said and invest $5.
Do it.
Invest. Hey, you know what? I'll give you a list of coins. I'll give you a list of coins, but please make sure you sell them all when you doubled your money, and just be happy with it.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right, guys. Peace.
I'll put it on the drive later.
Okay, cool.
All right.
All right. So back in '98, I was working for this company called Superior Consultant Holdings Corporation. We got a deal with who was it? His name was Clark. He was the medical, the general. What do they call that? Something Clark, but he was like his medical guy.
The Surgeon General.
Surgeon General. That's it. He was the Surgeon General.
No,
sorry, this is talking a little bit, right?
That's all right.
So he wanted to start this site called I don't know, something.com. It doesn't matter. Right?
Need to be our last.
So anyway, we made his website, and the thing that we got from it was we all got the first set of shares, the IPO, and I had this whole idea. I bought $10,000 worth of shares, and I had this whole idea. I'm going to buy this, sit on it until it gets to a certain amount. I'm going to sell it. Then I'm going to buy AMD. Wait until AMD shoots up, and then I'm going to buy Apple and sit on it. And this was right at the time where AT&T Wireless, I invested I want to say it was like $1,000, and that went down to from 1,000 on the first day. It went down to I want to say it was like $400.
Oh,
and I was all the fight had been taken out of me at that point, and I was afraid to invest in anything. So I did the Coop. It was Coop.com. It was C. Everett Coop. So it was Coop.com. I ended up making something like $47,000 off of that, and then I was afraid to buy anything. But if I had gone on and bought AMD the way I said I would have, I would have easily had 5 times the amount of money that I had. And if I had put that into Apple before it had anything, because I was like, Apple's going to do something. I knew Apple was going to do something, and I didn't. And I have friends that actually know the whole, I had this plan, and it would have been a great plan, but I was afraid because
if you'd have just held it though, all in the same. If you'd have just held that AT&T, I bet you would have made money by now too.
Oh yeah.
A ton of money.
Yeah.
I had
It's the we can theory. Yeah.
It's like the offer to buy Pixar like before Toy Story 1 came out. Like I had a friend be like, "Hey, I'm gonna buy some of it." I'm like, "I don't know, man. Seems risky."
Well, you know, it's those risks.
The guy
though.
who I first told like my plan to,
It
I
sounds
should
like a
have
good
known.
plan.
I should never have dealt with him because I was like, I remember calling him one day and I was like, dude, there's this new thing called MP3, and I think we can talk people into setting up stereo systems modified so that we have a hard drive like under the seat, like a little computer. And they'll have like access to thousands of songs, and we can way overcharge them for it, and they'll be so thankful. And he was like, I don't think that's going to go anywhere. And I always bring that up to him all the time.
But that's what everybody thinks about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency too. So, you know, that's where nobody thinks it's going to go anywhere. They don't understand the value.
I want all of us to get back together like 10 years from now, and we'll see what happened.
Oh, you'll
and hopefully this stuff that I keep on flying back
one.
and forth for happens to kick off.
I'll be on Mars in my chateau. In the, South Pole.
Random carbon hips. All right. So I think we got to wrap it up because I'm still at my friend's house and I gotta, it's gotta like download to the computer or I'll lose it. So.
All right.
Love you guys.
All right, partner.
Take care.
I'm going to keep working on your picture tonight.
Darcy, Mike.
What's up?
I want you two to kiss and make up.
Oh, I love Darcy, man.
I know. We're cool. Hey.
We're cool.
Hey, we're cool.
I have mad respect.
I just get very, emotional.
I respect the emotion. I do too.
You're just,
nice.
Just saying stuff. Why don't you look into it a little, Darcy?
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you for
That's
doing
fine, Cindy. You want to do this again?
For what?
I said, do you want to do this again?
Yeah,
Sure.
Absolutely.
So I'm thinking Jack's girl is a nurse as well, and she's done some psych. I really want to do something on mental health soon, and especially with all the shootings. Hopefully, we'll have another one in between now and when we do the show, so we can.
Hopefully, we don't.
Mental health is good with me, man. I got a lot to say.
Yeah.
There was a shooting.
Yeah.
I watch cartoons.
That's good. Keep doing.
I like Rick and Morty. And Solar
I love
Opposites.
Rick and Morty.
Really cute.
Yeah.
Mr. Macy's.
Yeah.
Mr. Macy's. I want to take 2 strokes off my game. I love that shit.
Yeah.
Man.
Swifty.
So let's come up with some ideas. Everybody, please build a Facebook page.
Cartoons.
That's
a good idea.
Alternate name. Let's start getting this out because Jack's gonna have a fucking aneurysm if we don't start doing something.
Hey, did you tell him the ideas?
But
did you tell him the idea for the names I came up with?
I sent them to everybody.
I thought peanut butter and a shag carpet was funny.
That's pretty funny.
I like that. It's very.
That's when you
roll
poo.
off the tongue, though.
Huh?
He said it doesn't really roll off the tongue. There was one on there that I thought was brilliant, but I
The
can't.
not see party if everybody
ball?
wears glasses. We all can't see. We're the not see party.
I wear glasses. I just don't have them on right now.
All right, guys. Let's call it a wrap.
Right.
See y'all next week.
Fun. We'll do this.
Peace.
Somebody come up with an idea. Darcy,
Cartoons.
Mike, Candy.
Dude, I don't have ideas. I'm a nuts and bolts guy.
Okay.
I think cartoons. What about because
you're
adult
half
animation
right.
has been picking up? Like there's so much good adult animation anymore. More than just Family Guy and The Simpsons.
Samurai Champloo.
Yeah.
What?
How's that Woodford Reserve hitting you?
I'm with Darcy with the
Wait.
shampoo.
Yeah.
I like Shampoo. That's funny. What about Shampoo?
That's the name of the
as I was
show,
getting into
Shampoo.
it was over.
Shampoo. You gotta
Oh,
add a
I got an
P at the
idea.
end.
I got an idea just for not a whole episode, but just like a short, like 10 minutes of an episode where we talk about our first cars or our favorite cars that we've had.
Oh, I thought
1967 Lincoln Continental with the suicide doors.
74 Super Beetle.
You had that?
Oh,
That's
I want that.
Oh.
Opal Manta.
Just for like 10 minutes. All right.
Opal Manta. Cool car.
GT.
I'm gonna go Shaq. I'm gonna
EB110.
go.
That's the best car ever.
I'm gonna go shag some balls here. I'll see you guys next week. All right.
All right. He's going back to the Coliseum there.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye. It was nice meeting
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye. See you, Candy. Thanks.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Hello. Anybody there? Jack, are you there, Jack? Jack. I see that you're there. You're on mute, Jack. Let me see if I have all the power. If I can unmute him, even if he wants it on mute. I'm asking him to unmute. Jack. Jack. Is that your COVID-19 athletic protection?
Not the first time I had my face buried in a cup.
There he is. There he is. Jack. Do you hear me? There he is. Hey.
Welcome.
Can you hear us? I can't hear you. Oh, I'm so steamed. Oh. I can't hear you. Hey, let's test your mic, Jack. Say, get off my lawn.
Hello.
There
Say,
you
get
go.
off my lawn.
That's it.
Look at my background. Ooh.
All right. So can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're some kind of computer guru.
Dude, I'm the hacker guy. I'm the hacker guy in the movies, like Sneakers.
Yeah, he gets shot in the face usually.
No, it's usually like a guy who looks like a geek with glasses. So Zeus, I think you got that.
Yes, but I'm clearly the most unbalanced one here. Hey, look, now I'm not the nerd.
Where did that slightly respectable guy left?
Slightly.
Oh, who? Tom?
He's coming on in a little bit, he said.
Okay, cool.
So my concept for this week, by the way, welcome to episode 3 of All's I'm Saying.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, until we change it again. So what I wanted to talk about is where'd Jack go?
I'm right here. God damn it.
I can't see him.
Oh.
I wanted to talk about psychic vampires. Are you familiar with the theory?
No, I was going to talk about the best and worst movie sequels. You're going deep. You're going deep.
We can do that.
No, what is psychic vampires? You mean like on the TV show, the guy who's an energy vampire? What's his name?
No, it's more like it's a urban kind of myth of these people that just come into your lives and just suck all that is good out of it. It's basically borderlines.
So urban. So you're saying black people.
Don't do that.
Yeah, Jason, like Candyman.
Yeah, yes. Only
I don't think that's appropriate, Zeus.
Okay. So then
No.
let's talk about
Time out. I don't think Zeus's marital problems are appropriate either.
Yeah. They're just sad.
Hey, time out. How do I give myself a cool background?
Are you on your computer?
Yeah.
Okay, so go down to the bottom, your bottom left, and you'll see this thing that says stop video with a carrot next to it.
I recall. I love how it's called a carrot. It looks like an arrow that's going up to me.
Well, isn't that what it's called in writing?
I wouldn't know, Zeus.
You're a writer.
Yeah, what the fuck this is. All right, so what are we talking about? Are we waiting for Tom? Are we recording?
No, he said he'd pop in if he can.
All right, well, you know what? If he's gonna pop in, you send me what the fuck is that? Sorry, fudge. God damn it.
Jason, this is Jack, Jason.
Hey, Jack.
Jason, I heard about you from I think you were on the Zeus and Tom show.
Yes, a couple of times.
Ready.
You're not ready for prime time.
No, you had me stuck in AAA ball, man. I was in fucking Portland, Maine.
Well, you've been called up.
Clearwater, Florida.
Thank you. Yeah, Jacoby Ellsbury got called up before I did, and look what happened with him.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, but
I like this. So this is where I'm at, actually, though. This is great. And she said I could come here as often as I want.
Oh. Okay, I'm there. What happened?
I don't see a background for you.
I haven't done it yet, dude. I'm listening to you.
You just see an old man.
All right. I'll get young for you, dude. I get my shades.
Yeah, see?
Done. Except now I can't see so good. All right, so what the hell were you talking? Look at that. Oh, yeah. Let's get the...
Oh, yeah, I suppose I should say something. I'm going to be doing this for the time being at a place called Patriots Pub and Cafe in Fairfax, Virginia.
Nice. Like Fairfax.
Yes. And I'll hopefully get some beers out of it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because you're bringing in so much business, Zeus. I guess.
Hey, who knows? Who knows what we'll do? We're entertaining, not to say the least. You can smoke in your house.
Mm-hmm.
Christ.
Yeah, I can do whatever I want. I got a license to kill. That's because I don't live with my wife or girlfriend. I live with my fucking mother. As long as I stay in here, it's like, whatever.
What does she say about it? She has to say something. Oh, I wish you'd quit, Jackie.
Oh, see, right there. Candle. Can do.
Oh, candles solve everything.
They do. They do.
We should dump them on the Congress.
Wait a minute. So you're talking about what is it called? The Patriot, what's it called?
So, what do you mean with the Patriots? This is actually the place, not this location, but this is the place where me and my lovely wife met.
Oh,
is it really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised you wouldn't rather burn it to the ground.
No, there's nice people here.
No, hey, Jason, we needed a spot to do the show. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Jason's on the beach.
Yeah, I see
that. Too relaxed right now.
I'm chilling.
All right, so Jason.
So best sequel. Get it rolling.
I thought that was a good idea.
Okay, all right. So here's what I was thinking. Everybody come up with like a top, let's say 7. Best sequel. No order. Just we'll go around. We'll talk about each movie, and then we can do the worst 7 that you know of. But here's the caveat. It can't be like the 3rd installment, or in the case of Star Wars, like the 4th installment. That's when the shit started to really come out of George's butt. You know, with the Phantom Menace, which I went and saw opening night. You know, it was garbage. It was absolutely. It just got worse. It got worse. But
it's just not on the Metachlorian.
Oh my, yeah. I mean, yeah. You get Liam Neeson to be in your movie pre-Yoda.
How great would it have been if he went into that special type of Jedi?
Right. I have many skills.
One of them is mind trick.
I have many chlorians.
Yeah, how do you fuck it up with Liam Neeson and Ewan McGregor in a movie? That's pretty freaking bad.
I don't know. And plus, Ewan McGregor actually nailed Alec Guinness's accent.
I thought Ewan McGregor was probably the best thing of all those movies.
Which one?
Ewan McGregor. He was probably the only saving grace.
Yeah, he carried all three movies.
I will say that Hayden Christensen pulled it out in the end. I like the last movie.
I mean, the first movie doesn't even count.
And the second one was trash.
Oh, wait a minute. We're going off.
Yeah, we're going backwards.
All right. Does everybody have like a pen and paper where they could write down 7?
Well, me being the altogether person that I am, I have paper but no pen.
All right. Well, just pretend you gotta go take a piss.
I'm just gonna hold this up and pretend like I'm writing.
Okay, well, let's see if we can remember.
I have my bag with my pens and my markers in it.
Yeah. You bring all your
nerd.
Did you bring all your glasses and shoes with you so you have them?
I have gummy bears in my pocket. They're warm and soft.
I mean, the first 3 are so obvious.
Oh, and I have a notepad. Oh my goodness, I'm so prepared. Please kill me.
Oh, you're okay.
No, I'm not.
You're okay. You guys sure you don't want to wait for Tom and talk about some like seriously like eye-opening discussion about the world?
With Tom?
No, I mean, no, Jason, we'll save Tom for the movie shit. Like, I mean, like, this is Zeus's time. This is Zeus's time to shine about succubus vampires that steal energy.
No, you've never.
Fair enough.
This
yeah. Let's do succubus vampires.
Succubus vampires.
Energy vampires. Like, they're the ones who come in, they steal men's souls.
That's called wives.
Women.
Oh, no, right. An incubus is a dude, a succubus is a chick. Sorry, a woman and a man, whatever. It's all good. It's the same shit.
So, all right, let me just give you an operational definition of the vampire.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing my research right now.
No, you can't.
Okay, so this is the definition that the most people will get. And that is that they are fictional religious creatures that feed off our life force of other living creatures. The term can also be used to describe a person who gets increased energy around other people, but leaves those other people exhausted or drained of energy. Psychic vampires are represented in the occult beliefs of various cultures and fiction. I've often went with the concept that vampires were probably something close to pedophiles. Like
Ill, stop. Why?
What?
You're ruining vampires for me. Like, yeah. I love vampires. I got a copy of Dracula. I can see it from here. Like, what are you doing?
I thought he was going to say we were ruining pedophiles for him.
Yeah. No, Zeus, you're ruining pizza. You're ruining pizza. Asshole.
So yeah, essentially, I mean, honestly, it's that's what they are. They're the ones that just kind of suck the life out of you. I'm trying to think of somebody who would have known.
Wait, Jason, follow my thoughts on this. What the hell does that have to do with pedophilia?
But I was going off.
Wait. You got to let Jason respond to that. Jason, you have the floor.
I don't think there's any direct connection. I just think Zeus particularly likes drawing parallels to pedophilia.
Boom.
It's like 6 degrees of separation. We give him a topic, and within 6 degrees, he's right at pedophilia.
Dude, that was like 2. And we by the way, Zeus, we're touching the third rail. You're the host of the show.
Oh, no, we're all hosts of this show. No, in that.
No, my name is Fox.
Now, may I speak?
Please do.
When I refer to it it's in that they suck the life out of, and I don't mean, okay, let me start over.
That clearly has to do with
they rob innocence. They take the life away from youth, and I've always thought that might be where they got it from, because he was always, everybody was younger than him,
right?
Than Dracula. You know what I mean? Everybody is a child to him. So I kind of thought that maybe that's kind of where the myth started. It all comes from something.
Well, also in the book, in Dracula, the first girl he turns into a vampire, she becomes legendary as this woman, beautiful, walking around the graveyard, seducing children, like literally.
Okay.
And that's her MO. There's this beautiful girl in the cemetery that lures children into it, and they die. You know, so I'll give you that. I'll give you that much.
Okay, how about Lestat with the little girl? You can, and the wards are always these young, you know, young boys. So yeah, there's a lot of parallels. But I wasn't so much getting into that. No, I'm just saying. I mean,
no, it's about the Catholic priest. Is what you're saying. We're going there.
Maybe the Catholics are all vampires.
Yeah, right. Practicing Catholic. Got my crucifixes right up there. So
yeah, you're practicing. You're not actually doing.
No. Hey, love thy neighbor, brother. Love thy neighbor.
What's that?
I said, love thy neighbor intimately and suck the energy out of them
as often as you can. Well, but that's more what it's about. It's these people that we all know somebody like it. I'm trying to think. God, I got so many of them in my life. I don't want to mention the number one because that's just. This could go into court documents or something.
Yeah. You're being an idiot as your lawyer.
Yeah. So let's go with number 2. Oh no, that one's related to this.
No, Ixnay on the Empire Bay.
I work with one. I got a good story about one.
Yeah, that's inspired.
This might inspire you guys to kind of find that one that you're talking about. So this is a sad story. I had a friend recently. It's not I mean, it's sad for me. Won't affect you guys as much. But friend at work. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning, or actually closer to 7, and they one of my other coworkers comes running to me, and she's like, "Hey, you got to go see this person," and it ends up that their parent died, and I'm like, well, fuck this. I'm gonna run and go see how they're doing, and the person that was in charge that night was like, "No, you have to finish your work. I had one thing to do that somebody else could have done." I'm like, "Hey, can you do this?" And they like call me back and
make you do it.
And make me do it when they know what's going on and all this. And that's the kind of person I'm talking about where you're trying, where they just drain you in one fell swoop, and it's all about empowering themselves and taking away from you. I mean, God, you know the type of person.
Yeah, an asshole. I call them an asshole.
This is a little more active. It's like those people that want to watch the world burn, but they do it in a crafty way where they're draining you and they get their joy out of it. The person that after they piss you off, they hum.
Ooh.
You know that person?
No. Well, yeah, I once.
Yeah.
Once.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get rid of one of them.
Yeah.
I haven't figured out which one
Dude,
yet.
you are burying yourself.
I don't give a shit.
So a legit question here. How are you distinguishing between like a psychopath, a sociopath, a person with borderline personality disorder?
See, that's where I'm going to go.
Sure,
and perhaps someone just having a bad day.
Right. Thank you, Jason. Good question.
Because if you have a bad day and you do something shitty, you don't smile and giggle afterwards.
I mean, haven't you ever been at a place in your life, and I don't just mean a bad day, but you're just in a place in life where things were kind of dark, and you maybe did something a bit dickish just for the sake of being a dick to somebody else?
No, never.
You know, what's funny is he's looking up to the left and the right, and on my screen, we're up on the left and right of him. No, not really. When I do my poking the bear type stuff, I'm doing it. I know my audience. Myself at least, I don't gain joy out of other people's suffering.
Okay. You're not a succubus then.
No, I'm not. That would be a woman. I would be an incubus.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm the guy. I'm like the poster boy for the occult and the vampire thing.
Lawyer.
Yeah, lawyers, right. It's the ultimate personification of my life.
Your Honor, this man was a succubus.
Yeah. Hey, I would do it.
I'm out of order. You're out of order. No, Jack, I'm just saying it's an incubus.
No, all you gotta do is all you gotta do is get the funds for an expert witness and then bring in like 20 textbooks that say incubus on it. And the jury's like, fuck.
Wow, he is a lawyer. He just defended something he pointed out only minutes ago to us.
Yeah, well, it's a dirty job.
Counsel, did you not just say a few minutes ago?
Truth is always relative.
Yeah, that's right. You can't. Yeah, but you can't unring the bell. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It's out there.
I've always thought you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube is one of the silliest things I've ever heard.
It's big in the courtroom, brother. It's big in the court. Big in the court. You can ask a question. They say object, sustain. The jury heard the freaking question. They saw the response. The guy's like, that's all it takes. Not guilty.
So how long have you been a pedophilia? Withdrawn.
Yeah, withdrawn. Sorry, Your Honor. I'll phrase it in a different way. I'll rephrase the question. How long have you liked spending time with children? Well, I'm a kindergarten teacher. Okay, I rest my case, Your Honor. Done. Done.
This is brilliant. Just
awesome.
brilliant.
I don't think you know anybody that's an actual succubus, and I'm a supernatural fan. I get tarot cards up my ass. I mean, like, no, you don't have a succubus in your life, Zeus. Jason, talk sense into him.
Do you know anybody with cute little wings who's actually willing to lie with you naked?
Oh wait, this is personal. It's personal.
Huh?
Succubus. They're demons.
Are they? I thought they were like genies or something.
They're like imps.
I don't know where. I'm wanting to say that we're talking about a Middle Eastern kind of. Oh.
I brought
what is it? What is that?
It's Salem's Lot, dude. Original promo post.
What the hell's wrong with you, Jason? You don't know Salem's Lot?
I do not.
Okay, you got to watch the 3-hour version. It was a 2-night TV miniseries. David Soul. Don't give up on us, baby.
David Soul. Holy shit. That would be one Starsky or Hutch. I forget which one.
I think he was Hutch. He was like the coolest guy in the 70s ever. Other than Neil Diamond. Done. All right.
Neil Diamond is great.
Wait. You got to get on the horn, dude. And get Tom in here, like talk some sense into us, because you think you got succubi everywhere, right? Jason, help me out here. Incubi, succubi, octopi.
Well, it's Zeus, so I think incubi would be more appropriate.
Yeah. I think you're right, Jason. I think you're totally right.
Yeah, so I called Tom to.
Tom bailed too. Everybody bailed. Jason showed up.
Yeah, I know shit. Well,
I'll have that effect. Speaking of psychic vampires,
Darcy has the pandemic.
Oh, dude, you can't out somebody. This is gonna get thrown in the trash. You can't do that. What does he have? What does he have? Ebola?
He has the Rona.
He's got the Rona.
He's got the Ro-Ro.
You see what I'm talking about, guys? Out there? Ladies and gentlemen in TV land, you can't out the guy.
I have nothing. I called him up today and he was feeling pretty weak. He'll be back next week. So let's go with your sequels. Because
okay.
I'm not counting on Tom at this point.
No, I think Tom's a little late.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking like come up with like 5 to 7 best sequels, which I found kind of easy.
Yeah, I could nail about 5 of them real quick.
If you go from 1 to 2, that's what I want. Because if you say worst sequels, you can go wherever you want. You got Godfather 3, you got Jaws: The Revenge. Like it's like easy. It's too easy. So 1 to 2. Best
1 and 2?
No, from 1 to 2. In other words, you can't jump to 7.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I found that the worst ones are more difficult. Like it's hard to like really think where a sequel was so friggin' terrible that you were just like, how could they do that? And then like everybody always says, "Wow, oh my God, if they make a sequel to this movie, it's gonna stink." But like, they're not all terrible. Like some of them are actually like, you know.
Well, classically, a lot of movie sequels, the second one is really good.
It does happen.
Empire.
Oh, whoa, time, blah, blah, blah. Stop. Don't blow your load. What I'm saying is come up with like 5, 7 in your head or write it down. And then we'll see if we all kind of agree on like the top 3, which I know with best we're going. I mean, Jason, I don't know how much of a cinephile you are, but
much less than
Zeus.
Well, yeah.
I'm a file about a lot of things.
Yeah.
He's a Cavill file.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I mean, like a lot of times they make a sequel to some like thing that you think is a classic, and you're like, oh, this is gonna blow. And then it comes out, and you're like, that was actually really good. That might have been better. You know what I mean? Like those are the ones that I think stick with the top 5.
What if you go to 3?
I mean, if you feel like you have to, like I try to stick with the immediate. You know, like I figured because that's the expectation. We're all kids. We're in the movies. They announce they're making blah, blah, blah 2, and you run to go see it, and you either walk out like, that was amazing, that was even better than 1, or you walk out like, that kind of sucked. Like, what did they do? Like, why did they screw that franchise up? Why did they?
I've got a list.
Okay, I've got. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'll.
Wow.
I'll shorten it. I mean, Jason, do you have anything? Do you have like?
I'm just gonna throw in my 2 cents to whatever you guys say because I don't.
Okay.
I don't have a Rolodeck of movies on my mind.
I got the notepad. Zeus, what are you thinking? You thinking 5 or you
I said 5. I went 5.
All right. Well, let me come up. That'll be kind of easy. I got 3 done. I got 4 done. Christ. Yeah, I got 5.
All right. So I guess let's you and I bounce back our 1s.
Okay. I got a couple I can throw out.
Okay, well, let's do that. Can we TO? Can you stop recording and then pick up, or you guys want to talk amongst yourselves? I just gotta use the commode.
Man, just go, man.
I got water. I don't have a jug, dude. I don't have a jug.
We're not truckers.
All right. Well, how about this? How about Zeus? If you have a pad, go with Jason, and then when I come back, you can say this is what I think, and then boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. And when I come back, I'll try to get Tom on the line or AOL or whatever.
Okay.
And I'll try to get Michael Gray to stop being a pussy peg, whatever that means. I'm not claiming knowledge to that. All right, go ahead, Zeus. Take it away.
All right. So, what's your number 1, Jason?
Don't have a number 1. They're just the ones that first came to mind were Empire Strikes Back.
That's my 1.
Terminator 2.
Oh, damn, that's a good one.
Aliens.
Damn.
Those were the 3 that came to mind. And then I had a sort of a topical one that's related, and that's related, but it's more of a question. It's not just whether the sequel was better. It was more about it's now a franchise. Oh, and I'm forgetting the obvious most best one is Fast and Furious 2.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
Okay,
I'm ignoring that nonsense.
Come on.
Okay, FF2.
No, that wasn't serious.
Okay, thank God. I'm gonna have to go kill somebody. Just take out my anger. See, I went Empire Strikes Back, Godfather 2, Lethal Weapon 2.
Ah.
Great movie.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones 2.
Another good one. Okay.
And
that would wait a minute. That would be Temple of Doom, right?
Ooh, yeah, you're right. I think I was aiming for. No, that was okay.
Yeah, it was good.
Short round. It had all. Yeah. And
you couldn't get away with showing it today.
No, not at all. Crystal Skull sucks balls. And actually, I'm going to put my last one above Indiana Jones 2 because I think it's actually a little bit better, and that is Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan.
Ah.
That's a solid. That's a solid movie. But I can't remember if it was 2 or 3. I want to say it was 3.
What movie?
Well, so Jason gave me 3, and he actually picked very good ones. He picked Empire.
Yep.
Of course. I think that's going to be everybody's 1 seed. Then he said T2, which I thought was good.
I had that on a short list.
Aliens, and Fast and the Furious 2 through 9.
That's awful.
Mine were Empire, Godfather 2.
Yeah.
Or as you like to call it, GF2.
Yeah, GF2, baby.
Lethal Weapon 2.
Yeah.
That's a solid. And then I couldn't remember if Khan was 3 or 2, but Wrath of Khan is a solid sequel.
That was on my short list. That was definitely on my short list.
And then Indiana Jones, Temple of Doom.
Oh, Shorty?
I kind of liked it.
You didn't like Shorty?
Short round. It was short round.
I like short
Actually, you know
round.
what? I take that back. No Indiana Jones, Kill Bill 2.
Okay.
That's a good choice.
Yeah.
But does that even count as a sequel?
Yeah.
No, it does. It does. It's a theatrical release. He doesn't count it as Tarantino does not count it as a sequel, but
it is.
It kind of is.
Yeah, I would definitely call that a solid.
All right. Well, let's. All right.
I know a lot about solid.
All right. Fast and Furious, Jason. No offense. I've never seen any of the franchises, so I can't really talk about it. But I will rent it tomorrow.
I was mocking him. I was mocking him. You don't have to watch those.
No, I was in the bathroom, Jason. I actually heard you say Fast and the Furious 2. So
he was busting balls.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. I'm gonna watch it.
You have to watch all of them, though.
Yes, because every episode seems to leave more and more unanswered questions.
Is that the Vin Diesel movies where he's on a planet and it's all black and then?
No, Pitch Black was good.
That was a good one, yeah.
Yeah, I heard the sequels are terrible.
The sequel is terrible. Good concept, but horrible movie.
Okay, yep. Let me tell you what I got. Okay, this was tough as shit. Number 1, I have Godfather 2, and I could dissect that movie all night. Number 2, I have The Dark Knight. I don't know how.
Ooh, fuck.
You guys forgot.
Yeah,
that's a matter of forgetting it. I can knock just about anything off my list with that one.
Yeah.
I can. Number 3 is tough for me. 3 and 4 are tough, but I got to put Empire at 3, and I got to put Aliens at 4. Definitely. And then 5, I have Captain America: Winter Soldier, which I thought was fucking unbelievable.
Nah.
Unbelievable. Oh, wait, you guys have
dude.
You guys have Temple of Doom, dude.
No, I changed that. As soon as you said Dark Knight, I put the toothpaste back in the tube.
No. As soon as you said Temple of Doom, the ghost of Heath Ledger was like, really? Really?
Let me show you a little trick.
He's like, he's like, I'll show you an incubus, motherfucker. Yeah.
I dropped the ball on that one because that is by far one of my favorite movies of all time.
It's a great movie. I even like the third one.
I would actually, it's okay. I like the fact that Anne Hathaway looks ridiculous in the cat suit.
Jason, have you seen all 3 of these or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
My only issue with the third one, honestly, because I think it's a great movie, my only issue is there's too much Batman in the daytime.
Well, I have a bigger issue.
I don't like it. I don't like Batman fighting in the street in the daytime. In his little like, I lost like 100 pounds and here I am fighting Bane. Like that's the only problem I have with that movie.
That's an interesting thing. I never thought of it.
Yeah, it's daytime.
But it was like gray daytime. It wasn't like.
Oh yeah, it was. No, it's an overcast sky. It's about
like
28
Seattle.
degrees today in Gotham.
Batman Seattle.
And they're gonna blow up the city, but the weather looks okay. It's gonna clear up at 4 o'clock.
Here's my problem, and Jason and I have touched on this before, just talking about movies. My biggest problem is you've got Tom Hardy, who's a phenomenal actor, and this is what he did. Hello, Batman.
Yeah. I don't. You know what? I don't care.
Everything I say sounds like this. I raise my voice. I lower my voice.
You know what?
Go back.
No, you know what though? If you look at the story arc, they wanted to go back to the League of Shadows. They wanted to set up a betrayal. They wanted him in the pit. Like these are all like they wanted Bane to break his back. So they wanted to do all these things, and so it had to be Bane. And
no, that's fine. I'm talking about his voice.
I love his voice in that movie.
See, the argument.
I love his voice in that movie.
The argument that people have about Christian Bale, his voice, I can get behind his, but he has to change his voice.
No, but you know who
he's dealing with people that he hangs out with on a regular basis.
No, the Batman voice was actually nailed completely perfectly in Batman versus Superman. They nailed it. He had the voice modulator.
Yeah, that's fine. But I get why they had to do it. I get that. And we could talk. Jason and I have said also that's actually a sequel that I could put somewhere on a top 10 maybe list. I thought.
Wait, you mean Dark Knight?
Dawn of Justice. I liked Ben Affleck.
Love it.
Yeah, absolutely.
The only thing Jason and I have discussed that we hate is the Martha. Martha.
Why did you say Martha?
That's my mother. Why did you say my mother's name?
It's terrible. It's terrible.
It's like terrible. It's like, why do you go through this whole movie that's pretty freaking good? Really good story, Martha. Why are you saying Martha?
Yeah, he's literally.
And then they just like high five. Hey, Martha.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. And at the end, Superman is dead, and Batman is talking about him like he's Jesus Christ. Like it makes no. And then they give it away at the end. See the ground rising up from the coffin. Like.
It's like I don't know what happened. I did not like the end of the movie, but I liked a lot of the movie.
Me too.
I also didn't really care for
Lex Luthor?
Yeah.
I hated him.
Yeah, he was pretty bad.
I hated him.
But I still liked the movie. The things he was saying would have come out much better from a better actor. I thought the whole angel.
No, I know, but they were playing up the social network. They're gonna make him like this little tech savvy guy, and he makes people do shit. Like bring back, get Gene Hackman out of the Alzheimer unit, and friggin' have him come in as the dad who smacks him around.
How about Bruce Willis?
Oh yeah, or how about this? You know what? I don't like the whole new trend where they turn all the male bad guys into like women because you can't do that anyway. But I would have liked Holly Hunter as fucking Lex Luthor. I mean, she's intense. Like, she's freaky out. Like in that movie with the whole piss in the jug and.
What about Hannah Montana?
Oh, stop! Stop. Get Miley Cyrus to do it. No, the kid who played Lex is a good actor, dude. I mean, like.
No, he's not.
No,
I
liked him better when he was Michael Cera.
No,
he didn't do a bad job. I just think that it just wasn't a good match. It wasn't what you wanted to see. You have a notion of what Lex Luthor is supposed to be, and he's just not that. They fundamentally changed his character.
Jason, they made him Lex Luthor's kid. His spoiled, bratty kid, and the guy didn't write the screenplay. And he nailed it. He had the sneakers on. Like, he was like friggin' some kind of like tech company, like Jack Dorsey guy running around with his little fucking afro, and that's why I like one of the things I loved about the movie is when they shave his head and they throw him in the jail and Affleck shows up at the end and he fucking brands him.
That was pretty cool.
And it's just like yeah, and I also like the whole plot twist where like Luthor knows that Batman has the kryptonite. Like he knows it. He knows Batman stole it because Batman's like, hey, F you, here's my little batarang. I got it. So what does he do? He kidnaps Lois Lane. He says, bring me the head of the bat, because he knows Batman's over there ready to fuck him up. And then that gets rid of Superman. I mean, like it's the Wonder Woman thing and the little meta humans, like even the director's cut. Snyder was trying to do so much in 3 movies that Marvel did over like 15.
10 years, yeah.
You know what I mean? That's where DC screwed up. And DC's highest grossing movie is not even a superhero movie.
What is it?
Joker.
Oh, that movie was amazing.
Yeah. It's nothing to do with anything.
I like Gal Gadot. I think Gal Gadot was good. I think Jason Momoa was good.
Yeah, no doubt.
They cast very well.
Yeah, but who wrote
and I think their problem is Marvel drew kind of a line in the sand at keeping it they weren't as dark as the DC.
Well, yeah, but Zeus, they hired the guy who did The Watchmen.
What?
They hired the man who did The Watchmen.
I did like The Watchmen, though.
I love The Watchmen.
Yeah.
I have the comic book, all original 12, like right there under the bed. So I've always loved The Watchmen and The Dark Knight Returns, which is also borrowed a lot in Dawn of Justice. Like the fight alone is right out of the storyboard.
Well, so have you seen the trailer for the Zack Snyder cut of
Yes.
You see the Joker at the end?
I didn't see that trailer. No.
Yeah.
No.
So it shows what's his name? Jared Leto.
Jared Leto. I thought it was Darkseid at the end.
No, see, here's the thing.
Wait! I gotta watch this tonight.
No. I think he's right that there is one, or at least the concept of Darkseid is going to be in it, but
he is.
Okay, but you're talking about the trailer. At the end of the trailer, it shows that Jared Leto's Joker is going to be in it as well.
Yeah.
Well, we kind of knew that Jared Leto was booked as DC's Joker. Like, that's not a question. Like,
see, I kind of hate this because I didn't necessarily hate him. I thought he was an interesting looking new look I didn't hate it.
No, I've talked to my nephew, who would be a good guest on here if we ever talked about like anime and anime influences, because that's his bread and butter. He's got me into like the horror anime, like Junji Ito, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But he said that the funny thing was the way they depicted the Joker, like literally the costumes, the teeth, the knife. He said it's right out of anime. He's like, they took an anime character and they made Joker anime instead of like the cartoony purple suit with the card, like this MFer here. Like this is Joker.
Yeah, right? That's more like the Cesar Romero.
Well, no, this is the Batman the Animated Series Joker.
Oh, okay.
Which is Mark Hamill, which is the best Joker ever. I mean, in my book.
I didn't hate a lot of things. I didn't hate a lot of things about it, though. I really liked Suicide Squad.
Are you talking? Well, obviously, if you're talking about Leto, you're talking about Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
I didn't like Suicide Squad. I thought I watched like a music video. It wasn't Jim Gunn doing Guardians, which is why I love that.
Guardians is great.
Guns is doing Suicide Squad too. That's going to be a good movie. There's no way that's not going to be a good movie.
So here's the thing: if you guys, I don't know if you guys know the Gods Among Us run of DC Comics.
Yeah, a long time ago, right?
So if you're really paying attention to Dawn of Justice and all that, they're really going down that road of Superman becoming a
bad guy.
Like, well, not an anti-hero of the utmost extent. Eventually bad, but he's basically becomes like a fascist leader. Like,
wait, are you talking about like the whole video game Injustice and all that?
Yeah, but there was a whole comic series behind that, and basically, Joker kills Lois Lane, and Superman puts his fist through his heart.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And just goes dark.
So you think? Wait a minute. So on that note, because the history of the DC movies Snyder did Man of Steel. They gave Snyder the keys to the car.
Great movie, by the way.
Okay, I like it too, but a lot of people didn't.
I don't get that on any level.
Well, because it's very long, it's very trotting, and it ends with Superman breaking a guy's neck by twisting his head around. And a lot of innocent people get killed, which I liked it, because that set up Dawn of Justice, right? Like, we know what happens. Batman's like, this guy's a menace. I got to get rid of him. But they gave it to the guy who did The Watchmen, okay? I mean, so they kind of knew what they were doing. And then Dawn of Justice gave kids nightmares. Kids walked out of that movie crying. And I think that's why they said Snyder, as soon as Snyder's kid killed herself doing Justice League, they said, you're out. You gotta go get rest. Like, and then
what happened?
Snyder's kid killed himself or herself. I think it was a girl.
Yeah.
Really?
After he had already shot 80% of the movie.
And then Joss Whedon, believe it or not, came in and ruined it.
Right, because they
changed like 60% of the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
So the movie that we're gonna see when this cut comes out is gonna be pretty much a different movie.
Well, that's the whole point, though, is that
I can't wait.
No, me too. But DC said, oh my God, kids are walking out crying. Batman kills people. Superman is dead. And we don't want Snyder anymore. And then conveniently enough, the guy's kid kills himself or herself. And they bring in the
Avengers. Thank God for that.
No, no, I'm saying for DC, they were just like, it was expedient. They bring in the guy who did the friggin' Avengers, which is a great movie.
Yeah.
And he turns this epic trilogy conclusion, which is going to set up the next phase for somebody else, and he turns it into Justice League, which is a ham sandwich.
I liked it. I didn't hate it.
Oh, it's garbage. I was so when I saw.
I can't wait to see this version. I think this version is going to be.
Yeah, this is going to be the version. Like, that other one's going to be like, it'll be out of print. It'll be in the Walmart bin for like $6.
Yeah.
Well, at least as far as Batman is concerned, I'm glad they're acknowledging that he's killing people, because they're always tiptoeing around how he's throwing cop cars left and right, smashing people's heads into solid objects, and just they're just going to sleep. They're just being knocked out.
No, but Jason,
you're fracturing their skulls.
Well, Jason, that's why we all love Batman. But the bottom line is, I think when Snyder designed the script, because Superman already had to kill once, right? Like, he had to do it. He felt awful about it, and he couldn't believe he did it. And they had to give Superman a reason to really go out and haunt Batman. They had to. So what was the reason? Batman brands people and he kills people. And in the opening scene with the sex trafficking, like, Batman is justified. Like, these people are bad. And Superman doesn't care. He crashes Batman's car. He says, I'm going to show mercy. He actually uses the word mercy on him. He calls him by his first name. Like, it's just like he emasculates the hell out of him. And Batman says, do you bleed? You will. I mean, he set it up.
That's pretty ballsy to say that to Superman.
I mean, Jesus. And when you watch the director's cut, there's a few more details in it that make the narrative make more sense. Like, it's like the Snyder cut is actually, it's not a bad movie. It's not, I wish it was longer. You know what I mean? I was watching it like, I want to know where Wonder Woman's from.
Oh boy. I really like Gal Gadot.
I love the fact that this is the podcast, Zeus, because we went from best sequels ever to going off on a tangent about DC Comics movies.
But we're talking about sequels too.
I understand it. Dawn of Justice is not even on my radar, dude. I mean, I loved it. I loved it.
But it came from us talking about sequels.
No, I know. That's what I like about it.
But since we're on it, but this is what I like about it. I like how as long as we don't go too far off, we're good.
I think you're right. Like succubuses and.
Yeah, my psychic vampires might not have been my best topic. But hey, my first one about complexity was.
Wait, dude! I got the poster. I didn't mind the succubus talk. All right, it's up my alley. I got my tarot cards. I get the.
Here's my thing, though. I wish they wouldn't have gotten rid of Affleck. I thought he was great.
Yeah, but he's back. They're doing.
Yeah.
He's back. They brought him back for Justice League. They're paying him billions.
Oh, to do like cuts?
Yeah, they have had to reshoot. Everybody came back. They all publicly protested. Gal Gadot, all of them. They said, we want the Snyder cut.
Really?
So they're on board. They are on board. And also, I hate to say it like this, but Affleck fit the suit.
Well,
honestly, Affleck looked like Batman was supposed to look.
Well, my theory on that is you got to have the jaw.
Yeah.
The one thing they've gotten right is everybody they've had do it has the jaw. Because you have to.
But Affleck in the suit looks like a football player. Like he looks like he could fucking throw a bunch of sex traffickers around and kill them. You know what I mean? Like easy.
There were even there were allegations of abuse by Joss Whedon.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Apparently he was very mean to Charisma Carpenter from Angel.
Okay.
Like one of the hottest women ever to walk the earth.
Okay, well think about this though. Riddle me this, Batman.
I like how you pull that around like that.
That's what I do. Okay, now.
You ever dance in the devil?
All right, I'm gonna go with the follow the money, power of the studio thing. Okay, and I totally believe the allegations, but who was the guy who originally came up with the concept in the film and wrote and directed the X-Men movies? Okay, the answer is Bryan Singer.
Oh, Bryan Singer, very gay.
Well, no.
Not that there's anything wrong with it.
No, Bryan Singer isn't just talk about preying on the young. Bryan Singer like supposedly had a ring. There's photos of his swimming pool like with blood in it. He was and at one point he was married and supposedly he raped the woman or he raped one of the actresses.
He did nothing with women. My sister worked on. My sister was the art director.
No, wait.
Hold on.
No, wait. Let me finish my thought. So
I gotta give you facts.
Bryan Singer got a reputation for being a really bad guy. When the X-Men decided your movies suck now, we want to give the next generation with Patrick McAvoy or whatever his name is and Michael Fassbender. We're going to do the First Class. Right? I like him better. I mean, the best X-Men movie is Days of Future Past.
Oh no, I disagree. I think the second one of the first run was
okay. Well, all right. To each his own. X-Men United is a good movie.
Where Wolverine got to open up and just rip people apart. So here's
a
little movie history.
You can say Logan too, dude.
Logan was good. Good.
My point is when Hollywood decides you're expendable, you're expendable. Like they're not gonna like if there's any little story about some untoward shit going on, you're out. And they'll find a way.
My sister worked. She was an art director.
I know that.
The original X-Men movie.
I know.
Bryan Singer used to have young boys, 16, 17, 18 in Daisy Dukes, crowding up the editing.
You're making my point, dude. The guy was a creep. They knew about it.
But my point is they didn't make it up. Josh
did I ever tell you about the time I had a summer job in Hollywood?
Zeus, that's hilarious, Jason. No, Zeus, I'm not saying they made up anything
Jason's
about.
Jason's wearing pants right now.
Oh, yeah, I think you misinterpreted what I was saying. My point.
I think I got it.
Okay. Yeah.
But Joss Whedon has never given me that vibe. He's always given me kind of more.
You hung out with the guy a lot, Zeus. Like, what are we talking about?
No, but Bryan Singer, if you see him in an interview, you can buy everything they say.
I don't care if you're gay. It doesn't mean you're an incubus.
No. But here's the thing: Joss Whedon literally made a movie for Firefly as an apology for not finishing this, not going on with the series. He did things. He does things that aren't congruent with what they're accusing him of. Maybe it's true. I don't know.
Well, your sister.
Not everybody's burying him either. Like half the cast is burying him and half the cast is not.
Well, yeah, but my point is you even said that he's a little deviant based on your own personal friggin' knowledge that you just interjected into the conversation about your sister and she knew him. And
no, I'm talking about Joss Whedon. Well, Joss Whedon's being accused of a bunch of stuff.
Well, yeah, but
Bryan Singer's a creep.
No, it's Hollywood though. I mean, Kevin Spacey, it was everybody's golden boy. I mean,
Now he's more of everybody's golden shower.
Yeah, I don't think he's in jail. Is he in jail? I don't think so.
Not yet. He will be.
Well, I don't know. I thought he fought the allegations, and I thought they were dropped mostly.
Yeah, they were. Jason, that's called a cash settlement.
Yeah. He went to Michael Jackson's lawyers.
Yeah.
Hey guys, so in order to be able to keep doing this, we gotta cut it now so that I can make them happy for not.
No, dude.
Yep.
Dude, when you're as big as Spacey and all this stuff is coming out all over the country, and it was,
Not even paying attention.
you're not even looking to get more work. You're not looking to get more. You're not looking to get House of Cards back. All you want to do is not go to jail.
Can you still hear me?
I hear you, dude. Yes, like my mom can hear you. Everybody can hear you.
Yeah. So we got to call it a wrap.
Okay. Wait, Zeus, they're kicking you out?
Yeah, and I don't want to ruin my. We went for.
Hey, this was cool, man. Jason, that was great. I wish you had spoken more, but we'll get Zeus to. We'll tape his mouth next time.
Yeah, I don't have the same repertoire of comic and movie knowledge, but I can chime in as if you need somebody to be pedantic about existential issues,
Good.
I'm all in.
Zeus, that's our next topic. You gotta get this guy in there.
Yeah. I keep telling him he needs to be a part of it regularly.
Absolutely, because everybody bails, Jason.
I know nothing about that.
All right. Hey, Zeus, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for doing this, and thank whoever the owner of Patriot, whatever it's called. What's it called? Give him a shout out again.
Patriots Pub and Cafe, Pub and Grill.
And that's in where? Fairfax?
Fairfax, Virginia.
All right, cool. Hey, thank you guys.
Thank you. See ya.
All right, Jason, good to see you, man. Take
Good
care.
to see you as well.
Hey, Zeus, I'll talk to you later.
All right. I'm getting out. I don't want to cause any trouble. I do want it to download, but it'll just. Okay.
It's, when you say that, it reminds me of one of my patients. What reminds you of one of your patients? Oh my goodness. So we got this guy. Whatever he said, he would just right? Like literally. That's how he talked. Hey, I recognize that grunt.
Oh, Mikey's back. So he would go like,
Wow.
Here we go. Our technical supervisor.
Where's my camera? Hello?
Such a codger. Unplug it and plug it back in again. Yeah, unplug it and plug it back in.
I'll zip out and come back.
Okay.
Punch it like Fonzie.
Hey.
This guy, all he would do is he'd go like that was how he talked. But when we give him a shot, so he'd be like, and we give him a shot in the ass, he'd go, "Oh my goodness!" Like out of the blue. He every once in a while he'd like dance, and he'd always dance to the song "You Got to Move It," and he'd shake his head.
I like to move it.
This guy was a monster. He could.
I think we need to start recording now.
I already was.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't want to talk about Daryl out on the world until we, you know.
Well, it's recording now, so you just said his name.
I just did.
Oh, we can cut that.
Okay, so we're starting
it out.
now. We're starting now.
Okay.
Right.
We're starting now. When Jack gets on now.
The Jackal.
We got to learn. Hey, if we're gonna be live, we got to learn to hit the post.
That's right.
Hey, I want to be the guy. I want to get the thing. You know, scene one.
Oh yeah, man. Absolutely. The
clacker, isn't
clapper. The clapper.
No, that's no, Mike. It stayed on. But
the clapboard.
Maybe that's what it's called. We should look it up. We're gonna have to actually do research now.
But I don't want to do too much research. I kind of like how we just wing it. I mean, that's part of the charm, I think.
I mean, I know Jack. Jack, are you there?
So wait, so we don't have Tom today?
I don't know.
No.
And we don't have Jason.
No, Tom said he was buying a bunch of vegetables in his robe.
You know, I'm starting to think.
That's the picture I sent, Darcy.
I love it.
Don't you pay any attention? That was hilarious.
Paid tons of attention.
Do you guys remember Fraggle Rock?
Oh yeah, man! The Doozers, those were my favorite. Always building stuff.
Always building
everywhere.
stuff. And remember, there was the one Fraggle that was always out traveling the world, and he was like never on the show.
Oh, he was the light one with the scraggly hair.
He would send postcards. I think that's Jason. I think Jason is our traveling Fraggle.
Except if by traveling you mean not working and living off his parents, then yes, he is. Well, he is quite the world traveler.
Well, he's not here, but he's part of it. But he pops in, you know, and sends a postcard every once in a while.
Always brings stuff to the table when he's on.
Always brings stuff to the table.
Yeah, the funny thing
nothing
is,
but love.
We have nothing that Jason and I ever talk about off the show can ever be on the show. it's
off the show.
It's a sordid and dark extension of our Henry Cavill stuff.
Which is really, I mean, can I just say something?
I'll be right back, fellas.
All right. Can I just say something? One day, if everything works out, if we can have Henry Cavill on the show, would that not just be like amazing?
It would be the bee's knees.
I think he would do it. Like if he went back and looked at some previous episodes, I think he would totally do it.
Our Cavill love.
Oh, did you see that one actor passed away today?
Charles Grodin.
Charles Grodin.
Yeah, Grodin. Yeah, Grodin.
One of the best De Niro movies ever, too. Midnight Run. Love that movie. No, I really like you. Oh, it was Jason that was with me when we went to see Eddie Izzard.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you met him too. But when Jason and I went, Eddie, this is so funny because he's like, I've been thinking of starting a podcast myself, and I go, I'll tell you what, I've got one, and if you'll be on mine, I'll go ahead and find some time to get under yours. The whole room just shut up and looked at me like he can't be serious.
We should totally invite Eddie Izzard on. I mean, it doesn't hurt to be like, hey man, you want to be on my podcast?
Well, yeah,
he'd probably do it. Eddie Izzard would probably do it.
He's a nice guy.
He's a super nice guy,
wasn't he?
I thought so.
Who's Eddie Izzard?
Really brilliant comedian.
Comedian, writer, actor, athlete.
Yeah,
he ran 30 marathons in 30 days or something, or 30 weeks, or I don't know.
Rhabdomyolysis from it.
He what?
He got rhabdo from it.
Wow.
He was literally digesting his kidney.
Wow.
Yeah. That's not actually how it works, but he fucked up his kidneys.
He's just a character. He's an intellect. You know, he's got a perspective.
When you have a chance, Darcy, type in Eddie Izzard and Death Star. It's one of the funniest things you'll ever hear.
Type it right in the chat, and then I'll have it afterwards. So you can type it right in the chat.
I'm gonna put it in the chat.
I can see everything.
We're doing it live.
To say, we're doing it live. right now.
And we're doing it in the chat. Listen, apparently we lost Jack. I'm gonna call 911. Right? I'm gonna call 911.
No,
911 is a joke.
right now he's yelling, "I've fallen and I can't get up."
Right, man. We gotta help out. We gotta help out our buddy here.
Hey, Carlos, you like this? This is why COVID's never going away, because they can monetize this shit.
What is that?
Oh, my game, Darth Vader's face.
Oh, I love that. I think that's fantastic.
What you been up to, man?
Not much, man.
How is Disney, man? You look like a geek in heaven.
I loved it.
Where are you? Are you at your house?
I'm at a friend's house today.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, they just went to Disney and did the whole Star Wars thing.
Gotcha.
Got geeked out. That one I'm actually willing to go there again for.
I heard like at Disney, apparently they've got like when you go there, they've got like little squads of stormtroopers, like 6 stormtroopers that walk around and like ask you for your ID and
that's hilarious.
Stuff like that. Is that true?
How many times must they
do
hear,
fireworks every day.
Oh,
Yeah, at the end of the day.
Yep. In the original Magic Kingdom.
I just got a confirmation that everybody goes, "You don't need our IDs. Go about your business."
Oh yeah. These are not the droids you're looking for.
Okay.
My parents live about, I don't know, 45 minutes from Disney World. We were up there back in February, or down there back in February. What?
Nothing.
Oh, and we were like, hey man, I was like, why don't we just go to Disney for one day? Like, I know everyone plans the hell out of it. Like, let's just go. Like, it's King's Dominion or something, right? Let's just go. Tickets it was like $480 for tickets. I was like, hell no, we are not. I was like, let's go to Legoland or something. The tickets are crazy.
Oh, come on, Legoland is nothing.
I know.
Disney is it's like a once in a lifetime, because I've been to Orlando many times. And I've only gone to Disney once.
But $500. I was
Mike,
like,
Florida's back on. Hold on. Mike, do you hear us?
Fuck you.
Try and go to a Dallas game.
yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point.
You know.
So you go down to like Cape Canaveral. I'm a big fan of like Cocoa Beach and Cape Canaveral and Port Canaveral.
Yeah. So I'm going down to Kennedy Space Center. That's where our office is in either like tomorrow night or Thursday morning.
I love that. I love that area. That's really awesome. So you have an office down there.
Yeah.
Sweet, man.
Yeah, that's our headquarters.
We got something going on over here.
That is awesome.
Have you ever checked out our website?
No, let me check it. Send it to me in the chat.
I'll send you in the chat.
Hey, Darcy, would you like to advertise with our podcast?
Oh no, I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that. It's not the, we're not trying to just get anyone off the street,
Yeah.
Wow.
Got some standards, Zeus. Right?
Well, no, it's not. It's just I don't want to waste anyone's time, and
it's more specialized.
Money then? I said, can you just give us money then?
You know what we should do? We should come up with some merch eventually.
I'm telling you, I want to get shirts made that say "You just say stuff."
So listen, we gotta send the police over to Jack's house, because apparently there's some tragic thing happening right now.
I see the light, but
he's been hacked. He's got ransomware.
So I see the website. Okay, and there's only one E there, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe if I shake it. No. I'm shaking it with my mouse. That's not doing anything.
It's amazing. I'm getting an X. It says Jack is connecting with audio, and it X's out.
Oh. One light goes out, they all go out.
It's horrible.
I see the light on the camera.
So listen, have you guys seen any cicadas yet?
Everywhere.
Yeah, man, my yard is full of them.
So yesterday I saw 3. This morning I saw 1,000. Like apparently last night was cicada party. I don't know what it was.
Wow. stranger.
There he is. There's our Jack.
All right. All blurry and everything.
Yep. Thank God. Thank God.
It's like this is like he's coming from the like 70s or something.
Yeah, it's like watching an old Marlene Dietrich movie, like with some Vaseline on the lens. Like, don't want to see any of the imperfections. Like, get some flowers behind them. Oh, there we go. All right.
What'd you do?
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
What was that? Was that an effect?
Without saying any names, let's tell
curmudgeon?
a little bit about what's going on with the guy.
Yeah. So the guy. I think we want to bring him on at some point, not tonight. Maybe pre-show, so if you guys have any questions. But in my cursory, 20-minute exploration seems pretty legit. His big thing is what he has basically is a network of podcasts that he's promoting under a single network. Yeah. Obviously, he's going to monetize that the way he sees fit. Any sort of advertisers or sponsors that we want during our show is our business. He's not interested in controlling content. He's not interested in any ownership. He's not interested in any of that stuff. What he is interested in, and he's looked at a couple of our podcasts, what he is interested in, and what from a creative standpoint is, he wants us to do it live. He doesn't want us to like record it and go out and I looked at like the other podcasts on his network and everything is timed. So he's building a schedule. It's not fully fleshed out. Like he has, Tuesday from 10 a.m. to noon, 3 o'clock to 6, 7 to 10. Like he's got
like a station.
Like a station. He wants to flesh it out. So he's got 24/7. And that's what he's looking at us to kind of join that. But his opinion is he's a podcaster himself. He's got his own show. He's like, it's just a big difference in energy and everything else when you're doing it live, versus recorded. And I personally totally agree with that. I
believe that.
It all I'm saying. Our favorite.
Blue Diamond. So
I forgot my nuts.
There you go.
I lost mine about 5 years ago.
And as far as the only financial part that I've been able to see so far is he's looking at like $50 a month for his time and trouble, like, for what he's got to do, which I think is
reasonable.
That's like nothing. I mean, that's fine. But anything we want to do, and I'll just explain this to Jack. He said there's basically 2 revenue streams. One is advertising, which is that you would do at the end of the show, like the last minute. You would just be like, hey man, I really like, my red Office Depot pen. It's great, whatever, for like a minute. And then the other one is sponsorships, which you just have in the background.
Yeah.
Behind you. That's like during the podcast. He said basically most of the broadcasts on his network that do that sort of thing, they make around $350 a month or something like that. I mean, it's nothing major, but there's plenty of advertisers and sponsors that are looking, to get their message out. But it would be enough to cover his 50 plus a little extra to cover the Zoom cost and buy me a new camera and things like that. So whatever.
Yeah.
But it's not, $1 million. But I told him, I'm like, look, what we're looking for is eyeballs. That's all we really care about. We're doing this for fun. He said, I could. He saw an ad that Zeus put up.
Oh, what ad?
I paid for a little bit of Facebook advertisement, and that's where he found us.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So he's 51 years old. He lives in DC.
Went to Howard, I think.
Yeah, he seems like a cool dude. When I was talking to him, he's I would say he's politically minded, but he's not like politics first. He's definitely like a free speech guy. That seems to be his thing more than anything. He's not interested in monitoring content. He's like, you guys talk about whatever you want. You say whatever you want. Like, I don't care,
Yeah, we're okay with that part of it. I think, because we're going to do what we want anyway.
Right.
But it's more just the money part of it. Like, what does it cost and what do we get out of it? Other than exposure, which if his platform has a lot of viewers, which I don't know. And I'm also curious to see like what other podcasts might be on it.
Yeah, so let me post the link again here in the chat.
Yeah, there's some conspiracy guys, and there's
it's in there. Yeah, if you
no, I mean part of it is like a trade-off of exposure and competition. You know what I mean? Like it's suddenly all these other podcasts are there along with us, kind of like YouTube.
I don't think when I look just in a cursory way, I don't see podcasts that have like 4, 5, 6 dudes on it. Most of it's like 1 or 2.
Okay, good.
It's kind of what we're doing is a little unique in that respect, for sure.
Okay,
we can talk to them about also is we can say, hey, well, why don't we interact with these other shows? Because you get that
radio station.
Yeah.
Radio station thing.
Yeah,
right.
I mean he was definitely saying too, there's definitely some collaboration between different shows and again, this isn't he's based out of DC. He was like, oh, you're in because I'm in Silver Spring. He's like, oh man, you're like so close.
Oh, good.
But there's people all over the country. It's like all over the place. It's not
I like it. I think it's a good idea.
It's not just like a regional thing.
Dude, if we could get this to make us like even just a couple $100 a month, just to make it easier for us to do.
I just don't see a downside. I mean, I'm cynical. I look for downsides. I didn't see any downsides.
Yeah, if we get it to make $51 a month.
Well, well, right now we're paying out 50, which okay. Like, why don't we try it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What's the downside?
As long as we're not selling like every time we post, he owns it. I don't care. Let's do it.
Okay.
And then I had a question too, but go ahead, Mike. Finish.
Well, I was saying I invited him on tonight just to chat, like pre-show. He's just beat. He just got back from New York, so maybe next week before the show we can talk. I let him know. I was like, look, I'm reaching out to you, but and I was going to talk to you guys. I'm like, we're a 6-headed beast, right? So everyone's got to be on board with this. It's not just.
I'm totally on board.
But I mean, I think you guys should have a chance to talk to him as well. And I think doing it in like a pre-podcast period would be nice to invite him on.
No, that would be cool, Mike. I'd also, like I said, if you post the
it's in chat. If you look in the chat.
One thing
I see Zeus Allen saying Tom.
So this website is not live yet. He's got the old one that is live. So I'll paste the old one.
So here's the other thing, Jack, that Mike failed to mention is that
I see chat. Okay.
This guy's got like 50 or 60 social media accounts.
81.
Pump us on.
Okay, Journ Radio. I got it.
His thing is he wants to build the net. So he's looking at building a network, and we are content. That's his motivation. He wants the advertising on the network. He wants the name. He wants all that. We have no part of that. We're just a show.
Right. I think it's worth a shot. Is Darcy on board? I don't even know. He's not saying much.
You know, I pretty much go with the flow, man.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I explain Darcy to all my friends. I'm like, this guy, he goes with the flow.
He goes with the flow.
Goes with the flow, man.
Now, I had a question. Since I'm the guy posting on YouTube, I think Zeus had mentioned he wanted me to put it up on Rumble.
I do, yeah. I think, it's just another site, man. It's like more eyeballs.
Okay, so we should do that.
Okay, just to shake things up, I'm going to disagree. I'm totally against Rumble. Totally against it.
Okay, duly noted, Darcy.
But that's one question, and I didn't get into that with this guy, but I want to
together.
I want to still post this on our own YouTube site. Even if we're on a network, like we got to maintain.
Oh, sure.
That.
Yeah, we should. And I'll keep doing it on Facebook also for what it's worth. Zeus brought a lot of heads to that, and I know when he pitched Dana's tarot thing, she was able to get over the 500 hump, you know, in a little bit of time. So having all those people out there, and I also think everybody else who's on Facebook, like what I usually do is I put it up on our page, I put it up on my movie page, and I put it up on my 2 Facebook accounts. And I think Zeus does that on his own personal page as well.
Oddly enough, I don't.
Well, you
I
might.
will. I work with. I have too many people I work with on it, and I'd like to be selective with.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But anyway, if we can get on Rumble, if I can find the time to do that, then I'll throw up all 14 of them.
Okay.
And we'll see what that does, and then I'll just keep doing the YouTube, Mike. Like, why not?
It sounds like this guy. The biggest thing he's going to do is get us contacts.
Yeah.
And eyeballs.
Yeah.
I think that's worth $50 a month. I mean,
yeah. I mean, he's hosting it. He's promoting it.
I just wish somebody else was editing it, because there's ways to throw in like we've talked about UFOs, right? Like, and we've talked about ancient civilizations and like all sorts of shit on this podcast, which is great. And there's ways to like intercut us with clips from the internet and clips from other podcasts and link to them and do all that stuff. And I just don't know how to do that.
Well, if you look on the bottom of your screen, there's a share screen button.
Yeah, but you're talking about YouTube only. Like, I edit this on another thing.
No. If you wanted to put up a video right now, you just put it up on your computer and then you click share screen, and it'll become one of the other.
Well, you're talking about during the podcast. I'm talking about production. I'm talking about like post-production stuff. Like, yeah, I see the little cry face, Mike. But unless I'm
let's say we're talking about, you know, I don't know, Atlanta or something like the what's the undersea
Atlantis.
Civilization, Atlantis, right? And then you can have like, you know, how do they do that with the and then you know, it fades into Atlantis, and you know, something. Well, you know, that kind of stuff.
Well, that's
hey, did either of you watch my my friend Darnell's fact thing or whatever?
Oh, about Texas.
He does all that kind of stuff because he does a bunch of about things or whatever.
Yeah,
and he does all this post-production, you know, stuff.
Well, that's my point. Is like, I wish I knew how to do that and had the time to do that, but I don't.
If we're doing this thing with this guy, I mean, he's looking at having it live. I mean, that's the big thing. So there's not going to be a lot of...
Right.
Oh, there's no reason why we can't do both. We can record it and have it be live.
That's a good point. Yeah, have it on our YouTube channel as like a whole, and Rumble channel as
kind of cross-sell ourselves.
Special edition, whatever.
Yeah. We'll cross-sell ourselves. Hey, check us out on YouTube. There's going to be content there that you don't see on this.
Oh, well, yeah. Again, if somebody can do it.
Well, we got time. We're 14.
Yeah, I think we were, because we can always do that at a later time.
We could.
If somebody actually wants to put us on their network, is a sign that in 14 episodes we're doing something right.
Yeah, I know. I totally get it, but I watch some of these videos and they're like professional. Like, it's just like.
But I think part of what
that's called practice.
What I think makes us good is that
it's not super
very organic. Like Darcy wants to talk about shortages, so I've got a food line behind me. Like,
so
quality.
And we need to get to the topic. We need to get to the topic soon too. I mean, this is a little bit of like
this is like it is inside baseball, very much so. But okay,
baseball's good. We've done that every episode. It's not bad.
That's true.
Yeah, guys, I didn't do my homework, so.
All right, man, you're the first one. It's like you gotta jump in with both feet. There we go. There's Henry. Very nice. We're inviting him. Hey, Zeus, be sure to invite Henry on the next episode, please. Can you put that on your to-do list, please?
How great would
won't be invited.
We would have Jason back. We would have Jason back like that.
Hi, Henry.
I'm sorry, I had to. That's my production value.
There you go. I like it, man.
Love is strong. So Darcy, tell us.
Darcy, floor is yours. Floor is yours.
Well, the whole idea was I wanted to talk about like shortages and how countries and communities helped each other or avoided helping each other. So, the thought came up when, all of a sudden we didn't even have a shortage of gas.
No shit.
But there was no shortage of gas. They were just like, hey, we had a little hiccup here. We're basically rebooting the system and it's going to take a little, like a few days. Don't go crazy on the gas. Just be normal. And so people went out and bought more gas than they've ever bought in their lives.
I wouldn't go as far as to say I did that, but I did go. I happened to get gas that day, and then somebody who will not be named wanted me to go fill their tank with gas too. So I got to stand in line for that, and then I talked to Mike later, and he was doing the same thing.
But I actually needed it. I did need the gas. I had like a 1/16 of a tank. I needed.
But listen, but about a day and a half before it became a thing, I told Rebecca, I said, this is going to be a thing. So please just go in and get some gas. And she like laughed at me. It was the same as with the mask thing. I was like, hey, we need to go get some masks. We're not going to need masks. I was like, they're going to get expensive and there's going to be a shortage of masks at first because people are going to they're going to buy a gazillion masks.
I blame this all on weathermen.
Yeah, why not?
Experiment. I said I blame it all on weathermen.
I said, yeah, why not?
Exactly. Hey, first of all, that's not a real science. Second of all, toilet paper and fucking milk, man. This is where it's gotten us. Who here didn't buy duct tape and plastic wrapping back around 9/11 when we were going to get attacked by terror?
I was on vacation.
I didn't buy any crap like that. I mean, unless I'm trying to kill someone.
Neither did I.
I mean, I'm expecting people to give me like weird looks if I buy that kind of stuff.
No.
We got to talk
tape,
about
rope.
That's like a whole other episode, like what we were doing on 9/11. But
I got good stories for that.
I got some good stories.
Well, we can go backwards.
So here, the thing with the gas, I thought was because I knew it was going to be a disaster as soon as things were good. They were talking about things being short. But here's the thing: there's people. It's hard to judge, and I don't like judging people, but there's people that are contractors that maybe like lawn mowing companies, and those guys need gas. They go through gas like freaking crazy with their lawn mowers and whatever. I can see them needing to whatever. And there's people that just need to get to work. They need to top off their tank to get. I get that, but yeah, I mean, there were people like that. That picture I sent out. The lady in front of me was filling up 5-gallon Home Depot buckets, like 5 of them, and putting them into her car. I mean, like crazy stuff.
I was putting in garbage bags.
And the garbage
lots of people. We learned lots of people.
Have no
never
idea.
Participated in their chemistry class or anything like that. Like it's like the gas itself is not the problem. It's because actually, just plain old gas, minus the fumes, is very hard to light.
Yeah,
it's the fumes, man. It's like,
yeah,
there's no,
I love when somebody gives you a fisheye at the gas station because you got your cell phone.
Or if you leave your car running while you're fueling up.
When I was a kid, I was afraid of being electrocuted. Like if I touched the car.
Yeah, static.
Oh man, I had this. The first car I ever bought was that. Remember when I had that M3?
Yeah.
it had this little rubber thing on the door, on either door. And I never bothered to look to see what it was, but I did notice, like, all the time I would always shock myself. And then one time I decided, let me pay attention, let me see what's all in this car. And so I looked down, and on the little rubber thing it says touch. And so I look it up, and it's to
de-static yourself.
You could have
right.
told innocent people.
I couldn't have, because I watched a video about people getting back, and like women usually women are the number one people that start fires at gas stations in the wintertime because they generally they go back to the car and sit inside the car while it's filling up, so it increases the chances of having a spark.
Okay, so I was afraid for a reason.
Oh yeah, that's real. And you shouldn't talk on your cell phone. I mean, it says right there, like, don't use your cell phone. It has a big thing with a thing through it. So if you're on your cell phone, that's a bad idea.
I'll take the risk.
Why? It's like,
why? Yeah.
About it. Okay, here's allow me to retort.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I got to retort. How many times have we heard about gas stations blowing up because people were on cell phones? Done.
Not very often.
No, not very often is a lie. Never have we heard of a gas station blowing up from somebody being on their cell phone.
So on what day was this? Friday, we went camping, and so I had every gas station in my area was closed, and I needed to get some gas because I'm like towing this trailer over to the Eastern Shore, and I'm like looking at my car, and it's got like 250-mile range, and it's like 70 miles one way. I'm like, okay, it's gonna be more than that because I'm towing the trailer, so I don't need gas. Like 200 miles, I'll probably get back with like 60-70 miles left or whatever. So I go to the gas station because I had to get some air in my tire, and I go in, everything's closed, like signs on the pumps, like, you know. And so I go in, and I talk to the guy, because I was just curious. I'm like, when are you getting gas next? And he's like, well, we just got 3,000 gallons this morning, but we sold out in 20 minutes. So at like 6 a.m., he was like, listen. I was like, how did everyone know? He's like, the cars were already lined up. People parked their cars overnight and then came back when they knew that the delivery was supposed to be coming. He's like, they were already pulled like down the street.
Meanwhile, they were sitting there with their engine running, waiting.
But I'm like, where are they going? Like, who needs? I don't know, man. The thing is, scarcity makes people freak out. My whole thing is like, gas is that scarce. I'm telling my boss I'm not coming into the office, and fuck it. Like, I'm not coming into the office. Like, I don't have gas. Like, why freak out about it? We can. If COVID taught us anything, it's that we can work from our homes. You know,
well, scarcity though, Mike. It's perceived scarcity.
It's perceived scarcity.
Well, wait a minute.
There was gas going.
Wait a minute. How many people are storing gas in their sheds and garages and basements right now?
Absolutely, dude. There's already been stories about cars blowing up and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, have you seen that on the highway?
Let's let Darwin.
A friend of mine, she sends me this picture of this car blowing up, and she's got a frown, and I was like, no. I was like, don't be upset. This is Darwinism. This is great.
Wait a minute, Darcy. According to you, those are women.
And they were.
But here's
they were.
Let me throw a monkey wrench into this, and I'm agreeing with Darcy, but let me just throw a rhetorical.
Whoa. Mark this one on the calendar.
No, but listen. So what if? Because by Friday or Saturday, they were like, you know, the pipeline was reopened Wednesday afternoon, I think. You know, so it takes some time, whatever. But what if it wasn't? What if we were still like it was still shut off? Because it could be. Who knows? Like, what happens at that point? I mean, in other words, I look at people like that lady who was like filling up 5 buckets of gasoline in front of me in line, my first reaction was like, man, what an asshole. That is crazy. And then I was thinking, if this doesn't open up again, maybe she's smart. Like, I don't know. I mean, what if it did continue?
Wow, great. She's got three days of doing something more than everybody else. Woo-hoo.
But what if it went on for a month? What if it went on for 2 months?
Wait a second, though.
Then she's still screwed with her.
No, you're right. Yeah, because she would run out eventually. Right. Okay. No, that's a great point, Darcy. Yeah, because she would get 3 extra days of normalcy, right?
Hey, I got all the steak. I got all the steak. It's rotting, but I got it all.
No, that's a good point. I didn't even look at it that way. No, you're right.
I wanted to point out this picture behind me, just since Darcy inspired.
Has anyone ever tried to keep gas for 3 or 4 months? Well,
no. Well, in my lawnmower,
you wouldn't want to put it in your car.
No, I've tried to fill a lawnmower with gas that was sitting in there for a while, and it doesn't run. I mean, I know for a fact. It just putters, like the engine
water
putters.
Yeah, it creates a little moisture. And
you put the oil mixture in it, Jack?
I did whatever I knew how to do, which was nothing.
How? You move lawns?
Generally with lawnmowers.
No, I tipped out the gas and I put new gas in it. That's what I did.
It depends.
Because you can push a John Deere. You can push a John Deere over.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or if you have like a push mower. I tell you, I had a 65 Chrysler and I had to add lead in it, like whenever I went to the gas station.
Oh wow.
And that was like super exciting. Like I really liked that a lot. But that thing, I got like 10 miles a gallon.
Yeah.
I remember
a friend of mine when I was a kid, his car was one of those muscle cars, and he always had to go to this racetrack or whatever to get
the fuel.
Yeah. And it was super expensive. I was like, dude, how can you afford this? He's like,
114 octane.
Yeah, but those cars with the special like diesels, you can get a lot more power out of them. Anything where you've got a special fuel setup is going to usually do that.
Well, I do. Yeah, sorry.
Well, 2 things. First of all, to address the shortage thing that Darcy was talking about, I did want to point out that this line that you're seeing behind me is actually for the Popeyes chicken sandwich that people were fighting in the streets.
The people don't know that. That was one of the main causes of World War II was Popeyes chicken sandwich.
Dude, that'll do it.
I've never had one.
I mean, it's good.
Now that they're free and easy to get to, I didn't get one. Don't want one. Hate it.
I didn't
get one until the lines were gone, and it was good. It was good. It was so good.
But was it fight in the streets good?
Yeah, I punched my mama.
Here's a little anecdote that I love, and I thought of this when Darcy first posted this topic. So there's this restaurant. It's based. I think it started in the Philippines. There's only like 30 of them in the United States, called Jollibee or something like that. So it's Filipino chicken spaghetti. It's like a super sweet spaghetti, and some few other dishes. Well, they opened up one near my house here, and the closest one is like 6 hours away. It's right next to the bank I use. So when it opened up about a month and a half ago, there were police there, Montgomery County police. There were lines at the door. It was like the biggest thing in the world. And like at work, our guy who's our bookkeeper, he comes into my office one day. He's like, "You live in Silver Spring?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "They opened a Jollibee in Silver Spring." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't even know what that is. I thought it was a restaurant or like a dessert place or something like that."
Right.
So I've eaten there. It's good. but it's not stand out in a line for 2 hours good with policemen like hanging around. But I'm just saying, it opened up, it had hype. There was no place anywhere around here, and there were lines out the door into the parking lot for a month. I'm saying, wow. Human behavior, if anything is scarce, and it's like the joke that we were talking about before the podcast started, like with Zeus's picture, you know, the old joke of like, you know, if you're in the Soviet Union, like if you see a line, you get in it, right? Because like you don't even know what the line's for, but you get in it because it's like, you know, it must be good. Maybe you need it. But human nature, I mean, dude, back when COVID started, and I'm going to tell this story to my grandkids. In last week of March, I go, and I'm not like a prepper. I'm not like a paranoid person. I'm not, you know, I'm definitely not prepared for the apocalypse. But I was like, man, I better get some food, right? Because everyone's like, the grocery stores are emptying out. So I go to Safeway, and because I have no idea what I'm doing, I go and I get like canned potatoes. I think I talked about this. All this other crap, like stuff I would never eat, but I would last.
Never get.
I still have it. My wife was like, you better come up with a recipe to cook.
Right. No, like, save it. Mike, save
canned
it.
Potatoes, canned, you know, green beans, like all this stuff that could survive like 10 years.
Yeah, no, you know what? Save it. Save it.
I guess I should save it.
Yeah, I never had a problem. Like and so the one thing we did, because so what I do is like when the toilet paper and paper towels, I always buy the biggest thing, you know, and I put it away and I'm like, okay, I'm good for, you know, 4 months or whatever, because I hate buying crap over and over and over again. That's annoying, especially that. I mean, you know, it's like, oh, damn, we got to get paper towels again. It's like, why can't we just buy the big fucking thing and just be done with it?
It's not like buying an Xbox where you're like, man, I got this Xbox. It's like fucking paper towels. Like, there's no excitement for buying it. It's just work, you know.
But wait a minute. What was
hold
funny
it, toilet tissue. Getting the, you know what I haven't been able to find, the one with the vitamin E and the you know, all that stuff in it. Those are the ones that I love, right? The one like aloe and all that. Those are hard. That's hard to find. That is like nowhere. It's gone.
It's gone.
Matter of fact, I just assume they don't even make it anymore. That's what I see.
Well, that's what was messed up about this virus, because not only did people completely like go nuts on toilet paper and gasoline and water. The thing was, because this was a virus, those Clorox wipes.
Oh yeah.
They were like gold.
Yeah, I just went and bought the outdoor Clorox, and I was like, hey, we're good for the next I don't know, 2 years or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a big enough thing, but that Clorox.
Well, no. The outdoor Clorox, it's something like 9 times the concentration. So, and it comes in the same, you know, the same form factor. You just need to, you know, water it down.
Well, you're
water, of course, not gas, Zeus.
Oh, wow. Pre-applied. Nice. Yeah, man.
Well, no,
hand sanitizer. Dude, I spent $14 on an 8-ounce hand sanitizer at a gas station in Falls Church, Virginia.
Why?
Because I needed some hand. I didn't. It was like April of last year.
You know what? I'm proud to say that during this whole COVID, after
I just washed my hands.
I washed my hands with soap, and that was
it. I didn't touch my face. Now there were a few times where I was like, "Hey, dude, what the fuck are you doing?"
Interestingly enough,
no, I would touch my face when I was adjusting my fucking dirty mask.
Yeah,
that was it.
Okay. Am I the only one that doesn't have like 6 masks in my car?
Yeah, I got like 4 masks, and they're washed like every couple of days.
Yeah, man. They're gonna be in a museum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
this isn't over. I've already talked about this, but
Oh, wait a minute.
Redskins logos on masks, it became monetized. It became something that somebody wants to keep around. Plain and simple. We are sheep.
Well, that's why everybody's mad now, because Fauci and the rest of them said, you don't need masks anymore if you've been vaccinated. And now people don't want to believe that. They're saying, yes, you do.
But you do need it. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
No, you don't need it. You don't need it. Stop. Stop. You got vaccinated. You're all set.
Well, one thing, like, back to
vaccination doesn't mean you don't get sick. It just means you get less sick. You know, so.
Yeah, good enough.
Well, it depends on what your surroundings are. If your house is full of other people that decide not to get vaccinated.
Darcy, it depends on who you are. It depends on who you are. This disease still has a 99.8999 survival rate. It really does.
Yeah, I survived, but the 3 weeks I went through was bullshit. That was not good.
Me too, which means your antibodies were probably through the roof when you got the vaccination.
Did you have this too, Jack?
I had it. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
he had
that.
it at the beginning.
I knew Darcy did.
Yeah, I did.
So I know because Darcy had mentioned. So what was your story? Like, what happened? How did you have it? How long did you have it? When did you have it?
I got it. I got it in February of 20. And
yeah,
my mother,
that was like way early.
Yeah, and my mom got it a week before I did.
Wow.
And she was sick as a dog. Like, she was a wreck. And they diagnosed her with like bronchial infection, and they gave her a Z-Pack, and they gave her an inhaler, and they gave her prednisone, which is the opposite of what you should do because it makes it last long.
Actually, that's not true. Is
that a steroid?
Yes.
What they're saying is that they actually needed to put, if I'm not mistaken, they're saying you need to have actually higher doses of steroids. Even though I know what you're saying, because it affects immunodeficiency, but the positive effects, I believe, outweigh the negative.
Well, either way, this was COVID, so she had it for a month, like literally almost killed her. And
like
then
I
got
fever, and like
everything.
what?
Well, everything, coughing, exhaustion,
like being able to eat, or like gastrointestinal, like the whole
everything. And then I got it a week after she did, and I still have a hernia from coughing so hard, and I had bruised ribs.
Jesus.
Yeah. And then while I had it, we found out all about COVID, like, because I live in ground zero. Like, New York is right there. We have commuter trains, bridges, buses. I was actually taking the bus to visit my kids, and so I got it, and she got it first, and but either way, like, we had it, and then it was over. And
so so with you, since you have the antibodies, you can't get it again, or just for a certain amount of time, or what's the science on that?
No, it depends on it depends on who you believe. That's like everything, there's different studies. Like, there's one study that says that you're more likely to get hit by lightning than catch it twice. And then, like Darcy said,
you could.
And then, like Darcy said, even if you're vaccinated, there's some studies that say, or some theories that say, you could get it again.
Yeah, it's not a could. You can be infected with the virus again. It's very simple. It's just that your body has already been exposed to it. So instead of your body going, oh my God, I'm infected, it goes, Darcy, oh, I've already seen this before, and it starts working.
Darcy, then it's up to you. Like, if you want to get vaccinated. If you want to, like, walk around all the time, be at home with a mask on, then do that. You know what I mean? And if Darcy, if you make a rule in your own house that says you have to wear a mask to be in this house, then God bless you.
Dude,
dude, the most states don't have the mandate anymore. So
that's yeah, but you can wear one when you go out. You can wear one.
I don't.
You can wear one when you go out. You're vaccinated and you could wear a mask.
Yeah, nobody.
So what are you worried about?
I will
my
say,
point is, what are you worried about? You're vaccinated. You're masked.
You're better than vaccinated, actually, Darcy. Having gotten it, you're probably in better shape than people that got vaccinated.
Darcy, real quick, are there extra side effects to the vaccine for people that have had the virus previously, or is there?
Well, you're gonna feel it both times. There's no like, the first shot is nothing, and then the second shot is, you feel it.
Are you more susceptible to side effects if you've
Right,
had it?
so you're definitely gonna feel it. If you've already had it, you're gonna feel it. So like when I got that first shot, I was down for a day, and I had the problems with being able to sleep and all that stuff. The same way I did before.
Darcy, didn't you do a podcast with us like right when you got vaccinated?
The first one, yeah.
I think it was the first one. Yeah.
You're so badass, Darcy.
I will say this, man. I mean, and kudos to you guys. I mean, I've had bad flu before.
Hey, are you playing solitaire while we're doing a podcast?
No, I'm just shuffling. So, but for like 2 or 3 days,
he always does that.
I got him here on my desk, man.
Every episode he does it.
It's the first time I've noticed.
So, but I'm saying I've had the bad flu for
Mike, when'd you get here?
2 days.
I got the tarot. That's what I'm doing.
Maybe 2 or 3 days, and I'm done, dude. Like I'm spent. So if you guys had this for like 2, 3, I can't even imagine that. I can't even imagine that.
And then Darcy got sick again when he got vaccinated.
Yeah.
But only for about a day or so each time.
I got my second shot is this Saturday.
How did you feel after the first one?
I didn't feel bad at all. So I've got arthritis, just congenital arthritis, and it definitely flared up. I don't know if that's causal or just coincidental. I don't know, but I was definitely like
congenital arthritis.
Well, I just have it, dude. I have it in my shoulders, my knees, my hips. Like
I thought it was your balls.
No, I got it, Zeus. I got it.
But it definitely was aggravated, but I don't know if that's because of the shot. I don't know if that's because of the shot or not, but
I think that's just gonorrhea.
Possibly.
Right. Syphilis, something.
But we'll see. No, I mean, to Darcy's point with his topic on this podcast, I mean, looking at, you guys have heard of Tragedy of the Commons, right? I mean, I don't know if that's where Darcy was going with this, as far as like the whole thing of like, you have the village that, is burning wood for fuel and heat and cooking. And then like, as the village expands, they start cutting down trees further and further away from the village center, right? Because everyone's like, no one's conserving. And then eventually the wood is completely gone and you have to walk like a day to get to it. I mean, when Darcy was talking about like, conserving. Yeah. So I don't know if that's where he was going with it, but
no, me, I was more about like different cultures, like whether they, when there's crisis, do they help each other, or do they, I'm an individual, I'm fending for myself.
Darcy, I don't think so. I think the human condition is that it's the 4 F's: food, fight, fuck, flee. Right? So if we want to survive, we got, we're gonna. Why would you be in a line if you can just go grab a bow and some arrows and hunt your own food? We'd rather fight others and stomp on their heads to get those things.
Then you add women and children. You add your families to it.
Yeah,
and it's worse. If you've got kids, it's worse. Now, but that doesn't, to Darcy's point though, that doesn't justify why you need 80 rolls of toilet paper when there's a line of people to get into the store. Like,
yeah,
you know, I mean, come on, like, get a washcloth. You have a washcloth.
Yeah,
I
saw one video. This lady, I guess she was one of the first people at a store, and they didn't have the limit of 2 or anything like that. She had a big, one of those U-Haul trucks.
Yeah,
and
I saw
everybody's behind her, and she just filled that whole thing up.
And it's
wow,
and it's shameless.
Well,
they will
also,
look at you with ire.
Like, there's no part of me. There's no part of me that doesn't even come into my mind.
No, but also Darcy, that's the worst part of this, is that's price gouging. That bitch was probably storing all that shit so she could sell it on Amazon.
Or she had anxiety issues.
Tough shit.
I know. I'm just saying. I mean, who knows?
Here's the thing that's driving me nuts with the shortages is I've got money set aside. I turned 50, had a birthday, Christmas. My mom sent me a bunch of money so I can get the new Xbox Series X.
Oh,
you
yeah.
can get it anywhere.
Actually,
They're selling it for like $1,200 on eBay.
You have to be relentless. Okay, so
I'm not going to pay a cent more than the base cost. I refuse.
No,
How much is the base cost?
Then you won't see that until 2023.
Okay, then
it'll be like 2023.
Then I'll wait.
Then you wait.
Maybe I pay $600.
So I got my GPU, and I'd seen people selling the card that I bought for like $1,800, at one time, and then the normal cost is around $800. That's the normal price of this card. And when I saw a guy selling it for $500 over MSRP, I was like, sucker. And I was like, let me go in and get it. But hey, if you see me calling you a sucker, I really don't mean you're a sucker. And I want to buy more from you in the future.
Exactly.
But
But
I just want to be nice to that guy.
I mean, supply and demand. I mean, the whole thing with gas, like people talk about price gouging. As soon as that pipeline went down, if gas stations raised their prices to $8 a gallon or whatever, I'd be totally fine with that, because it's like, you know what? No, but what I'm saying is it would control, like that lady wouldn't be filling five gallon buckets of gas, and the guy that needs the gas, he needs like 8 gallons because he needs to get to work tomorrow. He'd be able to get the gas. Now he'd be spending more, but at least he'd be able to get to his work,
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just it. I suppose like Zeus had those background pictures, right, from the shortages. And he had one where they said gasoline limit $10 per person or something.
Yeah, in the 70s it would be like $5. Now that would get you like 7 gallons.
Right. Yeah, as a matter of fact, the gas station that I went to get gas, because Rebecca, she was like, the day, I think it was like a day before, after I had this conversation with her that there was going to be an issue with the gas, she got like $15 of gas. And so I don't know this yet, but then the next day she goes, hey, I want to let you know something kind of funny. She's coming back the next day from working out. She's like, well, I was like, what? She's like, well, I guess you were kind of right. I was like, right about what? And she's like, well, there's a problem with the gas. I was like, what? I was like, you didn't just... She's like, yeah, well, when I came back, it was all closed. So it's like, I was like, I told you,
but
it was easy before.
But Darcy, look at the bright side.
What?
Look at she told you were right about something.
Yeah, I don't like to be right in those situations. I'd rather.
No, I know. But you gotta take it where you can get it, man. You gotta take it where you can get it.
You gotta take it. Yeah.
So the funny thing about this whole thing is, then I had to go out and go get gas because we were less than a quarter of a tank of gas, and I needed to get my shot in 2 days. So I was like, well, if worse comes to worse, I will just walk to go get, which is, I don't know, it's I don't know, 5 mile walk or something like that. Where
Oh my God.
So I was like, I'll just do it, no matter what. But anyway, the place where I went to go get the gas was the same place that I would go with my grandfather when it was the even day for his plate back in the 70s to go get gas. So then I was in a line. I was like, this is funny.
Wow. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah,
the same exact gas station. Yeah.
That's amazing, man. And that, I mean, that whole thing, I mean, you look back at the gas shortage in the 70s, it completely changed and defined automobile manufacturing through at least the mid 80s. I mean, it jump-started the Japanese import market, Honda, Nissan, because people are like, I don't care. I just want something that doesn't take a lot of gas. If it wasn't for that, Honda and Nissan, they wouldn't have gotten a head start like they did. But
yeah, dude, do you remember that movie? What was that movie in the 80s with Michael Keaton? He works for like a American automobile manufacturer.
Gung Ho.
Gung Ho. Hell yeah, man. Gung Ho. That was it. Yeah. And the company ships him off to Asia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good flick. It's a good movie. It's certainly like one of those like put it in a time capsule movies.
No, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
That sounds so familiar.
It's Michael Keaton, and he ends up bringing like Japanese manufacturing processes.
Oh, Gung Ho.
Yes.
Hey, look at you guys.
Welcome back. Welcome back. How is Gay Paris?
Gay.
Oh, okay.
That's not good. With the happy definition.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Nothing wrong.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, if you hold on, there is something wrong with the French, but gays.
Yes, a lot. So, yeah, they can't win.
So one thought I had, like going back to Darcy's topic here, where you will see people get along no matter what else is going on. If you're at any sort of event and there is limited toilet facilities, people will naturally
be in the streets.
Well, no, that'll happen, but I'm saying
I don't need a shortage for that.
People will naturally default into very orderly, self-regulated processes for this, right? They'll self-queue. They'll like challenge each other if you're butting in line. Like everyone is focused on fairness. Like it's a limited resource. Everyone needs it. Yeah, I'm just saying you'll never see a more polite group of people than when you have like 10 porta potties and like 500 people waiting to use them.
Okay, well, on that note, I'm gonna go find my porta potty.
Okay.
No, wait.
Yeah, it's funny about the whole, going to events and having access to the type of bathroom that you can have access to and all that. I would only go to any event if I could make sure that I had the best experience with going to the bathroom. So if I went to a basketball game or something like that, someone's like, hey, let's just go get some seats. I'm like, are you crazy?
Where are the seats?
Right. I'm like, if we've got a booth or a suite, man, I'm all for it. But if it's not one of those things, I'm not going.
I'm not going.
And so like when I go to those golf tournaments, like I went to see Tiger play a couple times, I always paid that extra so I could get the the really nice bathrooms.
The nice
you walk up, it's AC, and
you got a guy there,
and you still have access to the AC bar. Yeah. Sometimes you get that.
No, I like to. I like to stand in line to go and sit in a box that smells like urine and feces.
Look, to Darcy's point, if you've ever been to a PGA event and they have public porta potties like in the trailers that have attendants in them, That is,
yeah.
That's a PGA thing, man. I mean, unless you're going to some fancy wedding, I don't know if.
And you've got access to all the bars and everything, and a constant AC while you're outside, which is great.
As cultured as I am, being from France,
yes,
I'll never forget the first time that I went to like a really decent club in DC, and I go in the bathroom and there's a guy standing there with like wet towels, and I'm like,
yeah,
I'm like looking, I'm like,
why are you in here?
Well, he wants your money. He wants your money.
You know what's interesting?
And he's got a bunch of colognes and breath mints.
Yeah, man.
Here's the thing. The interesting thing is you go to Poland and you actually pay to use the public bathrooms there.
Like how much?
Like a quarter or whatever.
To get in.
But they'll give you the fisheye if you try and walk in and not pay. And, you know, again, me being the cultured person that I am, you would think I would have known this. I'm always just trying to walk in, and they just look at you like you like your social etiquette is just the worst. But can you imagine that, having to walk up and fish out a quarter?
Yeah,
and you got to pinch out a grumpy.
Yeah,
you know, it's ridiculous. What's the matter, Jack?
I'm not sure I understood the context, but I think I did.
So I was saying in Poland, at least in Poland, I think it's other places in Europe too, you actually have to pay to use public restrooms.
Okay, yeah. So I was right. Right. I got it. Yeah. You're talking about taking a shit, basically. That's
no. To go into the bathroom, you have to pay a fee.
Yeah, you're talking about pushing out a grumpy or something like that's.
We're totally going off the rails now.
Oh my God!
Sorry. Don't involve me when I sit down because I
did a little research onto and thinking on Darcy's topic here, and some other people who are smarter than me were basically saying the real dividing line when you start having like resource hoarding is if people feel that the resources are held in common and that everyone that is associated with using those resources has a vested interest in them, you'll generally see more cooperation. But when the resources are held by others that you have to pay for, or that are not, where there's no ownership of the group, that's when you start getting hoarding. That's when you start getting, people,
fat ladies fighting in the aisles,
punching each other in the face or whatever like that. But if the resources are viewed to be held in common, that everyone has equal ownership of it, you usually don't see that, which I thought was an interesting point.
Mike, so then where does that put toilet paper?
Well, they're not held in common, right? So it's owned by the supermarket.
It's the Popeye's chicken sandwich all over again. It's
wait. So is that
the best solution is just buy a bidet. We should be using those anyway.
I actually am one of the few people on this podcast that probably have some bidet stories, but I'm not going to tell them right now.
Man, when I went to South Korea, like Hanwha, all their bathrooms, all bidets, nice bidets. I mean, nice, man.
Yeah.
They're awesome. You can adjust the angle, everything. And it had a whole bunch of stuff that I was like, how can it have this many controls on it? Like, what are people doing? I'm like, wow. But I did stay in there like a lot. And then it's funny, the guys that I went there with, they met me down in the lobby, and I was asking about the bathroom, and one of the guys goes, he doesn't know how to use the 3 seashells. I was like,
nice callback to Demolition Man.
Oh yeah, man.
I have actually, I'm with Darcy. I've been looking at them online because I'm like, I'm tired of it. the whole racing to the store.
Yeah.
Definitely get one with a dryer. The first one I had didn't have a dryer.
Dryer.
Yeah.
This is why we need to have an episode where we
come out with one.
This is like Larry David with the urinal with the sliding door on it.
Yeah. Yes.
I hated
Yeah. So it was a bad idea.
This is why we need to have an episode where we talk about like our professions one time. I think that would be good. I'll save my bidet stories for that time.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. We don't have a bidet at work. I can tell you that.
So for a bidet, for a toilet, you need a 4-inch drain. For a bidet, you need an inch and 3/4
when I say
you're going inside baseball right now. I don't know.
There's a big difference, man. And you can't use a bidet the way you use a toilet, or you're gonna have a big problem.
Yeah, well, I don't mean a bidet proper. I mean like a toilet seat with all the
where it has
features.
all like the $6,000 Japanese toilet. Yeah.
Right. So like a good one, without getting too much into it, you can get a really nice one with a dryer
Get
and
into
all
it,
that
man.
for about
Yeah.
$400.
Let's
About
get into
$400, and it's worth it.
A really good bidet.
Okay. Here's my favorite toilet story of all time. So I work in remodeling, okay, and construction.
I can't wait to write this up.
So, I know you gotta put toilet. So listen, this is a great story. So this is in Alexandria, Virginia. We're doing this remodel, and I'm showing up. I'm like the PM. I show up. I'm like looking around. There's a painter, and he's painting the wall inside a toilet chamber in a master bathroom. It's like a 140 square foot master bathroom, has its own toilet chamber. And he's like up on a ladder, a little short ladder, and he's painting, and his leg is against the toilet in the toilet chamber. He's like, this toilet's like really hot. Like, do they have like a heated toilet? And I'm like, I don't think so. And so I put my hand on the bowl, and it's like freaking super hot. And I'm like, what the hell? So I go downstairs. The plumber hooked up the hot water to the toilet. So the whole toilet is super hot, and so I had to have him fix it. But then I was thinking, what a great freaking idea, man! Like, just have hot water going to your toilet all the time. It would be fantastic, right?
Yeah,
anyway. Because I had both lines going.
No, it's a horrible idea.
I think it would be a fantastic.
Dude, I already sit in the bathroom for like 20 minutes with my phone.
No,
it's awesome, dude.
I think it's great.
Awesome.
I think it's great. You give it a couple flushes, you got hot water, the bowl warms up, everything's cozy.
No, look.
On that cold morning.
No, I'll toilets.
Jack's
you want? No, you. All right,
I can't believe I told that story.
Listen to me. If you clog a toilet with your BM,
yes,
let's call it a BM.
I got another story. Yeah.
No, if you clog a toilet, one of the best ways to unclog the toilet. One of the best ways to unclog the toilet is with boiling water.
Gasoline.
Not gasoline.
I thought you were gonna.
Don't use your cell phone.
Boiling water. Really? You put boiling water in there?
You pour the boiling water into the toilet. No, you let it sit for a while.
Oh.
And the bathroom will smell like
horrible.
A porta potty at Woodstock.
What are you going to tell us on the next episode of Jack's Handyman Corner?
Oh, listen, I got one more.
I use that heat stuff. I just pour that right down. It's nice and heavy. It heats as soon as it's exposed to the water, it starts to heat up.
Yeah.
So I got to tell you the story, and I told Zeus this. So okay, a couple years ago, I had a hip replacement. Okay, so when you go in for an operation like that, they give you one. What?
Only
what?
one, right?
Only one. So when I can't believe I'm telling the story, but it's hilarious. So when you go in, they give you all these things, right? So until Tuesday, the following week. So it's like 6 days later, right? I got a poop. It happens. Flush toilet clogs, backs up. Like the whole system in the house backs up. Call the plumber. Plumber comes out, does what he's got to do, gets it going. He's like, this always happens. Anytime anyone gets like a hip or knee replacement or like a surgery, we get caught. It happens all the time. Like when it happens all the time. And I'm like, you know what? They need to tell you that in the hospital when they're like telling you to prep for like the surgery, like what to expect. Like make the appointment with the plumber so that he comes to your house like a week later. Like it just needs to be part of. It needs to be part of the preparation.
I love
why does.
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not a plumber. I don't know, but apparently it's a he was like, oh yeah, this happens all the time. Like multiple.
I love how the plumber knows more about hip surgery than the doctor.
That's what I'm saying, man. He was like, oh yeah, you had a surgery. Okay, yeah, this happened. I mean, this guy does this all the time, like 3 times a week. He gets this call to go to someone's house because they've been recovering from some surgery.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hey, Bob, we got another old lady.
Here's the other point.
Yeah, they should put their cards up in the hospital.
Plumbers do not make enough money.
Yeah.
Plumbers do not make enough money. That in all of my experience, plumbers do not make enough money. I've seen plumbers do things that I just want to faint. I
love the
guy.
guy.
Plumber pull in like $200,000 a year.
They should. They should make that much money. I mean, in that movie Money Pit. Yeah, what just happened? What's going on?
I don't know. So
there's all sorts of stuff popping up. It's like
okay, I shared way too much, so I'm gonna be quiet for a while.
Hey, talk about gay Paris.
Yeah.
Put it right on tape. Mark the time. Mark the time on the episode.
11:04.
I'm not editing crap.
Yeah, we're not editing anything.
Well, we'll talk about this.
All right, well, hey Zeus, shoot me a text. I'll take care of you.
What time is it?
Oh Jesus Christ!
Jesus Christ!
It's 11:05.
No, I mean on the episode.
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh, nobody knows. Who's recording it?
I am.
Oh, of course you are. You wouldn't know.
It doesn't show the time on it, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I've got a lot of plumber stories, but that's for another time.
Yeah, we'll talk about your job at another date.
Yeah. But they're underpaid, is what I'm saying.
I think
they deal with cooking, so.
Dude, I've seen guys jump down into a septic tank underground, like just like, okay, here I go, like right down into it.
Oh Jesus!
Makes me want to pass out.
Yeah, I don't do.
Yeah, I don't have any work stories like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just no piles of magazines with.
I got some poop stories. I'm a psych nurse.
Yeah.
Yeah, an interesting phenomenon in nursing in psych nursing is that the patients, they love to clog the toilets. It's a constant thing with like toilet paper and stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
they're lighting up toilet paper rolls and throwing them at you. But it happens all the time. It drives us nuts because it's just pointless. It's
like, why are you guys doing this? You're just being.
It's really just.
Assholes.
Yeah.
What I like to say is that some psych patients are sweet and kind and innocent people, and they don't deserve what happens. But some of them baseline at asshole.
Well, hey, I got a question. This is something I thought about before, but I'm just throwing it at you. So, for your patients, do they have like family, like? Support networks, like, or most of the people that you're dealing with, they're like on their own. Like, in other words, are there people coming in like, oh, that's my uncle Steve, or that's my sister or brother, or
they're not allowed. They're not allowed to.
But are these people kind of like already cast out by their social network, or are they supported by people?
So when I worked at the state hospital,
a lot more off. Now, working at a where all my patients are like insured, it's a different story.
They do have more support.
They do have, but here's the thing: they have support from other people that are complete fucking lunatics. Their families are quite often just as bad as they are.
Oh, gotcha.
So yeah, there's a little column A, a little column B there.
Just curious if they're, on their own or.
Yeah, it is definitely. There are a lot of times where you just want to punch people in the face. And another thing that's really awful about it is you see these people, they come in and you just know bad things happen to them from the people that are bringing them in, which is, for me, that's where I want to get a cape and a mask and just run around beating the hell out of people because I can't stand it. It drives me absolutely crazy.
You want to do that anyway.
What's that?
I said you want to do that anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, most people would want to do that, but I'm talking about like the worst violations of people.
I was kidding.
Yeah, it's that part is one of the parts I don't particularly like about my job. But that's that we could talk about that for. That's
I'm just curious. I just didn't know if there's just people coming in to see them, or if they're all alone or what, like the majority of people.
No, it's not a majority of them, I wouldn't say.
Oh man,
nice.
What are you shot, dude?
This one was under Japanese super toilet. I think all toilets are super toilets, though. I don't separate them by race or religion.
It's kind of making a mess on the wall there.
It's hitting me in the back of the head, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I don't want
showing the force at which the water hits your hiney hole.
Oh, I see. Yeah, makes sense. It looks like a cigarette butt.
It really does.
It does. It looks like a cigarette. Yeah.
Sometimes you'll see it where the bidet is sitting next to the toilet, and I'm just wondering about that shuffle over to the other.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna
have the combos, and then they have the ones that are side by side. Yeah.
Darcy's got the combos in his house.
I would like to have one, but
efficient use of space.
Yeah, that's important. Yeah, well, talk to Mike. Mike's the PM.
Well, here's the thing: you can't just get one. You have to hook up a water line to it. It's not just like you
need a drain line.
It's very easy. It's very easy.
It's a standard sink drain line. You don't need there's
no extra water line.
Stupid.
Yeah, I did it myself. I did that. I had both cold and hot water, and I can adjust the temperature. It's great.
I can't wait. Party at Darcy's.
Yeah. We'll have barbecue.
Yeah, barbecue.
So yeah, since we're talking about parties at Darcy's.
No, Zeus. What? Mexican night.
Yeah. No. Indian curry.
Oh Jesus. Test the waters.
So I looked at the map that Darcy sent the coordinates of. So is that the trailer, Darcy? Is that the camper? I saw it's like
no. So that was before he put that there. So that is a cargo thing that he has there. Okay. But the camper is like in front of it, but it's it's not on the thing.
Because it looked like a road coming into like a parking pad or something like that. Like
that's what I saw.
Okay.
Yeah. So he has these tiers or whatever. That's what I call them. So the first tier is that's not his property. It's like you have to drive through one property for about, I don't know, probably about 150, 200 yards. And then you get onto his property. You go up, wind through these trees and stuff for probably another, I don't know, maybe about 500 yards, 400 or 500 yards. And then you get to his gate, and that's where you see that where you're right there where that little clearing is. And then from there, if you go to the left of that, that's more of his property where you go on to the left for I don't know how long. Because I know I haven't walked the whole property, but it's pretty big.
Well, wait a minute. More importantly, when are we doing this?
Yeah, man, let's throw some.
I don't know. I'll have a good idea once I get back from Kennedy Space Center. So,
how about this,
Florida.
Jack? Why don't you say the words?
All right, Doris.
Why don't you say the words and then I'll end it here.
Whoa.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, we've been on for a long time, boys.
A lot of
It might be
bidet
time
talk.
to wrap it up.
I think it's time
to wrap it up.
All right. But everybody stay on.
Okay, Zeus.
Okay. Oh, stop recording or go. Hey, guys. So we finally came up with a name for the podcast. Huh?
For this week's.
For this week's. But we think we're going to keep it, we're going to call it Friends of Zeus. Because I'm that much of a megalomaniac. I like it. I think as far as just to throw it out there, hopefully it'll get us some looks. Just because the name's got to come up every once in a while, Eventually, when I go off on a spree killing,
it's going to really ramp it up.
Hits, but I won't be able to be on the show anymore. So Tom had an idea for this week of us talking about just something a little lighter fare than we usually do, and that's the death of the shopping mall.
Sounds very light.
Still deals with death though.
Yeah, well, it's always got
the death part in there.
And all the pedophiles that are in the shopping malls. By the way, you guys will all pay for your slamming me the week that I wasn't here.
Why? What's that? What's up?
What is he brought up pedophiles? Who brought up pedophiles?
Later.
That's right. You were saying that we were all picking on you or something. Well,
because you were. I loved it. I got to tell you, I've been listening to the podcast at work, and I've been giggling like a maniac. And on a behavioral health unit, that really stands out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those, it's one of those who can't do teach situations.
Yeah, we should do a podcast on that.
What's that?
Like cuckoo's nests.
Oh God, I got stories. I got a ton of stories.
Yeah.
We could do weeks of that.
Okay, so wait a minute. So Zeus is up in the upper left, right? We should all chime in.
I'm in the upper right on mine.
Okay, well, whatever.
All you have to do is drag it, and you can put it wherever you want to.
Okay, well, I'm Jack. We got Zeus. We got Tom. We got Mike in the house.
Yep.
And what are we talking about today, Zeus?
Death of the shopping mall. Death of. I mean, really, we could go into just the death of all small businesses and just how we shop. It's all changed. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm Amazon all the way.
Yeah.
This came up. I had this idea. So recently they announced that the Sears was closing over here at Dulles Mall nearby me. And a lot of those stores, these are the anchor stores in the shopping malls, as you know. The Macy's have been closing here and there. I think the Macy's over at Dulles closed as well. There's a Macy's down at, I think, Landmark Mall in Arlington, I want to say, where they turned it into like a homeless shelter for like a couple of years. And so they had homeless people staying there. And then I think they turned it into like some sort of a nursing, like a vaccination center.
Actually, my employer, they bought Landmark Mall. Landmark Mall is going to be a hospital.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Yeah, and there's some sort of...
Are they tearing it down?
No, I think they're just going to...
They're just repurposing.
Yeah.
Some of these places.
Yeah, actually, the recent Wonder Woman movie, by the way, don't watch it. It stinks.
It was shot there.
Huge.
Hot garbage.
Yeah, it's really awful. But the scene where they're fighting in the mall, that's Landmark Mall.
Really? Wow.
They should keep They should keep it looking like a mall and be like, okay, you need to go see Dr. Harry Jones. He's down by Orange Julius,
Yeah.
and your X-ray
Oh.
will be in Hot Topic.
Yes, and you'll need to go to the pharmacy. It's right next to the Limited. And EB Games.
That would be good. That would be good.
There's about 1,100 of these like enclosed shopping malls, the classic ones that are left throughout the U.S. And about 25% of those are expected to close within the next few years. So they're really, the shopping malls are shrinking throughout the country. But I wanted to kind of talk about, so I've got maybe 3 shopping malls that are near and dear to me that I wanted to kind of bring up and see if you guys remember, like, I guess you guys weren't, I don't know if you guys were in the PG County area. But first of all, it was Landover Mall for me. I don't know if you guys ever made it out there, but that was the one closest to where I grew up. So that's where we would always go to the Sears to get my jeans for a school. You know, you'd get your jeans there, and they had hot shops where we'd always go. My mom would get coffee, and I'd get like a hot chocolate.
No shit. Hot shops. That's right.
Hot shops.
You're from Virginia, right?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm from Landover.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I grew up there.
I'll argue the growing up part.
Where was the Landover Mall? I'm not familiar. I mean, I know where Landover is, but is it
kind
still
of close to where the football stadium is now?
So it's not there. The structure's gone.
It closed in 2002, and I think they've finally tore down in like 2006, 2009, somewhere in there.
Was it outside the Beltway or inside the Beltway?
Just inside.
Just inside. Okay.
Which is a knock on any of these malls, like inside the Beltway. People kind of started steering clear of those places. If you went to like Landover Mall in like the late 80s, there's a chance you might get shot or carjacked or something like that.
Landover,
it wasn't the safest place.
Not a great place.
No. But they had like the standard fare, the Hex, the Woodies. They had a Woolworth there, which I remember going to a lot. They had a People's Drug